Alright, my potatoes. Quick question before we start. Have you eaten today? Most of us probably have. Perhaps you've eaten once, twice, or even more without giving it much thought. But for most of human history, eating every single day wasn't something people could count on. That's why tonight we're easing into the real reason humans didn't always eat daily, and how ordinary life once moved to a very different rhythm of hunger, patience, and small opportunities for food. So if slow, slightly boring history helps your brain power down, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is. I always enjoy seeing where everyone is drifting off from. Now shift your shoulders a little, get that pillow comfortable, maybe let a fan or some soft background noise run, and let's slowly wander into the story. You've probably never gone a full day without eating unless you were sick or trying some trendy fast. But for most of human history, skipping meals wasn't a choice, or a health trend. It was just Tuesday. Tonight, we're going to explore why your ancestors didn't eat 3 meals a day, and how the simple act of eating whenever you want became one of the strangest luxuries in human existence. Picture yourself standing on a hillside in East Africa about 40,000 years ago. The sun hasn't quite risen yet. The air smells like dust and wild grass and something vaguely floral you can't quite identify. You're hungry, not the kind of hungry where you get a little cranky before lunch. This is the kind of hunger that sits in your belly like a cold stone. You've been hungry for 2 days now, maybe 3. You've honestly lost count. But here's the thing, you're not panicking, you're not even particularly worried. This is normal. This is just how life works. Your band spent yesterday walking about 12 miles looking for a berry patch someone remembered from last season. The patch was there, the berries were not. Something else got to them first. Probably those loud baboons you heard in the distance. So you ate some roots instead. Not the good roots, the ones that taste like dirt and disappointment. Then you chewed on some bark for a while because it was there, and your mouth wanted something to do. Today might be better, or it might not. You'll find out when you find out. The modern human brain has trouble wrapping itself around this concept. We've built entire civilizations around the assumption that food will be available when we want it. Your ancestors built their entire existence around the opposite assumption. Food was a maybe. Food was a sometimes. Food was whatever you could find, catch, dig up, or convincingly claim before someone else did. The landscape around you holds food. You know this. The problem is that the landscape is enormous, and the food is small and mobile and often has its own opinions about being eaten. Over there, about a half-mile away, you can see some antelope grazing. Beautiful creatures, probably delicious. Also completely impossible to catch without an elaborate plan involving at least 6 people, several hours of work, and a tremendous amount of luck. You're one person. You have a pointed stick. The math doesn't work out. The grass is still wet with dew. Your feet are already damp and cold. The morning air has that particular quality of being both crisp and heavy at the same time. You can smell the earth, rich and loamy and alive with things growing and decomposing in equal measure. A bird calls somewhere to your left. You recognise the sound. That's the one that nests in the acacia trees and makes a terrible racket when predators are nearby. Right now, it's just complaining about the morning in general. You scan the horizon out of habit, looking for smoke from other bands' fires, looking for movement that might be dangerous, looking for anything unusual that might signal opportunity or threat. Nothing. Just grass and trees and the slow-moving shapes of distant animals who want nothing to do with you. This is most of life. Scanning, walking, looking, occasionally finding something worth the effort of gathering or catching. Your stomach reminds you why you're out here. That hollow feeling has progressed from uncomfortable to actively distracting. Your body is burning the last of yesterday's roots. Soon it will start burning stored fat. This is fine. This is normal. You have plenty of stored fat. The human body is extraordinarily good at running on its own reserves. You can go days without food if necessary. Weeks if you're careful and lucky. Your brain functions on ketones. Your muscles break down and rebuild. Your metabolism slows to conserve energy. None of this feels good. But it all works. The machinery hums along, making the best of whatever fuel is available. So instead, you spend the morning digging up tubers. This is less exciting than hunting antelope, but significantly more reliable. The tubers don't run away. They just sit there in the ground, being tubers, waiting for someone to need them. You find 4. They're about the size of your fist. They taste like potato-flavoured cardboard with hints of mud. You eat 3 of them raw because making fire takes time and energy you don't particularly want to spend right now. You save the 4th one, not because you're planning for tomorrow, because you're still hungry today, and you want to have something to look forward to in a few hours. This is breakfast. Sort of. If breakfast is a concept that exists in a world without clocks or meal times or any agreement whatsoever about when eating is supposed to happen. Your cousin ate breakfast yesterday at what we would call 4 in the afternoon. Your aunt ate hers 3 days ago. Your uncle is eating his right now, which is convenient because he found a bird's nest and he's willing to share the eggs if you help him carry water later. The idea that everyone eats at the same time would strike your entire band as bizarre and vaguely authoritarian. People eat when there's food. There's food when you find it. You find it when you get lucky. Luck happens on its own schedule. The anthropologists who study hunter-gatherer societies have a term for this. They call it immediate return foraging. You go out, you find something, you eat it. Then you do it again when you get hungry enough to bother. There's no stockpiling, no preserving, no planning next week's menu. The whole concept of next week is fuzzy at best. Some days you find a lot. Those are wonderful days. You eat until your stomach hurts, and you feel gloriously, magnificently full. You lie on your back and watch clouds and think about absolutely nothing because you don't have to think about where your next meal is coming from. Other days you find very little. Those are less wonderful days. You eat some leaves and a beetle you caught, and a handful of seeds that might be edible. You tell yourself you'll find something better tomorrow. Most days fall somewhere in between. The remarkable thing isn't that your ancestors survived this way. The remarkable thing is that they were healthier than you are. Their teeth were better, their bones were stronger. They didn't get diabetes or heart disease or any of the weird inflammatory conditions that plague modern humans. They also didn't know when their next meal was coming, and somehow this worked fine. Your body is designed for this. Every cell in your body is optimized for a world where food is sporadic and uncertain. Your fat cells exist specifically to store energy for the days when there isn't any food around. Your brain can run on ketones when there's no glucose available. Your muscles can break down their own protein and rebuild it later. Your entire metabolism is a complex machine built to handle feast and famine with equal grace. The problem is that you've never actually used most of these features. You're like someone who bought a Swiss Army knife and only ever uses the regular blade because you've never needed the tiny scissors or the mysterious pointy thing. Your ancestors used every tool in the kit. Not because they wanted to, because they had to. Fast forward a few thousand years. You're still hungry a lot of the time, but now you've figured out a few tricks. You've noticed that certain things grow in certain places at certain times. The nut trees produce nuts in the fall. The salmon run upstream in the spring. The berries ripen in summer. This is called seasonal eating now, and people write entire cookbooks about it and charge extra for vegetables that grow at the right time of year. For you, it's not a lifestyle choice. It's the only choice. Right now, it's late autumn. The world smells like wet leaves and wood smoke and the particular kind of cold that hasn't quite turned to frost yet. You're camped near a grove of oak trees because the acorns are falling, and acorns are food if you're willing to work for it. And oh, you have to work for it. First you gather them. This takes days. You fill basket after basket with the small brown nuts. Your back hurts. Your hands are stained. You find acorns in your clothes and your hair, and somehow in your sleeping furs. Then you have to process them. Acorns are full of tannins, which make them taste like you're chewing on a piece of tree, which, to be fair, you are. So you crack them. Then you grind them into a coarse meal. Then you soak the meal in running water for days or weeks until the tannins leach out and what's left is actually edible. The final product tastes vaguely nutty and slightly bland. You can make it into a kind of porridge or mix it with other things or just eat it plain because food is food and you're not in a position to be picky. You'll eat this acorn meal for weeks, maybe months. You'll eat it until you're thoroughly sick of it. Then you'll keep eating it because it's winter and there's not much else. The taste becomes so familiar that you stop really tasting it. Your mouth knows what to expect, your stomach knows what's coming. The whole process becomes automatic. Sometimes you add things to make it more interesting. A handful of dry berries if you saved some from summer. Some wild onions if you can find them. A bit of honey if you're extraordinarily lucky and willing to risk the bee stings. Mostly you just eat the acorn meal and think about spring. Spring means fish returning to the rivers. Salmon fighting their way upstream in numbers so vast you can almost walk across the water on their backs. This is the time of plenty. This is when your band works until their arms ache from processing fish. You'll catch them with nets woven from plant fibres, with spears, with your bare hands if they're running thick enough. You'll eat fish until you're sick of fish. You'll smoke and dry fish until you have enough to last through the next lean period. The smoking process takes days. You build racks, you tend fires, you turn the fish, you keep the smoke going steady. The smell gets into everything. Your clothes, your hair, your skin. For weeks after fish season, you'll smell like smoke and fish oil. This is not glamorous. This is survival. Summer brings berries, blackberries first, then raspberries, then the tiny wild strawberries that grow in sunny clearings. Each type ripens in its time. Each type demands attention when it's ready. You can't save most berries for later. They spoil too quickly. So you eat them while they're available. You eat berries until your tongue is stained and your stomach protests and you swear you never want to see another berry again. Then they're gone and you miss them immediately. In the spring there will be fish. In the summer there will be berries and roots and birds' eggs. In the fall there will be acorns again. The cycle repeats. Year after year. Generation after generation. Your body learns to expect this. In the fall, you eat constantly because food is abundant and your body knows winter is coming. You put on weight, not because you're trying to. Because your hormones and your appetite and your entire endocrine system are screaming at you to store energy while you can. In the winter, you eat less, not because you're dieting, because there's less to eat. Your body burns through those fat stores. Your metabolism slows down, you move less, you sleep more. This isn't lazy. This is survival. By spring, you're lean and hungry and ready to work hard because that's when the salmon run, and you need every ounce of energy to catch and process and smoke, enough fish to carry you through until the berries ripen. Modern nutritionists would have a breakdown looking at this pattern. Where's the balance? Where's the consistency? Where are the recommended daily servings of anything? But your body doesn't care about recommended daily servings. Your body cares about making it to next year, and this pattern makes it to next year just fine. The anthropological record shows something fascinating. Hunter-gatherers who lived in temperate climates with strong seasons had measurably different body compositions depending on the time of year. In the fall they were plump, in the spring they were thin. This wasn't a problem. This was the design working exactly as intended. Your modern body still wants to do this. It's still sitting there waiting for fall to arrive so it can pack on some weight for the coming winter. The problem is that winter never comes. There's just endless summer, endless abundance, endless access to every food from every season all the time. Your body doesn't know what to do with this. It's like showing up for a seasonal job and discovering that the season never ends, so it just keeps storing fat, just in case winter finally arrives. Winter doesn't arrive, you just get confused and uncomfortable and wonder why your pants don't fit. Now we're jumping ahead several thousand more years to somewhere around 8,000 years ago. Someone has invented agriculture, or discovered it, or stumbled into it by accident. The historians argue about the details. What matters is this. Instead of wandering around looking for food, people have started staying in one place and making the food come to them. This seems like a good idea. It is not entirely a good idea. You're a farmer now. You live in a small village, you have a field. In that field you grow wheat. Just wheat. Mostly wheat. Almost entirely wheat. Last year the wheat did great. You had so much wheat you could barely believe it. You ate wheat porridge and wheat bread and wheat cakes. You ground wheat into flour. You traded wheat for things you needed. You stored wheat in big clay jars for later. You were sick of wheat by the end of the season, but you were also not hungry. This felt like progress. This year the wheat did not do great. There was a drought. Then there was too much rain. Then something ate half the crop. You're not sure what. Something small and determined and apparently very hungry. Now you have maybe a quarter of the wheat you had last year. This is a problem. You can't just wander off and find something else to eat like your hunter-gatherer ancestors did. You have a house. You have possessions. You have a field that needs tending. You have neighbours who are depending on you to trade your wheat for their beans. The house is made of mud brick and thatch. It's small. Just one room for your whole family, but it's yours. You built it. You maintain it. Leaving it to search for wild food would mean abandoning everything. Your possessions aren't much. Some clay pots, a grinding stone, a few tools, some sleeping mats. But they represent years of work and trade. They're not portable. You can't just pick up and move like the old nomadic bands could. The field is your life now. That patch of dirt where wheat grows when the weather cooperates. You know every inch of it. Where the soil is richest, where it tends to flood, where the weeds are most aggressive. You've invested everything in this field. Your time, your labour, your future. Walking away isn't an option. So you eat less wheat. You ration it carefully. You measure out exact amounts. You have 1 meal a day instead of 2. You water down the porridge. You try to make it last. Each morning you open the storage jar and scoop out the day's portion. The jar's getting emptier. You can see the bottom now. This is concerning but not yet desperate. You do the math in your head. If you're very careful, the wheat will last until the early harvest. The barley should be ready before the wheat runs out completely. Probably. There's no backup plan. There's just careful rationing and hope, and the knowledge that everyone else in the village is doing the same calculation. So you eat less wheat. You ration it carefully. You measure out exact amounts. You have 1 meal a day instead of 2. You water down the porridge. You try to make it last. This is the first time in human history that someone invented the concept of meal times by necessity. Not because it made sense, because it was the only way to make the food last until next harvest. Your body hates this. Your body is very good at handling irregular meals when food availability is actually irregular. Your body is very bad at handling regular meal deprivation when the food is sitting right there in a jar 10 feet away. You're hungry all the time. Not the clean hunger of a hunter who knows they might find something later. The specific aching hunger of someone who knows exactly where the food is and can't have any because it needs to last until August. This is a different kind of stress. Your hunter-gatherer ancestors had the stress of uncertainty. You have the stress of scarcity management. Historians call this the agricultural revolution. They call it a revolution because it changed everything about how humans lived. What they often leave out is that it made humans shorter, sicklier, and more malnourished for several thousand years. Your bones show it. Skeletal remains from early agricultural societies show increased markers of malnutrition, disease, and childhood stunting compared to hunter-gatherers from the same regions. But here's the thing about agriculture. It might make individuals less healthy, but it makes populations larger. Hunter-gatherer bands topped out at around 30 to 50 people. You can't support more than that on wild food sources without depleting them. Agricultural villages could support hundreds of people, then thousands, then eventually millions, so agriculture won. Not because it was better for any individual human, because it could support more humans total. You're still hungry most of the time, but now you're hungry in a more organised way. You have meal times, you have storage strategies, you have somebody whose entire job is to count the grain and calculate the rations and make sure nobody starves before spring. Sometimes people starve anyway. Usually in late winter when the stores are running low and nothing new is growing yet and everyone is just trying to hold on until the first harvest comes in. There's a term for this period. The hungry gap. It happens every single year. Everyone knows it's coming. Everyone prepares for it as best they can. And every year people eat less, work less, move less, and think about food constantly until the danger passes. Let's visit medieval Europe now. You're a peasant farmer living somewhere in England around the year 1200. Your diet consists of bread, pottage, and more bread. Sometimes the pottage has a turnip in it. This is a good day. You eat twice a day. Maybe. If the harvest was good and the Lord didn't take too much and the grain stores are holding up. Breakfast happens around mid-morning after you've already been working for several hours. It's bread. Obviously it's bread. Possibly some ale, because the water is suspect and ale is safer. Dinner happens in the late afternoon. It's pottage, which is a fancy word for boiled grain with whatever else we found. Today the pottage has some onions and some herbs, and possibly a tiny piece of salted pork if you're lucky. That's it. That's the whole day. No lunch. The word lunch doesn't even exist yet. No snacks. No little nibbles between meals. Just 2 periods of eating separated by long stretches of hunger and work. The work is constant. Fields need ploughing. Crops need tending. Animals need feeding. Firewood needs gathering. Water needs hauling. Repairs need making. Your hands are never idle. Your body is never truly at rest. Even when you sit down for a few minutes, you're mending something or spinning thread or sharpening a tool. The physical labour would exhaust a modern person in hours. You've been doing it since childhood. Your body is lean and hard and efficient. Muscles built for endurance rather than strength. Bones dense from constant load-bearing. You ache in places modern people don't know can ache. Your lower back from bending over crops all day. Your knees from kneeling in the garden. your hands from gripping tools and hauling buckets, but you're not complaining. Everyone aches. This is just part of being alive. You'll ache until you die. Then you'll stop aching because you'll be dead. The hunger is similar. Everyone is hungry. Some people are hungrier than others depending on the harvest and their station in life. But nobody is truly comfortable and satisfied all the time. The Lord of the Manor eats better than you do. He has meat more often. His bread is finer. His ale is stronger. But even he doesn't eat whenever he wants. Even he has fast days and lean periods. Being noble means eating better than peasants. It doesn't mean eating like a modern person with a full refrigerator and a grocery store down the street. You're used to this. Everyone is used to this. The idea of eating 3 times a day would seem wasteful and strange and possibly sinful. The church has opinions about eating. Strong opinions. The church has strong opinions about most things, but eating is particularly well covered. Gluttony is a sin. Fasting is a virtue. Denying yourself food is good for your soul. Wanting food too much is evidence of weakness and moral failure. There are fast days and feast days and regular days, and each one has specific rules about what you can eat and when you can eat it. Fridays are fast days, no meat. Fish is acceptable because apparently fish don't count as meat. This makes no logical sense, but theology rarely does. Lent is 40 days of fasting. Well, fasting if you're serious about it. Eating less if you're trying. Eating normally but feeling guilty about it if you're pragmatic. The rules say you should have 1 meal a day during Lent. The reality is that people interpret this in wildly creative ways. Is it still 1 meal if you eat it over the course of 6 hours? Is it still fasting if you have a little bread and ale in the morning to sustain you? If you're doing hard physical labour, do the rules relax? The priests argue about these questions endlessly. The peasants just try not to starve. The thing is, fasting isn't particularly hard for you. You're already hungry most of the time. Adding some religious significance to it just makes the hunger feel more meaningful. Your body is extraordinarily good at running on minimal food. You work hard. You plough fields and haul water and chop wood and do 1,000 other physical tasks that would exhaust a modern person in an hour. You do all this on 2 meals of bread and pottage. The secret is that you move slower than modern people think is possible. You don't rush. You conserve energy. You rest when you can. You sleep a lot. 9 or 10 hours a night is normal, sometimes more in winter. Your body needs that recovery time. You also don't have the constant mental stimulation that keeps modern brains buzzing. No screens, no news, no endless stream of information and entertainment and demands on your attention. You work, you eat, you sleep, you go to church on Sunday. This is life. It's a hard life. You're often hungry. Your back hurts. Your hands are rough and cracked. You'll probably die before you're 50. But you're not thinking about any of that. You're thinking about dinner and whether there might be turnips in the pottage tonight. There are turnips. It is a good day. The medieval calendar is divided into 2 types of days, most days and special days. Most days you eat twice and work hard and go to bed hungry. Special days are different. Today is a feast day. Someone important got married, or a saint's day arrived, or the harvest came in better than expected. The reasons vary. The result is the same. There's food. Actual food. More food than you've seen in months. The tables are set up in the village square. There's bread, obviously, but this bread is made from good wheat flour instead of the mixture of rye and barley and whatever else the miller had available. There's meat. Actual roasted meat. A whole pig, probably. Maybe some chickens. The smell is intoxicating. Rich and fatty and smoky. There's pottage, but today it's thick with vegetables and herbs and pieces of meat. There's cheese. There are pies filled with fruit or meat or both. There's ale. Lots of ale. More ale than is probably wise, but wisdom is not the priority today. You eat until your stomach hurts. Then you rest a bit. Then you eat more. This is acceptable. This is expected. This is what feast days are for. Your body responds to this abundance like a drowning person responds to air. Every cell is screaming, yes, more, store this, we need this. Who knows when the next feast will come? You put on a few pounds in a single day, your metabolism cranks up. Your mood improves dramatically. The world seems brighter and more hopeful. Tomorrow you'll go back to bread and pottage. But today is glorious. The historical record shows that medieval people had wild fluctuations in body weight throughout the year. After harvest season they were plumper, by spring they were gaunt. This pattern repeated annually for centuries. Nobody thought it was weird. This was just how bodies worked. The nobility had a different pattern. They could afford to feast regularly. They ate 3 or even 4 meals a day. They had access to meat and fine bread and imported spices and wine. They were also prone to gout and obesity and all sorts of problems that came from having too much food all the time. The peasants looked at the nobles and saw wealth and power and comfort. They didn't see the downsides because the downsides of having too much food seemed infinitely preferable to the downsides of having too little. Medieval physicians had theories about all this. They believed in balancing the humours and eating foods appropriate to your station in life. Rich people should eat rich foods. Poor people should eat poor foods. This was the natural order. Cabbage and bread were peasant foods. They were heavy and coarse and suitable for people who did physical labour. Refined wheat and roasted meat were noble foods. They were light and pure and suitable for people who thought deep thoughts and made important decisions. Crossing these boundaries was considered unhealthy and possibly dangerous. A peasant who ate like a noble would become ill. A noble who ate like a peasant would lose their refinement. None of this had any basis in reality, but it made sense within the medieval understanding of how bodies and society worked. The actual truth was simpler. Peasants ate what they could afford. Nobles ate what they wanted. Everyone was hungry sometimes. Some people were just hungry more often than others. Monks had a different approach to eating, a very specific, very regulated, very peculiar approach. You're a monk now. You live in a monastery somewhere in France in the 1300s. Your days are structured around prayer and work and strict adherence to the rule. The rule has opinions about food. Many opinions. You eat once a day. Always. No exceptions except for feast days and illness. That single meal happens after none, which is the prayer service that occurs in the afternoon around what we would call 3 p.m. Before that meal, you're fasting. After that meal, you're done eating until tomorrow. In summer, when the days are long, there's a second, smaller meal called supper. It happens at dusk. It consists of whatever was left from the main meal, plus maybe some bread and fruit. In winter, when the days are short, there's only the one meal. You work all morning on an empty stomach. You pray, you study, you do chores. You ignore the gnawing sensation in your belly because acknowledging it would be giving in to physical desire. The meal itself is eaten in silence. One monk reads aloud from scripture while everyone else eats. You're supposed to be contemplating the reading, not the food. The food is simple: bread, vegetables, legumes, sometimes fish, never meat unless you're sick. You get exactly enough to sustain you. Not more, not less. The cellarer, who manages the monastery's supplies, has calculated the portions down to the ounce. You're hungry when you finish. You're supposed to be hungry when you finish. Leaving the table satisfied is a sign of gluttony. This sounds miserable. In some ways it is, but in other ways it's freeing. You never have to think about food. You never have to make decisions about what to eat or when to eat, or how much to eat. The rule decides for you. Your mind is clear. Your body adapts. After a few months, the hunger becomes background noise. After a year, you barely notice it. The monastery chronicles from this period are fascinating. Monks wrote extensively about their spiritual experiences, their prayers, their studies, their daily lives. They almost never wrote about food. It was so completely routine and regulated that it barely merited mention. Occasionally someone broke the rules. Someone snuck extra bread from the kitchen. Someone ate outside the permitted times. Someone complained about the portions. These incidents were recorded as serious infractions. The punishments were severe, not because the actual eating was such a terrible crime, because breaking the routine disrupted the entire structure of monastic life. The routine was everything. The routine kept you focused on God instead of your stomach. The routine made you part of something larger than yourself. Modern readers sometimes romanticize monastic life. They imagine peaceful contemplation and spiritual enlightenment and escape from worldly concerns. They usually forget about the constant hunger. The monks themselves didn't forget. They just chose to reframe it. Hunger wasn't suffering. Hunger was discipline. Hunger was a tool for achieving spiritual clarity. Whether this reframing actually worked, or whether the monks were just very good at convincing themselves it worked, is an open question. The letters and journals that survive from this period offer glimpses into the reality. Some monks wrote about transcendent experiences during fasting, moments of clarity, visions, profound spiritual insights that came specifically during periods of hunger. Other monks wrote about their struggles, the constant distraction of an empty stomach, the difficulty concentrating on prayers when all you can think about is bread. The shame of failing to achieve the spiritual heights that fasting was supposed to enable. Most monks probably fell somewhere in between. Some days the fasting felt meaningful, other days it just felt like being hungry. The monastery provided structure that made the hunger bearable. You were never alone in it. Everyone was fasting together. Everyone was struggling together. There was comfort in the shared experience. The work also helped. Physical labour gave you something to focus on besides your empty stomach. The monastery gardens needed tending. The brewery needed managing. The scriptorium needed scribes. The church needed cleaning. Your hands stayed busy. Your mind stayed occupied. The hours between none and the next day's meal passed in a rhythm of work and prayer and sleep. The sleep was deep, dreamless. Your body conserving every bit of energy for the next day's labour. 9 or 10 hours of darkness and rest. Waking at dawn to start the cycle again. The monastery bell marked the hours: prime, terce, sext, none, vespers, compline. Each prayer service a marker in the day, a reminder that time was passing and the next meal would eventually arrive. This structure was everything. Without it, the hunger might have been unbearable. With it, the hunger became just another part of the routine, uncomfortable but manageable, difficult but familiar. What's certain is that thousands of men lived this way for hundreds of years. They survived. They worked. They prayed. They copied manuscripts and brewed beer and maintained elaborate gardens. They did all of this on one meal a day. Your modern body could do this too. It wouldn't enjoy it, but it could do it. The machinery is all still there. The ability to function on minimal food. The capacity to ignore hunger signals. The metabolic flexibility to burn fat when carbohydrates aren't available. You just never use these abilities anymore because you've never had to. Let's jump forward to Tudor England. It's the early 1500s. You're a merchant's wife living in London. Something interesting is starting to happen. People are eating more often. Not everyone. Not regularly. But the pattern is shifting. The very wealthy have started eating 3 times a day. Breakfast in the morning, dinner at midday, supper in the evening. Breakfast is still considered slightly scandalous. It suggests weakness. It implies that you couldn't make it from last night's supper to today's dinner without needing sustenance. But it's becoming more common, especially among people who work with their minds instead of their hands. Scholars, merchants, government officials. The logic is that mental work requires fuel just like physical work does. An empty stomach makes for an unclear mind. This is a radical idea. For thousands of years, humans have operated on the assumption that less food makes you more spiritual, more disciplined, more virtuous. Now suddenly people are suggesting that more food might make you more productive. The religious authorities are not thrilled about this development. Gluttony is still a sin. Fasting is still a virtue. This newfangled breakfast habit seems like moral decline disguised as practicality. But economics is a powerful force. If eating breakfast makes merchants richer, then merchants will eat breakfast. The priests can complain all they want. You personally have breakfast most days. Not a large breakfast, just some bread and ale and maybe a bit of cheese. You break your fast. You break the fast that started when you finished supper last night and continued through the night and into the morning. This is where the word breakfast comes from, breaking the fast. The morning meal that ends the period of not eating. For most of history, that period of not eating was much longer. 16 hours, 18 hours, sometimes more. Your body spent all that time burning through its glycogen stores and then switching to fat burning. By morning you were running on ketones and feeling sharp and clear-headed. Then you ate a small meal and got to work. Now in the 1500s the pattern is starting to shift. The not eating period is getting shorter. The eating periods are getting longer. This will continue. Over the next few centuries meals will multiply. Meal times will standardize. The gaps between eating will shrink. But we're not there yet. Right now, you're standing at the beginning of a major transition. Most people still eat twice a day. Some people eat 3 times. A few radical individuals are even suggesting 4 meals might be beneficial. Your body doesn't care much either way. It's designed to handle a wide range of eating patterns. 2 meals, 3 meals, 1 meal, no meals. The machinery adapts. What matters more is the total amount of food and the quality of that food. And in Tudor England, if you're a merchant's wife, you have access to both. There's meat several times a week. Good bread, fresh vegetables in season, preserved vegetables in winter, honey, butter, cheese. You're not hungry all the time anymore. This is a new experience. This is wealth made edible. Your grandmother was hungry most days. Your great-grandmother was hungry most of her life. You have enough. This doesn't mean you eat constantly. It means that when you eat, you actually feel satisfied. Your stomach fills, your energy levels stabilize. You can focus on things other than your next meal. This is what abundance feels like, not excess, just enough. Now we're in England again, but it's the 1800s. The Industrial Revolution has arrived and everything is chaos. You work in a textile mill. You've been working in this mill since you were 8 years old. Now you're 23, and you've spent more than half your life among the looms and the noise and the lint-filled air. The mill operates on a strict schedule. Work starts at 6 in the morning. There's a break at 8 for breakfast. Work resumes at 8:30. There's a break at noon for dinner. Work resumes at 1. Work ends at 8 in the evening if you're lucky. Later if you're not. This is the first time in human history that your eating schedule is dictated by factory bells instead of by hunger, or tradition, or religious observance. You eat when the factory allows you to eat. You work when the factory requires you to work. Your body's natural rhythms are irrelevant. The breakfast break is 30 minutes. You eat whatever you brought from home, usually bread. Sometimes bread with a bit of dripping if things are good. Sometimes just bread if things are not. You eat standing up because sitting down would waste precious time. You eat quickly because the bell will ring and you need to be back at your loom. This is not a leisurely breaking of the fast. This is fuel consumption. This is cramming calories into your body so you can keep working. The dinner break is 1 hour. This should be enough time to eat properly. It's not. By the time you fight your way out of the mill, find somewhere to sit, eat your food and fight your way back in, you have maybe 30 minutes of actual rest. You eat bread again, maybe some cheese, sometimes a meat pie if it's payday. You wash it down with tea or beer or water depending on what's available. Then you go back to work. Your stomach is full but you're not satisfied. You're never satisfied. You're just less hungry than you were. By evening you're starving again. The food from dinner has long since burned off. Your body is running on fumes and determination. When you finally get home, you eat whatever is available, more bread, some potatoes, a bit of bacon if you're fortunate. Then you sleep. The walk home takes 20 minutes. Your feet hurt. Your legs are heavy. The noise from the looms still echoes in your ears even though you've been outside for several minutes now. Home is a rented room in a boarding house. You share it with your sister and her 2 children. The room is small and crowded and smells like damp and cabbage and too many people living too close together. But it's home. It's where you sleep. It's where you keep the few things you own. It's where you eat your evening meal when you have one. Tonight there are potatoes, boiled potatoes with a tiny bit of butter if you're lucky. No butter today. Just potatoes and salt and some questionable-looking cabbage that your sister got cheap at the market. You eat sitting on your bed because there aren't enough chairs. The food is bland and heavy, but it fills your stomach. That's all that matters. Your niece watches you eat with hungry eyes. She already had her portion. It wasn't enough. It's never enough. Children are always hungry. You give her one of your potatoes. You shouldn't. You need the calories for tomorrow's work. But she's 7 and skinny and looking at you with those eyes. She eats the potato like it's the best thing she's ever tasted. Maybe it is. The bar is pretty low. This pattern repeats 6 days a week. 52 weeks a year. Year after year until your body gives out or you're replaced by a younger worker or you die in an industrial accident. The human cost of industrialization is measured in many ways. Hours worked, wages paid, accidents reported, lives lost. Nobody measures it in meals skipped or hunger endured or the slow grinding down of bodies that were never meant to run on so little fuel for so long. This pattern repeats 6 days a week, 52 weeks a year after year until your body gives out or you're replaced by a younger worker or you die in an industrial accident. The factory owners have opinions about worker nutrition. They've noticed that well-fed workers are more productive than starving workers. This is progress, sort of. Some factories start providing meal services, hot soup at dinner time, tea and bread at breakfast. The food is basic, but it's reliable and it's available. This costs money, of course. The factory deducts the cost from your wages. You're paying for the food. But at least you don't have to bring it from home. The entire system is designed around maximum efficiency, maximum production, maximum profit. Your body and its needs are just variables in the equation. If feeding you improves output, you get fed. If feeding you doesn't improve output enough to justify the cost, you don't get fed. The market decides. Your ancestors ate when they were hungry and stopped when they were full. You eat when the factory bell rings and stop when the factory bell rings. Your ancestors' eating patterns were chaotic but natural. Your eating pattern is organised but artificial. Neither system is perfect, but at least your ancestors' bodies got to have a say in the matter. Let's move to America now. It's the early 1900s. Something remarkable has happened. Somewhere along the way, people decided that 3 meals a day was the correct and proper way to eat. Not 2 meals. Not 1 meal. Definitely not 4 or 5 meals. 3 meals, breakfast, lunch and dinner. This pattern has become so standard that deviating from it seems unhealthy, or strange, or possibly irresponsible. You're a middle-class housewife. You have a kitchen with a stove and an icebox and running water. You have cookbooks that tell you exactly what to prepare and when to prepare it. Breakfast is at 7 in the morning. You make eggs and toast and bacon for your husband. You make oatmeal for the children. You have coffee and maybe a piece of toast for yourself. Lunch is at noon, sandwiches for the children, a light meal of soup or salad for yourself. Your husband eats lunch at his office. Dinner is at 6 in the evening. This is the main meal. Roast beef or chicken, potatoes, vegetables, bread, dessert if you have time to make it. This schedule is not natural. It's not based on hunger or seasonal availability or any biological need. It's based on industrial work schedules and school schedules and the availability of cheap, reliable food. The morning meal makes sense if you're going to work or school and need energy to start the day. The midday meal makes sense as a break in the workday. The evening meal makes sense as a way to bring the family together. But the timing and the regularity are completely arbitrary. Humans are perfectly capable of thriving on all sorts of different eating patterns. Your body doesn't actually care if you eat at 7 and 12 and 6. It cares that you eat enough total food and that the food has the nutrients you need. But culture cares very much. Skipping breakfast is irresponsible. Not having a proper dinner is uncivilized. Eating at odd hours suggests disorder and lack of discipline. Nutritionists in this era have strong opinions about proper eating. They've decided that 3 meals a day is scientifically optimal. They have diagrams and charts and recommendations about exactly what to eat at each meal. These recommendations are based on the best science available at the time, which is to say, they're partially correct and partially nonsense. They recommend eating lots of meat for protein, lots of bread for energy, lots of milk for calcium, lots of vegetables for vitamins, although they're not entirely sure what vitamins are yet. They recommend against snacking. Snacking between meals is bad for digestion and bad for character. It shows a lack of self-control. The reasoning goes something like this. The digestive system needs rest between meals to function properly. Constant eating keeps the stomach in a perpetual state of activity. This leads to poor digestion and various undefined ailments. The science behind this is questionable. The certainty with which it's presented is not. Home economics classes teach young women exactly how to plan and prepare 3 proper meals. What time each meal should be served, what foods are appropriate for breakfast versus dinner, how to set a table correctly. This is presented as science and efficiency and modernity. In reality, it's cultural conditioning masquerading as nutritional wisdom. But it works. Within a generation or two, the 3-meal pattern becomes so ingrained that deviating from it seems unhealthy or irresponsible. People start to believe that skipping breakfast will harm their health, that eating at irregular times will damage their digestion, that snacking between meals will ruin their appetite. None of this is true, but belief is powerful. If you think skipping breakfast is harmful, you'll feel worse when you skip breakfast. Your brain will interpret any discomfort as proof that you made a mistake. The placebo effect works in both directions, positive and negative, helpful and harmful. Your body doesn't actually care if you eat at 7 and 12 and 6. It cares that you eat enough total food and that the food has the nutrients you need. But your mind cares very much. Your mind has been taught that there's a right way to eat and a wrong way to eat. And the right way involves 3 meals at specific times with no deviation. This rigidity would have seemed bizarre to your ancestors. They ate when circumstances allowed. Sometimes that meant 3 times a day. Sometimes it meant once. Sometimes it meant not at all. Their bodies adapted. Your body could adapt too. But you've been trained to believe that adaptation is unnecessary because the schedule will never change. You follow these rules because everyone follows these rules. This is how respectable people eat. Meanwhile, your body's quietly confused. For the first time in human history, food is available essentially all the time. Your pantry is full. Your icebox is stocked. If you wanted to, you could eat any time, day or night. But you don't. You stick to the schedule, 3 meals. No snacking. This is proper. Your great-grandmother would be baffled by this rigidity. She ate when food was available and stopped when it wasn't. The whole concept of scheduled mealtimes would seem pointless to her. Your great-great-grandmother wouldn't even understand the question. Mealtimes? What are mealtimes? You eat when you're hungry, you stop when you're full, or when the food runs out. This is obvious. But you live in the modern world. The modern world has schedules and structure and expectations. You eat breakfast at 7 because that's when breakfast happens. Not because you're particularly hungry. Not because your body is demanding fuel. Because it's 7 o'clock and breakfast is at 7 o'clock. This is progress, supposedly. Regular meals, reliable nutrition, no more uncertainty about where the next meal is coming from, and it is progress in many ways. You're healthier than your ancestors. You live longer. Your children are taller and stronger. But somewhere in the process of scheduling and organising and optimising, you've lost touch with the basic biological signals that tell you when to eat. Hunger is no longer the trigger. The clock is the trigger. Your body has learned to expect food at certain times. Your stomach starts growling at 7 and 12 and 6, even if you ate a huge meal an hour ago. This is conditioning, not biology. But it feels like biology. It feels like your body needs food right now because it's mealtime. You're not actually hungry. You're habituated. Now we're in the 1950s. Television exists. Advertising exists. Food companies have noticed that people have money, and they would like some of that money. The solution is obvious. Invent new eating occasions. You're watching television after dinner. A commercial comes on. Beautiful people are eating a candy bar. They look happy and energetic and fulfilled. You're not hungry. You just ate dinner 90 minutes ago. But the commercial has planted an idea in your head. What if you had a snack? Snacking used to be something only children did. Adults ate meals. Proper meals at proper times. Eating between meals suggested lack of discipline. But now the food companies are suggesting that snacking is actually good for you. It keeps your energy up. It prevents you from getting too hungry. It's convenient. They have products specifically designed for snacking. Cookies, chips, candy bars, crackers. Each one packaged perfectly for eating while doing something else. You can snack while watching television, while reading, while driving, while working, while doing anything. The idea of eating while doing other things would have seemed insane to your ancestors. Eating was an activity. You sat down, you focused on the food, you ate until you were done, then you moved on to other activities. Now you can eat continuously throughout the day without ever actually sitting down for a meal. This is marketed as freedom. You're not restricted to meal times, you can eat whenever you want, you're in control. In reality, you're eating more often than any human in history. You're consuming more total calories than you need. You're never quite hungry and never quite full. Your body's hunger and satiety signals are thoroughly confused. They evolved to handle feast and famine. They have no idea what to do with constant low-level food availability, so they just keep telling you to eat. Just in case. Just in case the food runs out, just in case winter comes. Just in case you need that energy later. Winter doesn't come. The energy isn't needed. The fat accumulates. By the 1980s, snacking has become completely normal. The average American eats 5 or 6 times a day. 3 meals plus multiple snacks. The convenience stores are full of snack foods. Entire aisles devoted to chips and cookies and candy and crackers. Foods engineered to be eaten quickly while doing something else. The packaging is designed for portability. Single-serving bags. Resealable containers. Foods that don't require plates or utensils or any preparation. You can eat while driving, while working, while watching television, while walking down the street. Eating has become something that happens in the background of other activities. Your ancestors would find this profoundly strange. For them, eating was an event. You stopped what you were doing, you sat down, you focused on the food, you ate until you were done, then you moved on to other things. Now eating is continuous, a constant low-level activity that happens alongside everything else. The food companies love this. Every new eating occasion is an opportunity to sell more product. Morning snack, afternoon snack, evening snack, late night snack. They invent problems you didn't know you had. The mid-afternoon energy slump, the need for a protein boost after working out. The importance of refueling between meals. Then they sell you solutions. Energy bars, protein shakes, nutrition-enhanced snacks that promise to make you healthier while you eat more often. The marketing is sophisticated. It targets your insecurities, your desire to be healthy, your fear of being hungry, your need for convenience. It works. You find yourself buying snacks you don't need because the advertising convinced you that you do need them. The snacks themselves are engineered for maximum appeal. The perfect combination of salt, sugar and fat. The ideal texture. The exact level of crunchiness or chewiness that makes you want more. Food scientists spend years perfecting these formulations. They test them in labs, they measure brain responses, they optimize for addictiveness. This isn't food. This is food-flavored entertainment. Products designed to light up your reward centers and keep you coming back for more. Your body's satiety signals don't know what to do with this. These signals evolved to respond to whole foods with fiber and protein and nutrients. Foods that actually fill you up. Processed snacks bypass these signals. You can eat and never feel satisfied because there's nothing in the food to trigger satisfaction. Nutritionists start recommending this pattern. Eating smaller amounts more frequently is supposed to keep your metabolism active, keep your blood sugar stable, keep you from getting too hungry. Some of this is based on actual science. Some of this is based on food industry marketing disguised as science. Your body doesn't actually need to eat every few hours. Your metabolism doesn't slow down if you go 4 hours without food. Your blood sugar is perfectly capable of staying stable between meals. But the message is everywhere. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. You need a mid-morning snack. Don't skip lunch. Have an afternoon snack. Eat dinner. Maybe have a little something before bed. You're eating all the time. You're thinking about food all the time. Your entire day is organized around eating and planning to eat and recovering from eating. Your hunter-gatherer ancestors spent maybe 2 or 3 hours a day thinking about food and acquiring food and eating food. The rest of the time, they thought about other things. You spend more time thinking about food than they did. You have infinitely more access to food than they did. And yet somehow, managing your relationship with food has become vastly more complicated. Here we are, the present day. You live in a world where food is everywhere all the time. You can get food delivered to your door at 3 in the morning. You can buy groceries online and never enter a store. You can access any cuisine from any culture at any time with minimal effort. This is historically unprecedented. For 99% of human history, getting food required significant time and effort. Now it requires pressing buttons on a screen. Your body is still running software designed for that old world. The world of uncertainty and scarcity and seasonal variation. It doesn't know what to do with abundance. It never learned. So it defaults to the old strategies. Eat when food is available. Store energy for later. Crave high-calorie foods because they were rare and valuable. These strategies worked perfectly in the old world. In the new world, they lead to obesity and diabetes and all the weird metabolic disorders that plague modern humans. The health and wellness industry has noticed this problem. They have solutions, many solutions, probably too many solutions. Eat 6 small meals a day. No, eat 3 meals a day. No, eat 2 meals a day. No, eat 1 meal a day. Try intermittent fasting. Try keto. Try paleo. Try carnivore. Try vegan. Try low carb. Try low fat. Skip breakfast. No, never skip breakfast. Breakfast is essential. Breakfast is unnecessary. All of these approaches work for someone. None of them work for everyone. The human body is adaptable enough to thrive on an enormous range of eating patterns. The problem isn't finding the one true way to eat. The problem is that you've lost touch with your body's actual signals. You don't know if you're hungry or just bored. You don't know if you're full or just uncomfortable. You've been ignoring your body's feedback for so long that the communication system has degraded. Your body is trying to tell you things. When to eat, when to stop, what kinds of food it needs, when to rest. But the signals are buried under layers of habit and schedule and cultural expectation and marketing and stress and convenience. You eat breakfast because it's breakfast time. You eat lunch because it's lunch time. You eat dinner because it's dinner time. You snack because the snacks are there. Somewhere in your distant past, one of your ancestors woke up hungry and went looking for food. They found some berries. They ate the berries. They stopped when they were full. This was a simple, clear transaction between body and world. You've replaced that simplicity with complexity. Rules and schedules and tracking apps and meal plans and macronutrient ratios. Some of this complexity is useful. Some of it is necessary in a world where food is engineered to be hyper-palatable and available everywhere. But some of it is just noise, static that obscures the basic biological reality underneath. Your body knows how to handle irregular eating. It's been doing it for hundreds of thousands of years. What it doesn't know how to handle is the expectation that eating should be regular. Let's end where we began, with hunger. Not the desperate hunger of starvation, not the uncomfortable hunger of deprivation, just the clean, simple hunger that tells you it's time to eat. Your ancestors knew this hunger intimately. It was their constant companion. Sometimes it was mild, sometimes it was severe, but it was always there, providing feedback. Hungry means find food. Full means stop eating. The system worked. You've spent most of your life trying to avoid ever feeling hungry. Hunger is uncomfortable. Hunger is inconvenient. Hunger means something has gone wrong with your schedule. But hunger isn't a problem to be solved. It's information to be received. Your body is telling you something. It's saying that your blood sugar is dropping and your glycogen stores are depleted and it's time to access some stored energy. This is normal. This is healthy. This is exactly what's supposed to happen. When you eat constantly, you never give your body a chance to burn stored fat. You never give your digestive system a break. You never give your cells the signal to start their repair and cleanup processes. Your ancestors went 12 or 16 or 20 hours between eating all the time, not because they were trying to, because that's how long it took to find the next meal. During those hours, their bodies did maintenance, cleaned out damaged proteins, recycled old cellular components, burned stored energy, then they ate. Then the process started over. You can do this too. You can skip a meal and nothing bad will happen. You can go to bed slightly hungry and wake up feeling fine. Your body remembers how to do this. The programming is still there. You just have to stop overriding it with constant food availability. This doesn't mean you should starve yourself. It doesn't mean you should ignore genuine hunger or restrict food in unhealthy ways. It just means you might not need to eat as often as you think you do. Maybe breakfast can wait until you're actually hungry instead of happening at 7 because that's when breakfast happens. Maybe you don't need a snack at 3 in the afternoon just because the break room has cookies. Maybe dinner can be smaller and earlier, and then you can let your body fast through the evening and night. This is how humans ate for most of history, not because it was a diet plan, because it was life. The rhythm was natural. Hunger arrived. Food was found or not found. If found, it was eaten. If not found, the hunger continued until the next opportunity. There was no guilt attached to eating, no shame attached to hunger. These were just states of being, like being warm or cold, wet or dry, tired or rested. You moved through these states without judgment. Hungry meant your body needed fuel. Full meant your body had fuel. Simple information, simple responses. The modern relationship with food is complicated by layers of meaning that have nothing to do with actual hunger. Food as reward, food as comfort, food as entertainment, food as social obligation. You eat because it's time to eat. Because food is there. Because everyone else is eating. Because you're bored or stressed or happy or sad. Actual hunger is just one reason among many. Sometimes it's not even the primary reason. Your great-great-great-grandmother didn't eat 3 meals a day plus snacks. She ate when there was food. Some days that was once. Some days that was 3 times. Most days it was somewhere in between. The variation was normal. The irregularity was expected. Her body handled it because that's what bodies do. They adapt to the available resources and make the best of whatever comes. Your great-great-great-grandmother didn't eat 3 meals a day plus snacks. She ate when there was food. Some days that was once. Some days that was 3 times. Most days it was somewhere in between. She was fine. Her body was fine. She did hard physical work and raised children and lived a full life on an eating pattern that would seem bizarre and possibly dangerous to modern nutritionists. The point isn't that her way was better. The point is that there is no one right way. Your body is designed to handle enormous variation in eating patterns, feast and famine, regular meals and irregular meals, 1 meal or 5 meals. What it's not designed to handle is the complete disconnect between eating and actual hunger. You have the luxury of eating whenever you want. This is an incredible privilege. Humans have dreamed of this luxury for thousands of years, but luxuries come with complications. The complication of abundance is that you have to figure out when enough is enough. You have to reimpose limits that used to be imposed by reality. Your ancestors didn't have to think about this. They ate what was available. When it ran out, they stopped. You have to think about it all the time. When to eat, what to eat, how much to eat, whether you should eat at all. This is the burden of living in a world where food is everywhere all the time. The irony is that in solving the problem of scarcity, we've created entirely new problems of abundance. Your ancestors were hungry a lot, but they weren't confused about eating. The relationship was simple: find food, eat food, done. You're rarely hungry in the desperate way they were hungry, but you're constantly confused about the entire process. Maybe the solution isn't finding the perfect eating schedule. Maybe it's learning to listen again, to notice when you're actually hungry instead of when you're supposed to be hungry, to stop when you're full instead of when the plate is empty. This is harder than it sounds. Decades of scheduled eating have trained your body to expect food at certain times. Decades of hyperpalatable food have confused your satiety signals. But the machinery is still there. The ability to read your own hunger, the ability to feel satisfied, the ability to go hours without eating and be perfectly fine. You just have to remember how to use it. Your ancient ancestor standing on that hillside in East Africa didn't know when their next meal was coming. They were hungry. They were also fine. You know exactly when your next meal is coming. It's whenever you want it to be. You have that power. The question is whether you can learn to use that power wisely. Whether you can relearn the art of eating when you're hungry and stopping when you're full. Whether you can make peace with the occasional gentle hunger that reminds you that you're human and alive and connected to millions of years of human experience. Your body knows how to do this. It's been doing it since before there were such things as meal times or schedules or nutritional guidelines. Trust it. Listen to it. Feed it when it asks. Rest it when it doesn't. This is not a diet. This is not a plan. This is just remembering what your body has always known. That food is fuel and pleasure and connection and ritual. But it's not meant to be constant. It's meant to come and go like waves on a shore. Sometimes there's plenty, sometimes there's less. Both states are natural. Both states are temporary. You can handle both. You always could. You just forgot. Sleep well. Dream of the simple hunger that comes from a long walk in the sun. Dream of the satisfaction of a meal shared after honest work. Dream of your ancestors who ate when they could and survived and thrived and passed their genes to you. You carry their strength, their resilience, their ability to adapt to whatever comes. Even if what comes is a world where food is everywhere and you have to figure out how to live in that abundance without losing yourself. You can do this. They would believe in you if they could. The story ends here, but the eating goes on, as it always has, as it always will. Good night. Before the autumn of 1956 changed everything, Budapest moved to rhythms that had settled into the bones of the city like old mortar between bricks. You're about to step into those ordinary days, into kitchens where coffee percolated on coal stoves, into workshops where machinists filed metal with the same motions their fathers had used, into moments that felt permanent until they weren't. The alarm clock on your bedside table rattles at 5:30, just as it has every morning since you bought it in 1949. It's a Hungarian-made timepiece with a cream-coloured face that's developed a faint yellow tinge around the edges, like old newspapers. You reach out from under the heavy duvet, 3 layers of fabric stitched together by your mother-in-law, filled with goose down from her sister's farm, and silence the bell with the practiced touch of someone who's performed this exact motion 2,000 mornings in a row. The apartment is cold. It's always cold in October, that particular Budapest cold that seems to seep up through the floorboards and settle in the corners where the plaster has cracked. You swing your legs out of bed, and your feet find your slippers, wool-lined things that have moulded themselves to the exact shape of your soles. Outside, beyond the heavy curtains you don't yet open, the city is beginning its daily resurrection in shades of grey and amber. Your flat sits on the 3rd floor of a building constructed in the 1920s, when Budapest still dreamed of itself as the sophisticated younger sibling of Vienna. The ceilings are high, impractically high for heating, your wife reminds you every winter, and decorated with plaster moulding that's chipped in places where the building settled unevenly into the pest soil. The radiator beneath the window clanks and hisses as the building's central heating system grudgingly comes to life. A sound so familiar you'd probably wake up if you ever slept in a silent room. You pad to the kitchen in your robe, another garment that's taken on the contours of your life. The kitchen window faces east. and through the gap in the curtains, you can see the first suggestion of dawn turning the sky from black to charcoal. Below, the street is empty except for Janos the baker, who's already unlocking the metal shutters of his shop. You can set your watch by Janos. He's been opening at 5:45 since before the war, maintaining this small act of consistency through regimes that came and went like weather systems. The coffee ritual begins. You measure grounds from the blue tin that sits on the second shelf, always the second shelf, always to the left of the sugar bowl. The percolator is one of those sturdy Hungarian appliances built to survive generations, all stainless steel and practical angles, with a handle wrapped in black rubber that's worn smooth as river stones. You fill it with water from the tap, which runs cold enough to make your fingers ache, and set it on the stove. While the coffee brews, you open the curtains fully and stand at the window, watching the city compose itself for another day. This is your moment of stillness, the 15 minutes before your wife wakes and your daughter begins her morning campaign against punctuality. From here, you can see across the rooftops to where the Danube catches the early light, a ribbon of hammered pewter dividing Buda from Pest. The chain bridge is just visible if you lean slightly to the left, its suspension cables forming geometric patterns against the sky. The street below is beginning to populate. Mrs. Kovacs from the first floor emerges with her shopping bag, heading to the market to claim the best vegetables before the good tomatoes disappear. She walks with the determined gait of someone who's learned that small victories, like securing 3 firm cucumbers instead of 2 soft ones, are the battles worth fighting. You recognise this walk. Everyone in Budapest has developed it, this purposeful stride toward minor triumphs. The coffee percolates with a sound like distant conversation, bubbling up through the stem and into the top chamber. The smell fills the kitchen, chicory and roasted grain, with just enough real coffee mixed in to justify calling it coffee. Real coffee is expensive and requires ration stamps that are better saved for other necessities, so you've become an expert at stretching 8 ounces of the genuine article across a month by blending it with substitutes that approximate the experience. Your wife appears in the doorway, already dressed in her work clothes, a grey skirt and cream blouse that she'll cover with a cardigan once she's had her coffee. She works as a secretary at the Ministry of Light Industry, typing requisition forms for textile factories and filing reports about production quotas that everyone knows have been optimistically calculated. She's good at her job in the way that people become good at things they've done for 7 years, moving through tasks with the efficiency of long practice. "Is it cold?" she asks, though she can see her breath forming small clouds in the kitchen air. "The radiator's working," you offer, which is the best either of you can hope for. She pours herself coffee and joins you at the window. For a moment you stand together in companionable silence, watching Janos arrange bread in his window display. He's making a small pyramid of dark rye loaves, each one exactly the same as the others, a monument to reliable mediocrity. The bread in Budapest has been getting darker and denser each year, as wheat becomes scarcer and the flour mill finds creative ways to bulk up their output with whatever grain is available. Nobody mentions this. It's one of those things everyone notices and nobody discusses, like the way chocolate has gradually stopped tasting like chocolate, or how butter has become something you remember fondly rather than something you spread on toast. Your daughter stumbles into the kitchen at 6:20, her school uniform rumpled because she slept in it rather than hung it up the night before. She's 14 and has recently discovered that being contrary is a personality trait. This morning's rebellion involves refusing breakfast because she's not hungry, which you and your wife both know means she's saving her appetite for the bread and jam that Mrs. Sabo, her favourite teacher, keeps in her desk for students who arrive breakfastless. "You'll be hungry by second period," your wife observes mildly, not bothering to transform this into an argument. Your daughter shrugs, a gesture she's perfected into an art form. She's mastered 17 different varieties of shrug, each conveying a distinct shade of adolescent disdain. The 3 of you move through the morning choreography you've developed over years of shared space. Your wife packs her lunch, 2 slices of yesterday's bread with a scraping of lard and paprika, an apple from the batch her mother brought from the countryside, and a small thermos of the same chicory coffee. You prepare your own lunch with the same ingredients, though you add a slice of hard cheese that you've been carefully rationing throughout the week. Your daughter grabs her school bag, checks that her homework is inside. It isn't because she didn't do it, but she's optimistic about her ability to complete it during homeroom, and announces she's leaving. It's 6:30, your wife points out. School doesn't start until 8. I'm meeting Esther, your daughter explains, which explains nothing except that she'd rather be anywhere than home. After she leaves, the apartment settles into a different quality of quiet. Your wife finishes her coffee standing at the sink, rinsing the cup immediately because letting dishes accumulate feels like surrendering to chaos. You collect your briefcase, checking for the third time that you've packed the technical drawings you're supposed to review at the factory. They're there, exactly where you put them the night before, but checking again costs nothing except 30 seconds. The walk to work takes 40 minutes. You could take the tram, but you've discovered that the tram costs money while walking merely costs time, and you have more of the latter than the former. Besides, you've come to enjoy this daily transit through the city, the way it allows you to observe the small variations in routine that mark the passage of seasons. This morning, the streets are damp from overnight rain, and the air carries that particular autumn scent of wet leaves and coal smoke. The chestnut trees that line Andrassy Avenue are shedding their leaves in golden drifts that collect in doorways and around the bases of lampposts. You pass the same buildings every day, grand apartment blocks from Budapest's imperial era, their facades decorated with carved stone figures and ornate balconies that have weathered into a uniform shade of grey-beige. Mrs. Nemeth is sweeping the sidewalk in front of her building just as she does every morning. She sweeps with the slow thoroughness of someone for whom this task is both duty and meditation. You exchange nods. She's been sweeping this same stretch of pavement since her husband died in 1947, maintaining this small territory of order against the entropy of fallen leaves and city grime. The streets are filling now with other people making similar journeys. Workers heading to factories, clerks bound for ministry offices, and students clustered at tram stops. There's a quality to the way people move through Budapest in 1956, a kind of collective cautiousness, as if everyone has learned to take up slightly less space than they actually occupy. You notice it in the way people avoid eye contact on crowded sidewalks, in the soft-spoken conversations that stop when strangers approach, and in the general preference for being unremarkable. The factory where you work sits on the outskirts of the city, a sprawling complex of brick buildings and metal sheds, where machinery parts are manufactured according to specifications that arrive from Moscow via a chain of bureaucratic communications you don't pretend to understand. You're an engineer, responsible for ensuring that the lathes and drill presses produce components within acceptable tolerances. It's work that requires precision and patience, qualities you discovered you possessed somewhere between graduating university and your 30th birthday. The factory gate stands open, guarded by Pal, an older man who checks identification badges with the same careful attention he'd give to a chess problem. He knows everyone who works here by name, knows their shifts and their departments, but he checks badges anyway because checking badges is his job, and he takes his job seriously. This is how things work in 1956 Budapest. You perform the required rituals even when they're redundant, because performing them maintains the structure that keeps larger chaos at bay. Morning, Pal offers as you show your badge. Morning, you reply, and this exchange, brief as it is, feels like a small victory of normalcy. The factory floor is already humming with activity. The morning shift arrived at 6, and the machines have been running long enough that the building has taken on its working day smell. Machine oil and metal shavings and the particular heat that comes from friction and industrial processes. You head to your office, a small room with a desk, a filing cabinet, and a window that overlooks the main production floor. From here, you can see the workers at their stations, each person performing their specific task in the larger choreography of manufacturing. There's something almost musical about a well-run factory floor. The lathes spin with a rhythmic hum, the drill presses punch metal in percussive intervals, and the conveyor belts carry components with a soft mechanical whisper. You've learned to hear problems before you see them. A bearing wearing out produces a particular high-pitched squeal, a misaligned belt creates an irregular slapping sound, and loose bolts generate a rattling that doesn't belong in the mechanical symphony. Your morning consists of reviewing production reports, checking measurements on sample pieces, and approving material requisitions. It's work that could become tedious if you let it, but you've developed a kind of craftsman's satisfaction in small accuracies. A bolt that meets specifications to within 1/100th of a millimetre represents a tiny victory of precision over chaos. These victories accumulate across a day, a week, a year, building into something like purpose. At 10 o'clock, the factory breaks for 15 minutes. Workers step outside to smoke and stretch, to share cigarettes and complaints in roughly equal measure. You join them sometimes, not because you smoke, but because the human contact feels necessary. Today, the conversation circles around familiar themes: the shortage of certain machine parts, the rumour that production quotas will increase again next quarter, and speculation about whether the factory football team can beat the team from the textile plant in next week's match. Nobody mentions politics. This is an unspoken rule, so thoroughly internalised that it doesn't feel like a rule at all. Politics belongs to other spaces, to official meetings where attendance is noted, to party gatherings where correct opinions are expressed with appropriate conviction, and to newspaper articles that everyone reads and nobody discusses. Here, on the factory floor during the morning break, conversation stays safely within the boundaries of sports and work and the weather. The rest of the morning passes in its accustomed rhythms. You review a shipment of steel stock that arrived from a mill in Miskolc, checking that the material grades match the specifications. You solve a problem with a drill press that's been producing slightly oblong holes, adjusting the fixture that holds the workpiece. You approve a request for new grinding wheels, signing a form that will travel through several administrative offices before eventually reaching someone who will order the supplies. Lunch happens at your desk. The bread has gone slightly stale, but the lard and paprika give it enough flavour that this doesn't particularly matter. The cheese is sharp and crumbly, tasting faintly of the mould it was stored near. The apple is small and imperfect, with a soft spot you cut away before eating the rest. This is a perfectly adequate lunch, neither satisfying nor disappointing, just sufficient. Through your office window, you watch the factory continue its work. Istvan, who operates the largest lathe, is training a new worker, a young man fresh from technical school who's learning that book knowledge and practical skill are distant cousins. The young man is gripping the cutting tool too tightly, producing vibrations that leave spiral marks on the workpiece. Istvan corrects him with the patience of someone who remembers being equally incompetent once. The afternoon brings a minor crisis when one of the milling machines breaks down, its motor burned out from years of continuous use and insufficient maintenance. You spend 2 hours helping the maintenance crew diagnose the problem, eventually determining that the motor needs to be completely replaced. The replacement creates a cascade of complications. Requisition forms need to be filed, production schedules need to be adjusted, and the factory manager needs to be informed that output will temporarily decrease. These small crises are the texture of industrial life. Machines break, replacements are delayed, production falls behind, everyone scrambles to catch up, and then the cycle repeats. You've stopped being frustrated by this, and have instead developed a kind of philosophical acceptance. The factory produces things. Sometimes it produces them on schedule, sometimes not. The sun continues to rise either way. By 4:30 the day shift is winding down. Workers clean their stations, putting away tools and sweeping up metal shavings that will be collected and recycled. The machines power down in sequence, their various hums and whirs fading into silence. You finish your paperwork, filing reports that will be filed again by someone else in a ministry office downtown, part of the vast bureaucratic machinery that tracks everything and improves nothing. The walk home reverses your morning route. The streets are busier now, filled with people finishing their workdays and beginning the evening migration toward homes and families. The trams are crowded, packed with standing passengers holding onto leather straps, while the cars lurch through intersections. You're glad you walk. The 40 minutes gives you time to transition from engineer to husband, from employee to father, and from the person you're required to be to the person you actually are. At home, your wife is already preparing dinner. The kitchen smells of onions and paprika, the base of nearly every meal that emerges from Hungarian kitchens. Tonight it's chicken paprikash, or rather a creative interpretation of chicken paprikash that involves more paprika than chicken. The meat stretched across 3 servings with the help of generous amounts of sour cream and nokedli dumplings. Your daughter is doing homework at the kitchen table, or pretending to do homework while actually reading a novel concealed inside her textbook. She's reached the age where she's discovered that appearing to study is significantly easier than actually studying, and she's applied herself to this deception with more energy than she ever applied to mathematics. Dinner is a modest affair. The chicken paprikash tastes like home and memory, seasoned with the same proportions of paprika and salt that your wife learned from her mother. The nokedli are small and irregular, pressed through a spätzle maker that's missing several holes. The meal is filling but not excessive, and it is satisfying without being extraordinary. You eat it with the appreciation of someone who knows that having enough is its own kind of luxury. After dinner, your wife washes dishes while you dry them, a division of labour established so long ago that neither of you remembers deciding on it. Your daughter disappears into her room, where radio music seeps under the door, some jazz programme that broadcast on Thursday evenings, playing American records that somehow made it past whatever cultural gatekeepers decide what Hungarians should hear. The evening settles into its familiar pattern. Your wife darns socks while listening to the radio, her hands moving with automatic precision. You read the newspaper, absorbing carefully worded articles about industrial production increases and agricultural successes, learning to read between the lines for the information that isn't printed. Your daughter eventually emerges to make tea, a gesture that signals she's forgiven you for whatever parental crime you committed today by existing. By 10 o'clock, the apartment is quiet again. You reverse your bedtime routine, brushing your teeth, changing into pyjamas, and setting the alarm clock for 5:30 tomorrow. The bed is cold when you first slide under the duvet, but your wife is already there, her warmth radiating across the space between you. Outside, Budapest settles into its nighttime rhythms, distant traffic, the occasional tram bell, and the murmur of voices from the apartment below, where the Molnar family is having one of their quiet, persistent arguments about something. This is October 1956 in Budapest, before everything changed. These are the ordinary days, the unremarkable accumulation of small routines and modest meals and work that continues whether anyone notices or not. You fall asleep thinking about nothing in particular, unaware that in a few weeks these ordinary days will become memories you'll turn over in your mind like smooth stones, examining them for the details you didn't know to notice when they were simply life happening. The world doesn't announce its turning points. They arrive disguised as ordinary Thursdays. You first notice something different on a Tuesday morning in early October, though you don't recognise it as different at the time. It's subtle, a quality in the air like the hour before a thunderstorm, when the atmosphere takes on weight and the birds stop singing. You're walking to work along your usual route when you pass a group of university students gathered near the entrance to the technical college. They're not doing anything particularly remarkable, just talking, but there's an intensity to their conversation that makes you slow your pace slightly. They're discussing something about writers, about a meeting where people said things that usually go unsaid. One student, a young man with wire-rimmed glasses and a threadbare jacket, is gesturing emphatically while his friends listen with an attention that seems carefully calibrated. Interested but cautious, engaged but ready to become disengaged if circumstances require it. You catch fragments of sentences, actually said it in public, and about time someone, before you're past them, and the conversation fades into the general noise of morning traffic. At the factory, production continues as always. The machines turn, the workers perform their tasks, and the paperwork accumulates in tidy stacks on your desk. But during the lunch break, you notice Istvan and several other workers clustered near the loading dock, speaking in voices too low to hear clearly. When you approach, they fall silent in the way that people do when they're not sure who should hear what they've been saying. "Everything all right?" you ask, because silence requires acknowledgement. Istvan nods slowly, his expression neutral. "Fine. Just discussing the football match. You know this is untrue, not because Istvan is a poor liar, but because the lying itself is significant. People don't lie about football discussions. They lie about topics that require lying. But you don't press the issue. Pressing would require Istvan to construct a more elaborate lie or to trust you with the truth, and neither option serves anyone well." The week continues with more small irregularities. Your wife mentions that her friend Margit heard something about students organising a demonstration, though Margit isn't clear about what they're demonstrating for or against. At dinner, your daughter announces that her history teacher spent an entire class period discussing the 1848 revolution, which is unusual because discussing revolutionary history in detail has become one of those things that textbooks mention briefly before moving on to safer topics. He said that Petofi's poetry mattered because it told the truth, your daughter reports, pushing Nokedli around her plate. He said truth matters more than we've been taught to believe. You and your wife exchange a glance that contains an entire conversation. Teachers who emphasise truth are either brave or foolish, and the distinction between the two often becomes clear only in retrospect. The radio programmes begin changing in small ways. Announcers' voices carry different inflections, and news reports include slightly more detail about events happening in Poland, where workers have been striking and demanding changes. Nothing is stated explicitly, but there's a sense that information is seeping through cracks that previously remained sealed. At the factory, production quotas arrive from the ministry office as usual, but they sit on the manager's desk for longer than normal before being distributed. You don't know why this is, but you notice it the way you'd notice a machine running at slightly the wrong speed. Not dramatically different, just enough to register as not quite right. On Saturday, you take the tram to the central market to buy vegetables. The market is crowded as always, filled with people examining tomatoes for firmness and haggling over the price of cabbage. But interspersed among the normal market conversations, you hear other discussions. Two older women are talking about their sons, both university students, both excited about something happening, though the women seem unclear about what exactly is happening, or whether excitement is an appropriate response. A man selecting apples from a wooden crate comments to nobody in particular. "Heard the party is having meetings about reforms." Reforms! As if they suddenly discovered that people might have opinions. The woman behind the apple cart laughs, a sound that contains both amusement and something darker. They'll reform us right into next year's production quota. These moments of open speaking feel like small transgressions, harmless perhaps, but carrying weight simply by existing. You buy your vegetables, potatoes, carrots, a small pumpkin for soup, and carry them home in your string bag, thinking about how quickly the unremarkable can become remarkable simply by accumulating. Your wife is listening to the radio when you return. The programme is playing folk music, but she's not paying attention to the music. She's waiting for the news broadcast at the top of the hour, and when it arrives, the announcer mentions developments in Poland with more detail than usual. Workers in Poznan have held meetings. Demands have been made. The party is engaging in dialogue with legitimate workers' concerns. They're actually saying it, your wife murmurs, on the radio, out loud. That evening you take a rare walk together, just the two of you, while your daughter visits her friend Esther. You stroll along the Danube embankment, where couples and families are enjoying the last warm evening before autumn fully settles in. The river moves past the city with its ancient indifference. The same water that flowed here when Budapest was 3 cities instead of 1, when emperors ruled and revolutions rose and fell, and the river just kept moving toward the sea. "Do you think something's changing?" your wife asks as you pause to watch a barge making its way upstream, its engine chugging against the current. You consider this carefully. "Something's shifting. Whether it's changing or just rearranging itself, I don't know." She accepts this answer, understanding that speculation requires more information than either of you possess. You continue walking, your hands linked loosely. Two people who have learned that sometimes the best response to uncertainty is simply to be present together in it. The following week brings more subtle shifts. At the factory, workers discuss the news more openly during breaks. Nobody is saying anything revolutionary, but the mere fact of discussing feels revolutionary after years of careful silence. Istvan mentions that his nephew is involved with a student group at the university. The maintenance supervisor observes that things that couldn't be said are being said. The production manager listens to these conversations without comment, which is itself a kind of comment. You attend a mandatory party meeting on Wednesday evening, one of those gatherings that occur monthly and accomplish nothing except to maintain the appearance of organisation. Usually these meetings follow a strict script. Reports are read, production achievements are celebrated, future goals are announced, and everyone applauds at the appropriate moments. But this meeting is different in a subtle way. The speaker, a party functionary you've seen dozens of times but whose name you can never remember, seems slightly uncertain, as if reading from a script that's been edited and he's not sure all the changes make sense. He speaks about constructive criticism and responding to legitimate concerns and strengthening our socialist system through meaningful dialogue. These phrases have appeared in official communications before, but tonight they're being delivered with an emphasis that suggests someone, somewhere, has decided that meaning them is now important. After the meeting, people don't disperse immediately as usual. Small conversations form in the hallway, people discussing what was said and what wasn't said and what the difference might mean. You listen more than you speak, calibrating your understanding against other people's interpretations, trying to construct a coherent picture from fragmentary information. By mid-October, the shifts are becoming harder to ignore. Students are organising openly, holding meetings where they discuss reforms and freedoms with a directness that would have been unthinkable months ago. Radio programs play music that was previously discouraged. Jazz, Western classical pieces, and even some American popular music that has somehow stopped being decadent and started being just music. Your daughter comes home from school talking about heated debates in her classes. One of her teachers apparently has begun teaching banned poetry, not making a big announcement about it, just quietly including poems by writers who fell out of favour and into dangerous memory. She recites one for you at dinner, a poem about truth and lies and the cost of silence, and you listen with a combination of pride and worry. "You're being careful, aren't you?" your wife asks, which is a mother's way of saying, "Please don't get arrested." "It's just poetry," your daughter replies, which is a 14-year-old's way of not understanding that poetry is never just poetry when the wrong poetry can become evidence. The factory continues operating, but the atmosphere has changed. Workers discuss what they've heard, what they hope and what they fear. Production continues hitting quotas, but people are working with a distraction that creates small inefficiencies. A measurement taken twice because the first one wasn't registered. A form filed incorrectly because the person filing it was thinking about something else. You find yourself standing at your office window more frequently, looking out at the factory floor but seeing something else. The shape of possibility maybe, or the shadow of change approaching like weather across an open plain. The machines run their cycles, metal is cut and shaped and transformed, and somewhere beneath this familiar process, something else is being transformed too, something less tangible, but no less real. On October 22nd, the day before everything accelerates, you wake to find Budapest wrapped in fog, thick and grey and muffling. The city emerges into morning like a photograph developing slowly in solution, details appearing gradually as the fog thins. You go through your morning routine, drink your chicory coffee, kiss your wife goodbye, and walk to the factory through streets that feel somehow provisional, as if the city itself is holding its breath. At work, Istvan approaches you during the morning break. He's usually cheerful, prone to jokes and small observations about the absurdities of factory life. But today he's serious, his expression carrying the weight of something he's decided needs saying. My nephew says students are planning something, he tells you quietly. A big gathering. Tomorrow. They're going to present demands. Demands, you repeat, tasting the word. It feels dangerous. Istvan nods. Reforms. Real ones. About freedom and sovereignty and all those words that usually mean nothing. And you think this time they'll mean something. He shrugs, a gesture that encompasses uncertainty, hope, fear, and resignation. I think things that couldn't happen are happening. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know. But I know it's different. You return to work with this knowledge settling in your mind like sediment. The afternoon passes in its usual routines, but underneath the routines you're aware of a current running, invisible but powerful, pulling Budapest towards something that hasn't yet revealed its shape. That evening at dinner, the conversation is subdued. Your wife has heard similar rumours at her office. Your daughter has heard that students are organising, that speeches will be made, and that demands will be presented. The three of you eat your meal, pork stew tonight with potatoes and carrots, and consider the possibility that tomorrow might be different from today. Should we stay home? Your wife asks. You think about this. Staying home suggests fear or complicity or prudence, and you're not sure which would be most accurate. I don't know. Probably everything will be fine. This is what people say when they don't know if everything will be fine, but hope that saying it might make it true. You go to bed that night, October 22nd, the last ordinary night, and lie awake longer than usual, listening to Budapest settling into sleep. Somewhere out there, students are making plans. Somewhere, people are drafting lists of demands. Somewhere, decisions are being made that will ripple outward into your life and thousands of other lives, creating patterns you can't yet perceive. The fog has lifted by the time you finally sleep, and the stars are visible through your bedroom window, distant and indifferent and beautiful. Tomorrow is October 23rd, though you don't know yet what that date will come to mean. For now, it's just another day approaching, carrying whatever it carries toward morning. October 23rd arrives with unusual brightness, as if the city has been cleaned and polished overnight. You wake at the usual time, go through the usual routines, but there's something in the air that makes usual feel different. A kind of energy, anticipatory and undefined, like the moment before a concert begins. At breakfast, your daughter announces she won't be going to school. The students are gathering, she explains, spreading jam on bread with exaggerated casualness. At the Potofi statue, everyone's going. Your wife sets down her coffee cup with deliberate care. Everyone! Well, lots of people. I want to be there. You exchange a look with your wife, another of those glances that contains a full conversation. Your daughter is 14, old enough to make some decisions, and young enough that those decisions terrify you. Just to listen, your daughter adds. Just to see. Nothing dangerous. The word dangerous hangs in the kitchen like steam from the coffee pot. Everything is either dangerous or not dangerous, and the line between them has become impossible to locate. You stay where we can see you, your wife finally says, which is as close to permission as she's going to grant. You stay at the edges, and if things feel wrong, you come home immediately. Your daughter nods solemnly, understanding that this conditional allowance is the best she'll receive. You decide to go to work as usual, partly because work creates structure in structureless times, and partly because not going feels like acknowledging that something dramatic is happening, and you're not ready to acknowledge that yet. The walk to the factory takes you through your neighbourhood, where you notice more people on the streets than usual for a Wednesday morning. Small groups are walking toward the city centre, their conversations animated, their pace suggesting purpose. At the factory gate, Pal is there as always, but he's listening to a small radio he set on the guard booth's ledge. This is unusual. Pal believes in focusing on one task at a time, and that task is checking badges, not listening to broadcasts. They're actually doing it, Pal says as you show your identification. Students at the Potofi statue, demanding reforms, reading demands out loud. And the authorities, Pal shrugs, not stopping them, yet. The word yet carries its own weight. Inside the factory, the morning shift are at their stations, but the work has a distracted quality. People keep glancing toward the windows as if they might be able to see downtown from here, as if watching could provide information that hearing cannot. The machines run, but several are operating below optimal efficiency because their operators are listening to a radio someone has placed on a workbench near the main assembly area. You try to focus on your normal tasks, reviewing production reports, checking tolerances on sample pieces, but your attention keeps drifting to the radio's voice, tinny and slightly distorted, describing what's happening in the city centre. Thousands of people, the announcer says. Peaceful gathering. Students reading their demands. 16 points, carefully articulated, calling for reforms that sound both reasonable and impossible. During the mid-morning break, nearly the entire factory crowds around the radio. The students' demands are being read in full. Withdrawal of Soviet forces, free elections, freedom of the press, economic reforms, the release of political prisoners, and the right to strike. Each point is met with small murmurs from the listening workers, sounds that might be approval or might be nervous appreciation of someone else's courage. Istvan stands beside you, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. "They're saying everything," he murmurs, "everything we've thought about for 10 years. By noon, the radio reports that the gathering has grown. Students have been joined by workers, by ordinary citizens, and by people who apparently decided that witnessing this moment matters more than whatever else they were supposed to be doing today. The crowd is moving, flowing through the city toward Parliament, where they plan to present their demands to government officials. Your factory manager appears on the production floor at 1 o'clock, which is unusual enough to make everyone stop what they're doing. He's a thin man named Horvath, generally competent and uncommonly decent for someone in his position. He stands near the main doors and addresses the assembled workers. "I'm not going to tell you to work when you can't focus on working," he says. "I'm not going to pretend that what's happening downtown isn't happening. Those of you who want to go, go. Those who want to stay, stay. We'll figure out production schedules tomorrow." This might be the bravest thing Horvath has ever said, or the most pragmatic, or both. Either way, it's a recognition that ordinary rules have been suspended by circumstances that are refusing to remain ordinary. About half the workers leave immediately, heading toward the city centre to join whatever is happening there. You're among those who stay, not from lack of curiosity or solidarity, but from a cautious uncertainty about what joining means and what it might cost. You return to your office and continue working. Though, working has become a loose term for sitting at your desk and staring at papers, while your mind is elsewhere. The radio continues its coverage throughout the afternoon. The crowd at Parliament is enormous. Tens of thousands of people, maybe more. They're singing the national anthem, the version that was banned for being too nationalist and too reminiscent of independence and sovereignty. They're chanting for reform, for change, for freedom. These abstract words that suddenly feel as concrete as the stones of Parliament Square. By evening, the city is transforming. You leave the factory at your normal time and walk home through streets that feel electric with possibility. Groups of people are gathering on corners, in cafes and in parks, discussing what they've seen and heard. Someone has spray-painted "Russians go home" on a wall near the tram station. Graffiti that would have been unthinkable yesterday, and now exists as a simple fact, witnessed by hundreds of people who walk past it without reporting it to authorities. At home, your wife and daughter are both there, your daughter vibrating with an excitement that makes her seem younger and older simultaneously. "You should have seen it," she says, talking faster than normal. Thousands of people, tens of thousands, all saying things that you're not supposed to say. And nobody stopped us. Nobody tried to make us leave. Your wife looks worried and proud in equal measure, which you understand completely because you're feeling the same combination. Your daughter is safe, which is everything. Your daughter was there, which is something. "What happens now?" your wife asks, directing this question at nobody in particular. "More gatherings," your daughter reports. "Tomorrow, people are talking about continuing, about organising, about actually making the demands real instead of just stated. That night, the three of you listen to the radio together, something you rarely do as a family. The broadcasts are strange. Official voices trying to describe events using language that hasn't quite caught up with what the events mean. The students' demonstration was mostly peaceful. The authorities are considering the legitimate concerns of the working people. Everything is described in conditional terms, as if reality itself hasn't quite been decided yet. You go to bed late, your mind too active for sleep. Through the walls you can hear your neighbours talking, their voices excited and nervous. Outside the city sounds different. More traffic than usual for a Wednesday night. More voices, more energy. Budapest is awake in a way it hasn't been for years, as if the city itself has decided that sleeping is optional when history's happening. October 24th arrives with grey skies and the sense that something is building. You go to work again, mostly because you don't know what else to do, and work provides structure. The factory is running at maybe half capacity. Many workers have chosen to stay home or go downtown, and Horvath has stopped pretending that production quotas matter more than whatever is unfolding in the streets. The radio reports more demonstrations. Workers are joining students. Factory employees are organising. People are gathering at Radio Budapest, demanding that their voices be broadcast and that their message reach beyond Budapest to the countryside and the world. There's confusion in the reports. Something about crowds trying to enter the radio building, something about authorities responding, and something about tensions rising. By afternoon, the confusion has clarified into something darker. You hear it first in Istvan's voice when he approaches your office, his expression grim. "They fired on the crowd," he says quietly. "At the radio building. Live ammunition. People are dead." The words don't quite make sense at first. Live ammunition. People are dead. These things happen in wars, in distant countries, and in historical events, not in your city on an ordinary Thursday afternoon. But Istvan's face tells you this is real. The radio, when you tune it carefully past the official stations, confirms it. Shooting in Budapest. Casualties. The peaceful demonstrations have crossed some invisible boundary into something else. The workers on the factory floor are gathering again, but this time there's anger in the gathering. Some are talking about going home, about protecting their families. Others are talking about arming themselves, about responding to violence with defence. The mood has shifted from hopeful to raw. You leave early, walking home through a city that's transforming before your eyes. On street corners, people are pulling up paving stones, creating barriers that might stop vehicles, or might just be symbolic acts of defiance. Someone has overturned a tram car near the Opera House. Students are spray painting messages on walls. Freedom or death, Russians out, and we will not surrender. At home, your wife and daughter are both frightened. Your wife has heard gunfire from downtown, distant pops that might be fireworks but aren't. Your daughter wants to go back to the demonstrations to be part of whatever is happening, but your wife has forbidden it, and for once your daughter isn't arguing. "This is different now," your wife says to you quietly in the kitchen while your daughter is in her room. This isn't just people talking anymore. You know she's right. The line between demonstration and uprising has been crossed, and nobody knows where the new line is or what crossing it might mean. That night, October 24th into 25th, Budapest burns in scattered places. You can see the glow of fires from your window, orange light reflecting off low clouds. The radio is chaotic. Official stations broadcasting contradictory information, unofficial stations that have somehow begun operating, and voices from beyond Hungary trying to describe what's happening from insufficient information. Your building's residents gather in the hallway, sharing what they've heard and seen. Mrs. Kovac says Soviet tanks are entering the city. Mr. Molnar claims that army units are refusing to fire on demonstrators. Someone says the government has fallen. Someone else says nothing has changed. Everyone is trying to construct truth from fragments. To understand what's happening while it's still happening, you return to your apartment and find your daughter at the window watching the distant fires. "Is this a revolution?" she asks. You consider the question carefully. "I think maybe it's becoming one. Whether that's good or not, I don't know yet." She accepts this answer, which is more honest than certain. The three of you spend the evening together playing cards and listening to the radio, and not talking about the fear that's sitting in the room with you like an uninvited guest. Outside, Budapest continues its transformation, an ordinary city becoming a historical event, the weight of the moment pressing down on everyone who's living through it. You sleep fitfully, waking at small sounds, a car backfiring, a shout from the street, the building settling. Each time you wake, you listen for gunfire, relieved when you don't hear it, worried about what it means that you're listening for it. This is what October 1956 has become. Relief measured by the absence of violence, hope existing alongside fear, an ordinary life suspended while history unfolds. The following days blur together in your memory later, individual moments sharp but their sequence uncertain, like photographs spilled from an album. What you remember clearly is the feeling, a kind of collective euphoria mixed with terror, the sense that everything had become possible, and therefore nothing was certain. Friday, October the 26th. You stay home from work. The factory has closed anyway, Horvath having made the sensible decision that producing machine parts matters less than keeping workers safe. You spend the morning listening to the radio with your wife, trying to piece together what's happening from broadcasts that can't seem to decide whether to call it a demonstration, an uprising, or a counter-revolution. The government has changed, or rather the government's name has changed. There's a new Prime Minister, Imre Nagy, someone who's been in and out of favour over the years, but who apparently represents change, or at least the possibility of change. He's promising reforms, promising to listen, and promising that violence will stop if people return to normalcy. But normalcy has stopped being normal. Your neighbourhood has organised itself into something like a self-governing unit. Mrs. Kovacs and several other women have established a food distribution system, pooling resources and ensuring that everyone has enough to eat even as stores close and supply lines break down. Mr. Molnar has appointed himself a kind of security coordinator, organising men to watch the street entrances, to warn of approaching danger, and to protect against looting or violence. Your daughter has found her purpose too. She's joined a group of teenagers who are running messages between different parts of the city, carrying information where telephones can't or won't reach. You and your wife have tried to forbid this, but forbidding has stopped working. She goes anyway, returning hours later with stories of what she's seen, crowds of people debating in Parliament Square, workers organising at factories, and students printing leaflets on hand presses they've set up in basements and cafes. Everyone's talking to everyone, she reports during dinner on Saturday. The barriers between people have just dissolved. A factory worker and a university professor having a conversation like equals. A housewife and a student arguing about what should happen next. It's like we all remembered we're human beings instead of categories. You understand what she means. You felt it yourself during walks through the neighbourhood. People speaking openly, sharing opinions and disagreeing without fear. The careful silence that characterised Budapest for so many years has been replaced by noise, messy and democratic and alive. Soviet tanks are in the city. Everyone knows this, but they're mostly stationary, parked at strategic locations but not actively suppressing the uprising. There are rumours of negotiations, of Soviet authorities trying to understand what's happening, and of Hungarian officials trying to chart a course between revolution and repression. Sunday morning, you attend a neighbourhood meeting in the courtyard of your building. About 50 people gather, residents from several nearby buildings, all trying to figure out how to organise themselves for whatever comes next. Someone proposes forming a council to make decisions collectively. Someone else suggests establishing rules for resource sharing. A heated debate develops about whether to arm yourselves, and if so, where to acquire weapons. You speak up, your voice surprising you with its firmness. We're not soldiers. Arming ourselves might feel like preparation, but it's more likely to be provocation. The moment we become threatening is the moment they have justification to treat us as threats. This argument wins over about half the people present. The other half clearly thinks you're naive, that threats are already here, and that self-defence is reasonable. The meeting breaks up without resolution. which feels appropriate for a situation where every question has multiple valid answers. The next days develop a strange rhythm. Mornings are relatively quiet. People waking cautiously, checking to see if the city has changed overnight, and relieved when it hasn't. Afternoons bring gatherings, discussions, and organising. Evenings carry tension, as darkness creates uncertainty about what's happening in parts of the city you can't see. Your wife continues going to her office at the ministry, though work has become informal. She and her colleagues spend their days discussing what's happening rather than processing requisition forms. One day she comes home and reports that her supervisor, a dedicated party member for 20 years, has quietly removed the party portrait from the office wall and replaced it with a landscape painting. Nobody said anything, your wife tells you. We all just noticed it was gone and continued talking about other things. These small acts of quiet revolution multiply across the city. Hungarian flags appear in windows, but flags with the Soviet-style state emblem cut out, leaving a hole in the centre that becomes its own symbol. Radio announcers start referring to events as a revolution instead of a demonstration. Statues associated with the Soviet period are toppled or defaced, acts of symbolic rejection that would have been unthinkable 2 weeks ago. October 28th brings what feels like a breakthrough. Nagy's government announces a ceasefire. Soviet forces will withdraw from Budapest. The hated secret police force will be dissolved. Political prisoners will be released. Multi-party elections will be scheduled. These are the demands from the students' list, granted in what seems like victory. The city erupts in celebration. People pour into the streets, embracing strangers, singing and dancing. Your daughter comes home that evening, flushed and breathless, reporting that she was in Heroes Square when the announcement came through, that the crowd went wild with joy, and that people were crying and laughing simultaneously. You want to share her euphoria, but something in you remains cautious. You've lived long enough to know that promises and actions are different things, that celebrations can be premature. Your wife senses your restraint and squeezes your hand under the dinner table, a gesture that says, "I understand. We'll be careful together." The next days feel almost normal, or rather, they feel like a new kind of normal that's still defining itself. Shops begin reopening. Trams start running again. The factory sends word that work will resume on Monday. Budapest is trying to be a functioning city again, but a different city than it was 3 weeks ago. The radio broadcasts fascinating programming now. Open discussions about Hungary's future, interviews with people from all backgrounds, and music that was previously discouraged. Your wife becomes slightly addicted to a call-in program where ordinary citizens share their opinions about everything from economic policy to education reform. She listens while preparing dinner, sometimes shouting agreements or objections at the radio as if the speakers can hear her. "This is what it could be like," she says one evening, gesturing at the radio with a wooden spoon. People actually discussing things instead of just being told things. "This is what I want for her," she adds, nodding toward your daughter's room, a Hungary where she can think out loud without fear. November arrives with cold rain and tentative hope. The Soviet forces have pulled back from Budapest, though they remain in Hungary. Nagy is negotiating, apparently trying to chart a course that allows Hungary more autonomy while not provoking Soviet intervention. It's a delicate balance, and nobody knows if it can hold. At the factory, work resumes, but with a different atmosphere. Workers have organised a council that will have input into management decisions. Horvath seems relieved rather than threatened by this. He's always been a reasonable man, and apparently being reasonable now means accepting that workers deserve voices in how their labour is organised. Istvan is elected to the Workers' Council, which doesn't surprise you. He's respected and practical, someone who can bridge the gap between idealism and reality. He takes the responsibility seriously, attending evening meetings where workers debate everything from production schedules to safety improvements, to how much autonomy they should demand from the central planning authorities. "We're inventing as we go," he tells you during a break one afternoon. "None of us knows how to run a factory democratically, but we're trying. and trying feels better than just accepting what we're told. Your daughter returns to school, though school has become something different too. Teachers are experimenting with new curricula, teaching previously forbidden literature, and encouraging students to question and discuss rather than memorize and recite. Your daughter comes home talking about philosophy, about ethics, and about political theory. She's learning to argue coherently, to defend positions with evidence, and to change her mind when presented with better information. "We read Petofi today," she announces over dinner. The real Petofi, all of his poems, even the ones that were cut from our textbooks. Mr. Sabo said we're old enough to decide for ourselves what we think, instead of being told what to think. You're proud and worried simultaneously. An educated populace is dangerous to authoritarianism, which is why authoritarianism works so hard to control education. Your daughter is becoming dangerous, not violently, but intellectually. She's learning to think freely, and free thought is the most threatening thing to systems that depend on compliance. The hope in these early November days is fragile but real. You can feel it in the way people walk through Budapest, upright, making eye contact, occupying their full space on the sidewalk. The city has remembered something about itself, some quality of dignity and autonomy that had been suppressed but not erased. You and your wife take evening walks along the Danube, joining other couples who are reclaiming their city through the simple act of being present in it. The river reflects the lights of the city, and those lights seem brighter now, or perhaps you're just more aware of them. The chain bridge spans the water like a promise kept, connecting Buda and Pest the way this revolution has connected people to their own possibility. But underneath the hope, you feel something else, a waiting quality, a sense that this moment exists in suspension and that gravity hasn't been repealed, merely delayed. The Soviet forces may have withdrawn from Budapest, but they haven't left Hungary. The negotiations continue, but negotiations can fail. The international community expresses support, but support and action are different things. On November 3rd, you wake to news that makes your stomach knot. Soviet troop movements have been detected, with forces reinforcing their positions around Hungary. Nagy's government issues protests, demanding explanations. The radio, which has been so hopeful, takes on an anxious tone. Your daughter wants to go downtown to join what she's sure will be massive demonstrations against this Soviet aggression. Your wife forbids it absolutely, and for once you support her with equal firmness. This is different, you tell your daughter. Before, we were demonstrating against our own government. This is about foreign powers, and foreign powers have different calculations about what they're willing to do, she argues naturally, because she's 14 and certain that her participation matters. But she stays home, perhaps sensing in your tone something that transcends normal parental caution. That night, November 3rd into 4th, Budapest holds its breath. You stay awake late, listening to the radio, hearing reports of Soviet forces massing at the border. Nagy makes a desperate move, announcing Hungary's withdrawal from the Warsaw Pact, declaring neutrality and appealing to the United Nations for protection. Can he do that? Your wife asks. Just declare neutrality? He can declare it, you reply. Whether it means anything is a different question. You fall asleep sometime after midnight, exhausted by anxiety. Your dreams are fragmented, tanks and conversations and your daughter's face, cycling through scenarios you can't control. You wake to the sound of artillery. The sound is unmistakable. Deep percussive thuds that rattle the windows and seem to originate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. It's still dark, maybe 4 in the morning on November 4th. You're out of bed immediately, moving to the window, pulling back the curtain to see what you already know. Soviet tanks are back in Budapest. From your 3rd floor window, you can't see the tanks directly, but you can see their effects. Tracer rounds arc across the pre-dawn sky like deadly fireworks. Buildings several blocks away are silhouetted against flames. The sound of heavy machine gun fire punctures the artillery's rhythm. Sharp cracks that sound almost casual compared to the cannon's thunder. Your wife appears beside you, your daughter a moment later. The three of you stand at the window, watching your city become a battlefield. They came back, your daughter whispers, and her voice carries the heartbreak of someone discovering that hope can be revoked without warning. The radio, when you turn it on, is chaotic. The official state radio has gone silent. But other stations, improvised, probably illegal, definitely desperate, are broadcasting appeals. Nagy's voice, recorded earlier, announcing the Soviet attack and pleading for international help. Student voices reading manifestos. Someone was playing the national anthem over and over, as if repetition could transform music into protection. You make coffee because coffee is what you do in the morning, even when mornings arrive with artillery. The ritual of measuring grounds and filling the percolator feels absurd and necessary in equal measure. Your hands shake slightly, spilling grounds on the counter. We should go to the basement, your wife says. The Molnars and the Kovacs family will be there already. She's right. The basement is safer than the third floor. But going to the basement means acknowledging that this is real, that you need shelter, and that the world has contracted to questions of the immediate survival. You gather some essentials, blankets, what food you have, and some water. Your daughter insists on bringing her school books, which would be touching if it weren't so heartbreaking. She believes even now that there will be a tomorrow where homework matters. The basement of your building is a dim space that usually serves for storage, bicycles, old furniture, and things people can't quite throw away. Now it's crowded with about 30 people from the 4 buildings that share this courtyard. Someone has brought a battery-powered radio. Someone else has lit candles because the electricity is intermittent. Children huddle against parents. The elderly sit on whatever furniture is available. Mrs. Kovacs has, impossibly, brought tea and some bread. She's distributing both as if this is a social gathering rather than a shelter from bombardment. You accept a cup, grateful for something to do with your hands. The radio continues its desperate broadcast. Reports are fragmentary. Fighting at the Parliament building, tanks surrounding the American embassy, and resistance fighters engaging Soviet forces in various parts of the city. Between reports, voices appeal to the West, to the United Nations, and to anyone who might intervene. But you know, with a certainty that sits heavy in your chest, that no intervention is coming. The West has its own calculations and its own priorities, and they don't include risking war with the Soviet Union over Hungary. You're on your own. The day passes in the basement's dim light. Time becomes elastic. Hours that feel like minutes interrupted by minutes that stretch like hours. The artillery continues intermittently. Sometimes it sounds close, sometimes distant. The acoustics of the city making it impossible to judge accurately where shells are falling. Around noon, someone ventures upstairs and returns with news. Several buildings on the next street have been hit. Fires are burning unchecked because fire brigades can't move safely through streets where tanks patrol. The smell of smoke is seeping into the basement through ventilation grates. Your daughter sits with a group of other teenagers, their earlier revolutionary enthusiasm curdled into shock. They talk in quiet voices, trying to make sense of what's happening. One boy, maybe 16, keeps insisting that resistance will prevail, that the Soviets can't suppress an entire city's will. Nobody contradicts him, but nobody seems to believe him either. You find yourself sitting with Istvan, who's here with his wife and nephew, the one who was so involved with the student movement. The nephew is silent, staring at nothing, occasionally wincing when artillery sounds particularly close. 3 weeks, Istvan says quietly. We had 3 weeks of thinking it could be different. Maybe it still can be, you offer, without conviction. He gives you a look that's gentle and sad. You don't believe that any more than I do. He's right. You don't. What you witnessed these past weeks, the possibility, the hope, the people speaking freely, it's being crushed as thoroughly as the streets above are being shattered by tank fire. Evening arrives early, or perhaps the smoke has made the sky dark prematurely. Someone produces a deck of cards and a quiet game begins in one corner. An attempt to impose normalcy, to occupy minds with something other than fear. You don't join. You sit with your back against the cold basement wall, your wife on one side and your daughter on the other, and you listen. The radio stations are going silent one by one. The student radio broadcasts a final message, something about never forgetting, about truth outlasting oppression, and then static. Another station plays the national anthem and then cuts out mid-verse. By midnight, only the official state radio is broadcasting, and it's announcing that order is being restored, that the counter-revolution is being suppressed, and that citizens should remain in their homes. You sleep sitting up, your wife's head on your shoulder, your daughter curled against your other side. It's not restful sleep. You surface at every sound, every shift of the building above you, but it's something like sleep, the body's insistence on rest even when the mind resists. November 5th dawns grey and cold. The artillery has diminished but hasn't stopped entirely. Someone ventures up to street level and returns reporting that Soviet tanks are positioned at major intersections. The resistance is still fighting in some districts, but it's clearly a losing battle. Small arms against armour, courage against overwhelming force. You remain in the basement for another day. Food is running low. The bucket that serves as an improvised toilet is developing an odour that makes the basement's close quarters even more unpleasant. Children are crying with increasing frequency. Everyone is tired and frightened and starting to understand that this basement is temporary shelter, not salvation. On November 6th, during a lull in the fighting, people begin returning to their apartments. The decision isn't unanimous. Some families choose to stay below, but you and your wife agree that the apartment, even if dangerous, offers more dignity than the basement. Your flat is intact but transformed by absence. The walls still stand, the furniture is where you left it, but everything feels provisional now, like a stage set that could be struck at any moment. You stand in the kitchen, where 3 days ago you made coffee and planned your day, and you're aware that normalcy is a fiction you've been maintaining through habit. The city beyond your window is wounded. Buildings burn in various districts, their smoke creating a grey pall that settles over everything. The streets are largely empty except for Soviet patrols. Occasionally you hear bursts of gunfire, resistance fighters making final stands, or perhaps just sound echoing strangely through the damaged urban landscape. Your daughter stands at her bedroom window, looking out at the city she tried to help liberate. Her face is expressionless, but you recognise the set of her jaw. She's holding back tears through sheer willpower. "We almost had it," she says without turning around. For a moment, we almost had it. You want to comfort her, to explain that sometimes trying matters even when success is impossible. But the words feel insufficient. She's learning a hard lesson about how power works, about the difference between justice and force, and about the way hope can be crushed by tanks. Over the following days, the fighting diminishes and stops. The resistance, outgunned and outnumbered, collapses or goes underground. Nagy's government falls, or rather is replaced by a government that the Soviets prefer. Kadar, who had been part of Nagy's cabinet, becomes the new leader, announcing that he's restoring order and protecting Hungary from counter-revolutionary elements. The radio broadcasts change tone entirely. The hopeful, open discussions are replaced by familiar authoritarian pronouncements. Citizens are instructed to return to work. Normal life must resume. The events of October and November are described as a tragic mistake, a counter-revolution instigated by hostile foreign elements and misguided youth. You return to the factory on November 12th. The building is intact. Industrial zones weren't primary targets, but the atmosphere is completely changed. The Workers' Council has been dissolved. Horvath is still manager, but he's received new directives from the ministry, directives he implements with a defeated air. The democratic experiments of early November are over. Istvan is at his lathe, operating it with mechanical precision. When you greet him during the morning break, he nods but doesn't speak. Later, in the privacy of your office, he visits briefly. "My nephew is leaving," he tells you quietly. "Leaving Hungary, trying to get to Austria before they close the borders completely. A lot of students are going. And you? He shakes his head. I'm too old to start over somewhere else. This is my home, even when home is occupied. But the young ones, they should go. They should get out while they can. You think about your daughter, about whether you should be planning her escape too. But she's 14, too young to send away alone, and you can't imagine leaving yourself. This is your home, your city, your life. It may be occupied, but it's still yours. The weeks that follow are a strange combination of resuming normality and processing trauma. The factory operates. Stores reopen, though supplies are limited and prices have increased. Schools restart, though the curriculum has been purged of the brief democratic experiments. The city repairs itself physically while the psychic damage settles into people's bones. Arrests begin. People who were prominent in the uprising, student leaders, workers' council members, and outspoken intellectuals, disappear into custody. Nobody knows exactly what happens to them, which is perhaps the point. Fear works best when it's undefined. Your family develops unspoken rules about the revolution. You don't discuss it at dinner. You don't play the national anthem at home. When your daughter's schoolmates whisper about what happened, she participates carefully, aware that informants exist and trust is dangerous. The openness of November has been replaced by a new vigilance, more anxious than the old one because it's informed by hope betrayed. December arrives with snow that covers the bullet holes in buildings and the bloodstains on pavement. The city looks almost peaceful under its white blanket, though the peace is imposed rather than earned. Christmas approaches, and with it the annual rituals of preparation. You and your wife go through the motions, buying what decorations you can afford, planning a modest Christmas dinner, and wrapping small gifts for your daughter. But everything feels performative, as if you're actors playing the role of people who celebrate holidays. On Christmas Eve, the three of you attend midnight mass at the nearby church. The sanctuary is packed, not with believers necessarily, but with people seeking something, anything that feels transcendent. The priest's homily is careful, avoiding politics while still managing to speak about hope and resilience and the triumph of light over darkness. Everyone understands the subtext. Walking home after mass, through snow-quiet streets, your wife squeezes your hand. "We're still here," she says quietly. That's something. It is something. You're alive, your family is intact, and you have shelter and food and work. These are not small things, but they exist alongside the absence of what might have been. The Hungary that existed for 3 weeks in October and November, the brief moment when freedom felt possible and ordinary people spoke without fear. January 1957 arrives with bitter cold and the work of forgetting. The authorities don't explicitly demand that people forget. That would be acknowledging that there's something to forget. Instead, they simply proceed as if the revolution never happened, creating a present tense that has no connection to October or November. You return to your routines. Wake at 5:30, make chicory coffee, walk to the factory, review production reports, check tolerances, and approve requisitions. The machinery runs as it always has. Metal is cut and shaped and assembled into parts that become components of larger systems. The work continues, indifferent to history, but the silence is different now. Before the revolution, silence was unremarkable. Just the absence of things people didn't think to say. Now silence is active, a conscious suppression of things that cannot be safely spoken. You feel it during factory breaks when conversations skirt carefully around certain topics. You notice it at neighbourhood gatherings where people discuss everything except the thing everyone is thinking about. Your daughter has become quiet in a way that worries you more than her earlier rebelliousness did. She goes to school, completes her assignments, and participates minimally in class discussions. But the fire that made her demand to attend demonstrations, that made her run messages through revolutionary Budapest, has banked down to embers. You catch her sometimes staring out windows, her expression distant, And you know she's remembering those 3 weeks when the world seemed larger and more possible. "Are you all right?" you ask her one evening. She considers the question seriously before answering. "I don't know what 'all right' means anymore." You understand exactly what she means. The factory has returned to central planning, with quotas handed down from ministry offices that have recalculated what Hungarian industry should produce and by when. The brief experiment with workers' councils is mentioned by nobody. Horvath implements the new directives with the weary competence of someone who's learned that resistance is futile, but compliance doesn't require enthusiasm. Istvan has become more withdrawn. He operates his lathe with the same precision as always, but during breaks he keeps to himself, eating his lunch alone and avoiding conversations. His nephew made it to Austria. You learn through quiet channels, joined the thousands of Hungarians who fled rather than live in the aftermath. Istvan seems both relieved and bereft, glad his nephew escaped but carrying the absence as a weight. The borders have been reinforced. Leaving Hungary is now either impossible or extremely dangerous, requiring guides and bribes and significant luck. People still try. You hear stories of families attempting night crossings into Austria, of students hiding in train freight cars, of desperate measures taken by desperate people. Some make it. Many don't. At home, life has settled into a new configuration that resembles the old one but feels fundamentally altered. Your wife still works at the ministry and still types requisition forms and files reports, but she moves through her days with a kind of automatic precision, performing tasks without investing them with meaning. She comes home tired in a way that has nothing to do with physical exhaustion. "I used to think my job mattered," she tells you one evening while washing dishes. Not in any grand way, but that it contributed to something. Now I know it doesn't matter at all. I'm shuffling papers because shuffling papers is what I do. You don't try to contradict her because she's right. The industrial planning system she supports serves primarily to maintain an illusion of control and to generate statistics that please authorities regardless of whether they reflect reality. The seasons turn. Winter gives way to spring, though spring feels muted. Flowers bloom without seeming particularly celebratory about it. Summer arrives with heat that makes the city smell of dust and old stone. Your daughter finishes the school year with adequate but uninspired grades. She's learned to perform academically while keeping her actual thoughts private, a useful skill in a system that rewards conformity over creativity. In August 1957, you take a week's holiday and travel to your wife's family farm in the countryside. It's a relief to be away from Budapest, away from streets that carry too many memories. The farm operates on rhythms that have nothing to do with politics, planting and harvesting, animal care and weather patterns. Your wife's father, a practical man who's farmed his whole life, makes no reference to the revolution. Instead, he shows you his potato crop and discusses the price of feed grain. Your daughter spends the week helping her grandmother with kitchen work and wandering the farm's meadows. You watch her from a distance, seeing her visibly relax as the days pass, the tension leaving her shoulders, her expression softening. One afternoon you find her sitting under an apple tree reading a book, and she looks almost like the child she was before October taught her hard lessons about power and disappointment. "It's nice here," she says when you join her. It is. Do you think we could live somewhere like this? Away from the city? You consider this carefully. Would you really want to? To give up Budapest entirely? She's quiet for a long moment. No, not entirely. I love the city, but sometimes I wish I could forget what happened, and here it's easier to forget. Forgetting has costs too, you suggest gently. I know, but remembering hurts. This is the dilemma you're all navigating, the balance between memory and survival, between holding on to what was and learning to live with what is. Back in Budapest after the holiday, autumn arrives again. October 1957. 1 year since the revolution began. The authorities make no official acknowledgement of the anniversary, which is its own kind of acknowledgement. The newspapers don't mention it. The radio broadcasts normal programming, but everyone knows what month it is, what week, and what day. On October 23rd, the anniversary of that first gathering at the Potofi statue, you notice people moving through the city with a kind of careful awareness. Nobody organises demonstrations, nobody hangs revolutionary flags, but small acts of remembrance occur. Someone leaves flowers at the base of a statue, someone wears a ribbon in the national colours. These gestures are subtle enough to maintain deniability, but visible enough to matter. Your daughter comes home from school that day and quietly shows you something she's written. A short essay about courage and hope, and the importance of trying even when success seems impossible. It's beautiful and heartbreaking, and you know she can never turn it into a teacher or share it with anyone outside the family. Why did you write it, you ask? Because I needed to remember what I felt before I forget entirely. You keep the essay in a book on your shelf where it won't be found by casual observers as proof that the revolution happened, that people cared, and that hope was real, even if it was crushed. The years that follow develop their own rhythms. Kadar's government consolidates power while offering small concessions, slightly better consumer goods, a bit more cultural freedom, and economic reforms that make daily life somewhat more tolerable. It's a pragmatic authoritarianism, more interested in compliance than enthusiasm, willing to grant minor freedoms in exchange for political acquiescence. You adapt because adapting is what people do. You continue working at the factory, providing for your family and performing the small routines that create structure in life. But you carry the revolution with you, a private history that informs how you understand the world. Your daughter grows up, finishes school, and goes to university to study literature. She's careful about what she says in class, and has learned to write papers that satisfy requirements without revealing her actual thoughts. But you sometimes find her reading forbidden poetry, works by writers who are officially non-persons, and you don't tell her to stop. Your wife remains at the ministry, where she's developed a reputation as reliable and efficient. She doesn't love her work, but she's made peace with it and found ways to take satisfaction in small competences. She's also found a community of other women who lived through the revolution, who share memories in carefully coded conversations over coffee. Istvan eventually retires from the factory. At his retirement celebration, a modest affair with cake and speeches, Horvath mentions his 35 years of dedicated service, but says nothing about the Workers' Council Istvan helped lead in November 1956. The omission is noticeable to everyone who knows, invisible to everyone who doesn't. The city itself heals its physical wounds. Buildings damaged by artillery are repaired. Streets torn up by tank treads are repaved. The bullet holes in facades are filled in, painted over and made invisible. Budapest looks normal again, a beautiful city on the Danube, its history buried under layers of present tense. But if you know where to look, traces remain. A plaque on a building wall, placed there by someone who felt the need to mark where a revolutionary died. Graffiti that periodically reappears on certain walls, the same slogans from 1956 rewritten by people too young to have been there, but old enough to have heard the stories. These marks are painted over by authorities and then reappear. A quiet conversation between memory and forgetting. You grow older. Your hair greys, your joints stiffen, and your body accumulates the wear of years. Your daughter marries, has children of her own, and begins the work of creating her own family's routines. You become a grandfather, a role that brings unexpected joy. The pleasure of watching your grandchildren grow without bearing the full weight of responsibility for their futures. Sometimes, watching your grandchildren play in the park or listening to them debate with the seriousness that children bring to their arguments, you think about October 1956. You think about the 3 weeks when it seemed like Hungary might choose its own path, might become something other than what powerful neighbours demanded. You think about the people who believed this was possible, who acted on that belief even knowing the risk. The revolution failed. This is simply historical fact. The Soviet tanks prevailed. The reformist government fell. Thousands fled into exile, and others went to prison or worse. By any practical measure, October 1956 was a defeat. But watching your granddaughter argue passionately about some playground injustice, you think maybe defeat is too simple a word. The revolution failed to change Hungary's political reality in 1956, but it changed something else. It proved that the system's power, vast as it was, couldn't fully control what people thought and felt and wanted. It proved that ordinary people could organise themselves, govern democratically, even briefly, and imagine alternatives to what seemed permanent. This knowledge doesn't put food on tables or remove Soviet forces from Hungarian territory, but it exists as a kind of seed, dormant perhaps, but not dead, waiting for conditions that might allow it to grow again. Your wife, sitting beside you while your grandchildren play, seems to read your thoughts. "Do you think they'll ever know what we lived through?" she asks quietly. "Maybe," you say. "Maybe when they're older, when they're trying to understand their own times, they'll be curious about ours, and we can tell them, not the official version, but what we actually saw and felt. And if the official version is all they're allowed to learn, you watch your granddaughter negotiate with her younger brother over who gets to use the swing first, see her make her case with logic and passion, and see her brother actually listen and reconsider his position. I think truth has a way of surviving, you say. It might hibernate for decades, might exist only in whispered conversations and hidden writings, but it doesn't die completely. Someone remembers, someone writes it down, someone tells their children, who tell their children, until enough time passes that speaking becomes safer. Your wife takes your hand, her grip warm and familiar after decades of marriage. You've become philosophical in your old age. I've had things to be philosophical about. It's 1989, 33 years after the revolution. You're retired now, spending your days in the modest apartment you've lived in for 40 years. Your daughter visits weekly with your grandchildren, who are teenagers now, asking questions about history that suddenly seems relevant again. Because something is happening in Hungary again. Something that echoes 1956, but with crucial differences. The communist system is crumbling, not crushed by tanks this time, but dissolving from within as people across Eastern Europe demand change. The Berlin Wall has fallen. Governments are negotiating transitions instead of suppressing demonstrations. The Soviet Union itself is reforming, its leader speaking about glasnost and perestroika, acknowledging that the old system isn't sustainable. On June 16th, 1989, Hungary holds a ceremony reburying Imre Nagy, executed in 1958 for his role in the revolution, his body buried in an unmarked grave, his name erased from official history. Now he's being honoured, his casket lying in state in Heroes Square while hundreds of thousands of Hungarians gather to pay respects. You attend with your wife and daughter. Your granddaughter, now 16, comes too. Curious about this history she's heard fragments of but never fully understood. You stand in the crowd, watching the ceremony, listening to speeches that acknowledge what happened in 1956, that call it a revolution instead of a counter-revolution, that honour the dead and the exiled and everyone who tried. Your wife is crying quietly. You're not crying, but you feel something shifting in your chest. Grief and vindication mixed together. Relief that truth is finally being spoken publicly, and sadness that so many who should be here to witness this are gone. Your granddaughter touches your arm gently. "This was your revolution," she says, "the one you've never talked about." "I lived through it," you correct her. "I wasn't particularly brave or heroic. I was just there trying to survive and understand." "But you remember it. You kept the memory." "Yes, we remembered." Later, walking home through streets filled with people discussing what they've witnessed, your daughter asks you what you're feeling. You consider this carefully. Relief, I think. For 33 years we've had to pretend it didn't matter, or that it happened differently than it did. And now, finally, we can acknowledge what actually occurred. We can say, yes, this happened. Yes, we tried. Yes, it mattered even though we failed. You didn't fail. Your granddaughter insists. You're here. You remembered. And now it's becoming real history instead of secret history. She's right, you realise. The revolution failed in 1956, but its legacy survived in memories and stories and the quiet refusal to fully accept the official narrative. And now, 3 decades later, that legacy is being honoured. The transition happens gradually over the following months. Free elections are scheduled. The Communist Party relinquishes its monopoly on power. Soviet forces begin withdrawing from Hungary. The changes are negotiated, not fought for with weapons, which perhaps is the ultimate vindication of what 1956 tried to achieve. Change through popular will rather than violent suppression. You live long enough to see Hungary join the European Union, to see your grandchildren grow up in a country that's imperfect but genuinely democratic, and to see Budapest become a city where people speak freely without fear. You live long enough to understand that 1956 wasn't a failed revolution. It was a seed that took decades to germinate, but eventually grew into the tree of freedom you're sheltering under. When you die peacefully in your sleep at 83, your daughter finds among your belongings a small collection of items you'd saved. A newspaper from October 23, 1956, reporting the student gathering. A Hungarian flag with a hole cut in the centre, where the communist emblem had been. Your daughter's essay about hope and courage, written when she was 14, and photographs of Budapest from before the revolution and after. She saves these items, planning to donate them to the museum that's being established to document the revolution. But she keeps the essay, her own words preserved by her father through decades when keeping such things was risky. Your granddaughter, now in her 20s and studying history at university, asks to see these items. She handles them carefully, these fragments of a world she never experienced but wants to understand. "What should I know about him?" she asks your daughter. "About what he lived through?" Your daughter thinks about this for a long moment before answering. "He was ordinary," she finally says. "That's the important thing to understand. He wasn't a hero or a revolutionary leader. He was an engineer who went to work every day, who worried about his family, and who tried to do small good things in a system that made goodness difficult. But he lived through something extraordinary, and he never forgot it. He carried those 3 weeks in October and November for the rest of his life, and even when it was dangerous to remember, he remembered. That's what I want you to know. That ordinary people, just by remembering and bearing witness, can keep truth alive until it's safe to speak it." This, perhaps, is the quiet legacy of 1956. Not a military victory or a successful revolution, but a demonstration that ordinary people, when given the chance, choose freedom. That this choice, even when suppressed, doesn't disappear. It persists in memory, in stories, and in the hearts of people who experience something better and refuse to forget it existed. You're buried in a cemetery on the Buda Hills, your grave marked with a simple stone bearing your name and dates. During your funeral, your granddaughter reads a passage from that essay you kept for 40 years. "We tried because trying matters. We believed because belief, however briefly realised, proves that alternatives exist. We hoped because hope is the refusal to accept that power determines truth. And even though we failed, we succeeded in something more important. We proved to ourselves that we're capable of more than we're usually allowed to be." The words echo across the cemetery, carried on Budapest's autumn wind. The same wind that blew through the city in October 1956. The same wind that will blow through it in Octobers yet to come, carrying memory forward into whatever futures await. Your revolution was crushed by tanks, but it couldn't be erased. It lived in memories and whispers and small acts of remembering. It waited, patient as seeds in winter soil, for the thaw that would allow it to grow again. And when that thaw finally came, when the ice of authoritarianism cracked and broke, what grew from those long-buried seeds was not exactly what you planted in 1956. It was different, adapted to different conditions and shaped by different circumstances. But it grew from the same roots, the belief that ordinary people deserve freedom, dignity, and the right to shape their own lives. This is what survives you, not monuments or grand gestures, but the quiet insistence that truth matters, that memory matters, that ordinary people, living ordinary lives with courage and conscience, are the foundation of everything that endures. Budapest continues its life along the Danube, ancient and modern, beautiful and scarred, carrying its history in stones and streets and stories. The river flows on, indifferent and eternal, and somewhere in the city someone who never knew you is reading about 1956, learning what happened and understanding that people once tried to be free and that trying, even in failure, changes everything. The revolution was 3 weeks long. The memory is forever. You find yourself in the landscape of Roman Britain during the middle years of the 1st century, when stone roads cross green valleys and settlements rest between older paths and newer walls. Daily life continues here beneath layers of authority and custom, where farms stretch across familiar ground and people move through routines shaped by both old traditions and recent rule. You wake in a world where two ways of living overlap across the same fields and villages. The sun rises over land that has been worked for generations, but now Roman roads cut straight lines through the curves of older tracks. The day begins, much as it always has, with the same tasks and seasons, though new patterns have woven themselves into the fabric of ordinary time. In the towns, stone buildings stand beside timber structures. You smell bread baking in the early morning, the yeast and warmth drifting through narrow streets, where people already move with purpose. Vendors arrange goods on tables beneath simple awnings. Pottery, tools, fabric and food appear in familiar displays. The marketplace fills gradually as the morning progresses, voices mixing in several languages as people greet neighbours and negotiate prices. The rhythm of market day follows established patterns. You watch as a farmer brings grain in measured amounts, the sacks carefully counted and noted. A potter displays bowls and storage vessels, each one shaped by hands that have repeated the same motions for years. People examine goods closely, feeling the weight of a knife or testing the weave of cloth before making decisions. Transactions happen through gesture and practiced understanding as much as through words. Outside the town walls, the countryside spreads in patches of cultivation and pasture. Fields follow the natural contours of the land, divided by low stone walls and hedgerows. You walk along a track worn smooth by countless feet and cartwheels, passing farms where families have lived for many generations. Smoke rises from roof vents, steady and unremarkable, marking where people prepare meals and warm their homes. The Roman presence shows itself in certain details. Milestones mark distances along the main roads, their carved numbers indicating how far you have travelled or how far remains to go. Tax collectors make their rounds according to schedules that repeat throughout the year, their visits anticipated if not always welcomed. Soldiers pass through occasionally, their leather and metal distinct among the wool and linen worn by most people. Yet much of daily life proceeds according to older rhythms. Cattle graze in pastures that have supported herds for as long as anyone remembers. Sheep are moved between summer and winter grazing grounds following routes established generations before any Roman arrived. Grain is sown and harvested according to weather and season, the timing adjusted by years of accumulated knowledge about this particular soil and climate. In the villages, round houses still shelter most families. You enter through a low doorway into a single circular room where the central fire provides light and warmth. Sleeping platforms line the walls, covered with layers of fleece and fabric. Tools hang from posts and beams. Storage jars rest against the curved wall, holding grain and preserved foods. The space smells of wood smoke, wool, and earth. Women prepare food using methods passed down through their mothers and grandmothers. Grain is ground into flour using stone querns, the circular motion repeated until the texture becomes fine enough for bread or porridge. Vegetables simmer in pots suspended over the fire. Herbs dry in bunches hung from the rafters. The work continues steadily throughout the day, hands moving through familiar motions while conversations flow around the tasks. Men work in the fields or tend livestock, their days governed by what each season requires. In spring, you plough and sow. In summer, you maintain boundaries and watch over growing crops. Autumn brings the harvest, when entire families work from dawn until dusk gathering what has grown. Winter means repairing tools, mending buildings, and caring for animals sheltered near the house. Children learn by watching and helping. A young girl sits beside her mother, learning to spin wool into thread. Her fingers fumble at first, then gradually find the rhythm. A boy follows his father to check on sheep, learning to read the signs that indicate health or illness in the flock. Knowledge transfers through demonstration and practice, with skills building slowly through repetition. The towns show more evidence of Roman planning. Streets meet at right angles, creating a grid that feels different from the organic growth of older settlements. Public buildings occupy central locations. You might find a bathhouse where people gather for cleanliness and conversation, the warm rooms providing comfort during colder months. Administrative buildings house officials who manage the territory's records and regulations. Water flows through carefully constructed channels. Aqueducts carry water from sources outside the town, the steady flow maintained by regular inspection and repair. Public fountains provide access for those without private supplies. Drainage systems remove waste. The channels are covered by stone slabs that you walk over without much thought. In both town and countryside, people wear practical clothing suited to their work and the climate. Most people dress in simple tunics, the fabric woven from wool or linen. Cloaks provide additional warmth and protection from rain. Leather shoes or boots protect feet from rough ground and cold. Those with more resources might add dyed fabrics or metal pins and brooches, but most clothing serves function rather than display. Food reflects what the land provides and what can be preserved through the year. Bread forms the foundation of most meals, accompanied by porridge, stews, and preserved vegetables. Meat appears regularly, but not at every meal, with pork, mutton, and beef all part of the diet. Fish comes from rivers and the coast. Milk becomes cheese that stores well through winter. Beer provides a drink safer than uncertain water sources. The day's rhythm includes several rest periods. People pause in the middle of the day when the sun reaches its height, eating a simple meal and resting briefly before returning to work. In towns, the bathhouse might draw people in the afternoon, offering a break from labour and a chance for unhurried conversation. Evenings bring the main meal, when families gather and the day's efforts wind down toward rest. Religious practice weaves through daily life in quiet ways. Small shrines mark crossroads and springs. People make offerings of grain or small objects, maintaining relationships with forces they understand as woven into the land itself. The Roman presence has added new gods and temples, but many people continue older observances alongside newer forms, seeing no contradiction in honouring both. Trade connects communities across distances. Merchants travel the Roman roads, carrying goods between towns and large cities. Pottery from one region appears in markets far from where it was made. Metal goods travel even farther, following trade routes that extend beyond Britain entirely. Salt, a necessity for preserving food, comes from coastal salt works and mines, and is distributed through networks of exchange. Craftspeople maintain their workshops in towns and larger villages. A blacksmith shapes iron into tools and fittings, the hammer's ring marking the passage of hours. A carpenter selects wood and shapes it into everything from simple spoons to complex cartwheels. A weaver works at a loom, threads crossing in patterns that create both utility and beauty. Each craft requires years to master, and skilled workers pass their knowledge to apprentices who will eventually continue the tradition. Legal matters follow Roman structures in towns, while villages often maintain older systems of resolving disputes. Magistrates hear cases and render judgments according to Roman law. Contracts are written and witnessed. Property boundaries are recorded in official documents. Yet in the countryside, many agreements still happen through witnessed oaths and community knowledge, recorded in memory rather than on tablets. The seasons govern more than agriculture. Winter brings less outdoor work, but more time for indoor crafts and repairs. Spring requires intense labour as planting begins and animals bear young. Summer means constant attention to growing crops and maintaining infrastructure. Autumn focuses on gathering and preserving, preparing for the months when fresh food will be scarce. Communication travels along the roads and through established networks. Official messages move quickly via the Roman postal system, with riders carrying documents between administrative centres. Informal news spreads more slowly but just as reliably, carried by merchants and travellers who share information as naturally as they share meals at taverns along the way. Children play games that teach skills they will need as adults. They practice throwing and accuracy with small stones and targets. They race and climb, building strength and coordination. Girls play with simple dolls, acting out domestic scenes. Boys create miniature farms and forts, arranging sticks and stones into familiar patterns. The rhythm of a day in Roman Britain combines continuity and change. You rise with the sun because that is when light allows work to begin. You follow patterns established over lifetimes because they match the requirements of season and land. Yet you also encounter new structures, new authorities, and new expectations that have been added to what came before. The combination creates a daily life that feels both familiar and adapted, traditional and modified, settled into patterns that seem likely to continue indefinitely. The Roman presence in Britain operates through systems designed to function with regular precision. Officials work through established procedures, maintaining records and collecting revenues according to schedules that repeat throughout the year. The machinery of administration requires constant attention, with each official responsible for specific tasks that connect to larger networks of governance. Tax collection follows a calendar known to everyone. Collectors arrive in districts at expected times, carrying tablets and scrolls that list what each household and farm owes. The amounts have been calculated based on land holdings and production capacity. You gather what is required and present it for counting and recording. Grain fills measured baskets, livestock is counted, and a portion is designated for collection. In some cases, currency changes hands, the coins representing value in a more portable form. The process involves careful documentation. Each transaction is noted, the details recorded in wax tablets that will later be transferred to more permanent records. Officials check measurements and verify counts. Witnesses observe to ensure fairness in the process. The system depends on accuracy and accountability, with multiple levels of review designed to catch errors or dishonesty. Roads require constant maintenance to remain usable. Crews work along major routes, repairing surfaces damaged by weather and traffic. You might see workers replacing stones that have shifted, filling holes that have formed, or clearing drainage ditches to prevent water damage. The work follows inspection schedules, with officials noting problems and assigning crews to address them. Milestones serve practical purposes beyond marking distance. They indicate jurisdiction and responsibility, showing which authorities maintain which sections of road. The stones themselves require occasional repair or replacement, their carved letters refreshed when weather wears them smooth. Maps and itineraries list the distances between settlements, allowing travellers to plan journeys with reasonable accuracy. Military installations dot the landscape, though many function more as administrative centres than active battlegrounds. Forts house soldiers who rotate through assignments, spending time in Britain as part of longer military careers that may take them across the empire. The forts operate on strict schedules with guard rotations, meal times and training periods all following established patterns. Supply chains keep these installations functioning. Food arrives from designated sources, with local farmers providing grain, meat, and other provisions as part of their tax obligations. Equipment comes from workshops that specialise in military goods. Everything from weapons to cooking pots travels along supply routes managed by officials who track inventory and anticipate needs. Legal administration requires officials who understand Roman law and can apply it to the variety of situations that arise. Magistrates hear disputes about property boundaries, broken contracts, and injuries. They reference legal codes and precedents, applying principles developed over centuries to specific circumstances. Decisions are recorded and can be appealed through higher authorities if parties remain unsatisfied. Contracts structure many relationships in Roman Britain. Land leases, service agreements, and business partnerships all exist in written form, witnessed and sealed to prevent later disagreement. The documents specify terms carefully, noting what each party promises and what happens if promises are broken. Officials maintain archives of these contracts, available for consultation when disputes arise. Census taking happens periodically, requiring officials to count people, animals, and property throughout their assigned territories. Teams of census takers travel from settlement to settlement, recording names, ages, occupations, and holdings. The information serves multiple purposes, from tax assessment to military recruitment planning. The process takes months to complete, with results compiled and forwarded to higher administrative levels. Public buildings require regular upkeep. The bathhouse needs fresh water brought in and wastewater removed. Heating systems must be maintained, with fires tended and channels kept clear. The forum and basilica, where official business is conducted, require cleaning and occasional repairs. Skilled workers receive payment from public funds to perform these tasks. Currency circulates through the economy, supplementing the older systems of barter and exchange. Coins come in various denominations, allowing for precise payment and easier trade across distances. Moneylenders operate in larger towns, extending credit and managing debt according to regulated interest rates. The presence of standardized currency makes certain transactions simpler, though many rural areas still rely heavily on direct exchange. Written records accumulate steadily. Administrative buildings house scrolls and tablets documenting everything from tax receipts to legal judgments to construction projects. Clerks copy important documents to create backups and summaries. The archives represent decades of accumulated information about the territory's management and development. Postal systems enable communication across long distances. Designated stations along major roads provide fresh horses for official couriers. Messages travel faster than ordinary travellers because couriers ride continuously, stopping only to change mounts. The system allows administrators to send and receive reports, orders, and questions without travelling themselves. Weights and measures follow standardized systems, making trade more straightforward. Official sets of weights are maintained in markets, available for checking the accuracy of scales used by merchants. Length measurements use established units, allowing construction projects and land surveys to reference consistent standards. Inspectors verify that merchants use proper measures, imposing penalties when they find deliberate inaccuracies. Harbour facilities in coastal towns manage trade arriving by sea. Docks allow ships to load and unload cargo. Warehouses store goods awaiting distribution inland. Customs officials assess duties on imported items. The work requires coordination between merchants, ship crews, and administrative staff, all following procedures designed to keep goods moving while collecting appropriate revenues. Education in larger towns includes schools where children learn to read and write. The curriculum emphasises practical skills, teaching the Latin necessary for administrative work and trade. Students practice writing on wax tablets, learning letter forms and basic arithmetic. Those destined for official positions receive more advanced training in law and rhetoric. Public entertainment serves administrative purposes as well as providing leisure. Festivals mark important dates in the official calendar, celebrating emperors and military victories. Games and performances gather people together, creating opportunities to announce policies and reinforce social hierarchies. The events require planning and resources, with officials coordinating logistics and funding. Border control involves monitoring movement along the territory's edges. Officials at major crossing points record travellers and check cargo. They watch for goods that should be taxed and for people whose presence might indicate security concerns. The system is porous by modern standards but maintains awareness of general movement patterns. Building codes govern construction in towns, specifying minimum standards for safety and functionality. Regulations address fire risk, structural stability, and waste management. Inspectors review major construction projects, ensuring compliance before buildings are occupied. The rules reflect accumulated experience with urban life and the problems that arise when too many people live close together. Health regulations address public sanitation and disease prevention. Requirements for waste disposal reduce contamination of water supplies. Quarantine procedures exist for ships arriving from places known to have illness. While understanding of disease remains limited, practical measures based on observation provide some protection against epidemic spread. Market regulation prevents certain forms of fraud and manipulation. Officials set maximum prices for essential goods during shortages, preventing exploitation. They monitor quality, checking that food is safe and that products match their descriptions. Licensed traders must follow rules to maintain their permission to operate in official market spaces. Labour systems include both free workers and enslaved people. Free labourers negotiate terms for their work, receiving payment in currency or goods. Enslaved people work under compulsion, their labour directed by those who own them. The institution exists as part of the Roman economic system, unremarked upon by most as simply how certain work gets done. Veteran settlement programs place former soldiers in rural areas, providing them with land in exchange for their military service. These colonies strengthen Roman presence in the countryside and provide a source of loyal, trained men who can be called upon if needed. The veterans bring their families and establish farms, becoming part of the permanent population. Water management extends beyond aqueducts to include drainage systems and flood control. Engineers design channels that direct water away from settlements during heavy rains. Wetlands are sometimes drained to create additional farmland. Wells are dug with attention to location and depth, seeking reliable sources while avoiding contamination. The administrative year follows a cycle of reports and reviews. Officials submit accounts to their superiors, documenting revenue collected, expenses paid, and projects completed. Auditors examine these records, checking calculations and investigating discrepancies. The system creates accountability, though it also generates enormous amounts of paperwork. Justice administration includes prisons where people await trial or serve sentences. Conditions vary based on status and the nature of the offence. The facilities require guards, food supplies, and maintenance. Processing prisoners generates more documentation, tracking who is held, why, and for how long. All of this administrative work continues day after day, creating the structure within which daily life occurs. Officials rise and attend to their duties. Records accumulate, systems function. The work is rarely dramatic but always necessary, maintaining the framework of order that allows everything else to proceed. Beyond the Roman towns and administrative centres, the Iceni and other tribal communities maintain ways of living that reach back through countless generations. Their relationship with the land follows patterns established long before any Roman arrived, shaped by the seasons and the particular characteristics of the territory they call home. The Iceni hold lands in what is now East Anglia, where rivers wind through relatively flat terrain, and forests provide resources alongside the open fields. Settlements spread across this landscape, each community connected to others through kinship and custom, rather than through written law or centralised administration. Authority flows from recognition and respect rather than from an appointed position. Land belongs to families and clans in ways that involve both individual use and collective responsibility. You inherit rights to specific fields and pastures, but these rights come with obligations to kin and community. Boundaries are known through long use and collective memory, rather than through surveyed lines on official maps. Disputes about land are resolved through discussion among elders who remember how divisions were made and why. Leadership among the Iceni involves both inherited status and demonstrated capability. A chieftain's position passes through family lines, but maintaining respect requires wisdom in judgment and generosity to followers. Leaders are expected to feed their people, provide protection, and settle disputes fairly. They wear torques and fine clothing that mark their status, but these items represent accumulated obligation as much as privilege. Women hold significant roles in Iceni society. They can own property, inherit wealth, and in some cases lead their communities. Marriage involves negotiation between families, with dowries and bride prices exchanged to formalise alliances. Women manage households, make decisions about resources, and participate in religious observances. Their knowledge of herbs, healing, and cloth production makes them essential to community survival. Extended families live in close proximity, often within the same settlement. A roundhouse might shelter parents, unmarried children, and sometimes grandparents. Nearby houses hold married children and their families. This proximity allows for shared labour and mutual support. Children are raised by many hands, learning from aunts and uncles as well as from parents. Craftsmanship reaches high levels of skill in metalwork and textile production. Smiths create tools, weapons, and jewellery using techniques refined over generations. The Iceni are known for their metalwork, producing items that combine function with decoration. Patterns flow across surfaces, connecting the practical object to deeper meanings about identity and belonging. Weaving produces fabrics in various weights and patterns. Women work at looms, creating cloth for clothing, blankets, and wall hangings. Dyes made from local plants provide colour. The most skilled weavers produce complex patterns that require careful planning and precise execution. These textiles serve as markers of status and as valuable trade goods. Horses hold particular importance in Iceni culture. They are bred carefully, with attention to traits that make them valuable for riding and pulling chariots. Knowledge about horse care passes from experienced handlers to younger learners. Horses represent wealth and status, with ownership of fine animals indicating both resources and judgment. Religious practice centres on locations in the landscape that hold sacred meaning. Groves, springs, and certain hills serve as places where the boundary between ordinary and sacred feels particularly thin. Offerings are left at these places, maintaining relationships with forces understood to inhabit and influence the world. Druids serve as religious specialists, though their role includes much more than ceremony. The Druidic tradition encompasses law, history, poetry, and medicine, alongside religious knowledge. Druids train for many years, memorizing vast amounts of information that they preserve and transmit orally. They serve as judges in disputes, applying traditional law. They preserve stories that explain how things came to be and what obligations people carry. They observe natural signs and advise on appropriate timing for important actions. Seasonal festivals mark turning points in the agricultural year and in the natural world. These gatherings bring communities together for celebration, ceremony, and the conduct of important business. Marriages are often formalised during these times. Alliances are confirmed. Disputes are brought for judgment. The festivals combine practical social functions with spiritual observance. Warfare exists but follows rules different from Roman military practice. Warriors fight for honour and status as much as for territory or resources. Raids between neighbouring groups test courage and provide opportunities for young men to establish reputations. Combat includes individual challenges and displays of prowess. Bravery in battle brings lasting renown, celebrated in songs and stories. Warriors wear distinctive gear that marks their status. Torques circle their necks. Shields carry patterns unique to families or groups. Spears and swords are cared for with attention that reflects both practical need and spiritual significance. A warrior's weapons may have names and histories passed down through generations. Feasting provides crucial social structure. Leaders demonstrate generosity by hosting elaborate meals where meat, beer, and bread are shared freely. Seating arrangements reflect status, with honoured guests placed near the host. Bards perform during these feasts, reciting poetry that praises warriors, recounts famous deeds, and maintains collective memory of important events. Food production follows seasonal rhythms that everyone knows intimately. Spring means preparing fields and sowing grain. Summer requires tending crops and gathering wild plants that supplement cultivated foods. Autumn brings harvest, and the preservation work that will sustain the community through winter. Winter means living on stored foods while caring for animals sheltered near settlements. Preservation techniques make seasonal abundance available throughout the year. Grain is stored in pits lined with clay, where it remains dry and protected from pests. Meat is salted or smoked. Vegetables are dried. Milk becomes cheese that ages and improves in storage. These techniques require knowledge and careful work, but they allow people to eat reliably even when fresh food is scarce. Hunting provides meat and other resources from wild animals. Deer, boar, and smaller game are pursued using dogs, spears, and knowledge of animal behaviour. Hunting happens within understood territories, with rights to certain areas recognised through custom. Success requires patience and skill, qualities developed over many seasons of practice. Fishing takes advantage of rivers and coastal waters. Weirs and traps capture fish during their seasonal movements. Lines and nets bring in other catches. The work requires understanding of fish behaviour and water conditions. Dried and smoked fish add variety to the diet and can be stored for later use. Children learn through participation in daily tasks. A child watches herding before being trusted with animals. They practice with small tools before handling full-sized implements. Skills build gradually through repeated exposure and increasing responsibility. Knowledge transfers through demonstration and correction, rather than through formal instruction. Stories serve educational purposes alongside their entertainment value. Tales about ancestors teach proper behaviour through example. Accounts of past mistakes warn against specific errors. Genealogies establish connections between living people and important figures from earlier generations. The stories are told and retold, adapting to each telling while maintaining core elements. Healing combines practical knowledge of plants and injuries with ritual elements, meant to address spiritual dimensions of illness. Healers know which plants reduce fever, ease pain, or promote healing of wounds. They set broken bones and treat various ailments using remedies refined through long experience. Treatment also includes prayers and offerings, acknowledging that illness may have causes beyond the physical. Trade connects Iceni communities to other groups near and far. Metalwork travels to distant markets. Grain and livestock are exchanged for goods not produced locally. Salt, essential for preservation, comes from coastal sources. Luxury items like amber or wine arrive through trade networks that extend across the known world. Kinship obligations structure mutual support. You're expected to help relatives in need, to host travelling family members, and to contribute to important family events. These obligations are reciprocal, creating networks of mutual aid that function as social safety nets. Failure to meet kinship obligations damages reputation and social standing. Marriage creates alliances between families and clans. Negotiations involve careful consideration of what each side brings and what obligations the union creates. Children from the marriage connect both families, creating new kinship ties. Divorce is possible but complicated, requiring negotiation and sometimes formal judgment about property division and child custody. The built environment reflects social organisation and practical needs. Roundhouses provide efficient shelter while requiring minimal materials. Their circular shape offers no corners where heat can be lost. Central fires warm the space and provide light. The design has been refined over centuries to match climate and available materials. Boundaries between communities are marked but permeable. Recognisable landmarks indicate where one group's territory ends and another's begins. Movement across boundaries happens regularly for trade, marriage, and seasonal gathering. Conflicts over territory are resolved through negotiation, or, in some cases, through displays of force that establish relative strength without necessarily causing extensive harm. Livestock ownership provides wealth that can be moved and increased. Cattle, sheep and pigs represent stored value that grows over time as animals reproduce. Herds require constant care but provide meat, milk, leather and wool. The size and quality of someone's livestock indicate their prosperity and management skills. Time is measured through natural cycles rather than counted units. The day progresses from dawn through midday to dusk. Months follow the moon's phases. Years are marked by seasonal festivals and significant events. This system connects time to observable phenomena rather than to abstract numerical sequences. All of these customs and practices create a way of living that feels complete unto itself. The Iceni maintain their identity through language, custom and connection to specific places. They interact with Roman authority where necessary, but preserve internal structures that govern most of daily life. The overlap between Roman systems and tribal traditions creates layers of rule and relationship that coexist, sometimes easily and sometimes with friction. Even in times of transition and adjustment, rest remains essential to life's continuation. Bodies and minds require periodic renewal, and every culture develops patterns that allow for recovery from work's demands. In Roman Britain, rest takes many forms, woven into daily schedules and seasonal cycles. The day structure naturally includes pauses. Work begins at dawn when light allows tasks to be seen clearly. By midday, the sun's intensity suggests a break from labour. People eat a simple meal and rest briefly, sitting in shade during warmer months or near fires when the weather turns cold. Conversation flows quietly during these pauses, voices low and unhurried. Evenings bring a longer period of reduced activity. As light fades, outdoor work becomes impractical, and people move toward shelter. Meals are prepared and eaten with family or household members. The pace slows naturally as darkness removes the ability to do precision work or travel safely. People settle into indoor spaces warmed by fires and lit by oil lamps or rush lights. In roundhouses, the central fire becomes the focus of evening time. Flames provide warmth and light while also serving practical purposes, keeping pots warm and making the space visible. People sit around the fire on low stools or benches, engaged in tasks that require less light than daytime work. Wool might be spun or fibre prepared for weaving. Tools might be repaired or sharpened. Small tasks continue, but the atmosphere differs from daylight hours. Stories emerge during these evening gatherings. Someone might recount events from the day or remember incidents from years past. Older family members share memories that become part of collective knowledge. The telling happens without performance or drama, simply one voice among others, speaking and being heard. The stories blend with the crackling of the fire and the small sounds of people working with their hands. Children settle into sleep before adults, their earlier bedtimes reflecting their lesser stamina. Parents guide them to sleeping platforms covered with fleece and fabric. The children curl beneath coverings, warmed by the fire's residual heat and by shared body warmth when siblings sleep together. Their breathing gradually deepens and slows, marking their passage into rest. Sleep arrangements vary by status and setting. In Roman-style houses, separate sleeping rooms allow for more privacy. Beds are raised on frames with mattresses of straw or wool. Blankets and furs provide warmth. In simpler dwellings, platforms along the walls serve as sleeping surfaces. Everyone sleeps fully clothed except for outer garments set aside for morning. Night brings a different quality to settlements. Most people sleep, but some remain awake for necessary tasks. In towns, night watchmen walk established routes, their presence maintaining order during dark hours. Their footsteps echo against stone walls, regular and predictable. They carry lanterns that cast small pools of light, checking doors and watching for fire risk or other problems. In military forts, guard rotations continue through the night. Sentries stand watch in designated positions, alert but not tense. The hours pass slowly, measured by the changing positions of stars overhead. Relief comes at set intervals, one guard replacing another in a rotation that ensures rest for all, while maintaining constant vigilance. Rural settlements typically lack formal watch systems, but maintain awareness nonetheless. Dogs sleep lightly, responding to unusual sounds with barks that alert human occupants. Livestock sometimes stir in their pens, their movements audible to those sleeping nearby. The sounds of the night become familiar, making truly unusual noises more noticeable. Seasonal changes affect rest patterns. Summer nights are shorter, with darkness lasting only a few hours. People might sleep less during these months, rising early and working until late evening. Winter's long nights provide more time for sleep and for indoor activities that happen in firelight. The seasonal variation matches work demands, with longer rest periods coinciding with times when outdoor work is limited. Religious observances sometimes include nighttime elements. Certain festivals involve keeping watch through the night, maintaining fires, or observing rituals that mark important transitions. These occasions are communal rather than solitary, with groups of people sharing the experience and supporting each other through the unusual schedule. Bathhouses in Roman towns provide afternoon and evening relaxation. People visit after work, spending time in warm rooms where they can wash and rest. Conversations happen in the changing rooms and around the pools. The environment encourages unhurried time, a deliberate pause in the day's progression. Leaving the bathhouse clean and relaxed, people head toward evening meals and eventual sleep. Taverns serve as gathering places where men sometimes extend their evenings beyond home. Beer and simple food are available. Gaming boards provide entertainment. Talk flows among people who might not see each other elsewhere. The atmosphere is generally peaceful, with most customers seeking companionship rather than excitement. Dreams are understood as meaningful, though interpretations vary. Some dreams are seen as messages or warnings. Others are simply the mind's night wandering, unimportant except as curiosity. People sometimes share notable dreams with family members or respected elders, seeking insight into their significance. Illness can disrupt rest, requiring care during night hours. Healers sometimes attend to seriously ill people through the night, providing comfort and administering remedies. Family members take turns sitting with sick relatives, offering water and adjusting coverings. The night care combines practical nursing with presence, ensuring the ill person does not suffer alone. Pregnant women and new mothers experience altered rest patterns. Late pregnancy makes comfortable sleep positions difficult to find. Newborns wake frequently for feeding, interrupting their mother's rest. Extended families help by taking infants for periods during the day, allowing mothers to sleep when possible. The disturbance is temporary, ending as children develop more mature sleep patterns. Elderly people often sleep less than younger adults, their nights broken by discomfort or the simple changes that come with age. They might rise during the night, adding fuel to fires or simply sitting quietly until sleep returns. Their presence during night hours adds another layer of watchfulness to household safety. Weather affects rest quality. Cold nights require more coverings and maintenance of fires. Wet weather might mean dampness seeps into buildings, making comfort harder to achieve. Wind creates sounds that can disturb sleep, particularly when it catches loose shutters or doors. People adapt through experience, learning what works in their particular circumstances. Music sometimes accompanies evening hours, though not every night or in every household. Simple instruments like flutes or small harps provide melodies. Singing happens informally, with people joining in or listening as they prefer. The music is gentle, suited to the winding down of the day rather than to energetic performance. Travel requires different rest arrangements. Those moving along Roman roads might stay at way stations that provide basic shelter and food. Others seek hospitality at farms or settlements, requesting space to sleep in exchange for news or a small payment. Sleeping outdoors is possible during warmer months, with travellers seeking dry ground and relative shelter. Festivals disrupt normal rest patterns for short periods. Celebrations might continue into the night with feasting and ritual. People accept the temporary change, knowing they will return to regular schedules afterward. The special occasions justify the departure from routine. Monks and religious specialists in some communities maintain different rest patterns, rising for prayer during the night or observing vigils. Their schedule reflects spiritual dedication rather than practical necessity. Most people respect these practices while not adopting them personally. Rest represents more than simple cessation of activity. It provides necessary recovery that allows work to continue. It offers time for bodies to repair and for minds to process experiences. The rhythm of work and rest repeats daily, creating a pattern that supports life's continuation. People honour rest by allowing themselves and others these necessary pauses, understanding that pushing beyond natural limits serves no one well. Food production and distribution create the foundation for everything else in Roman Britain. Without reliable nourishment, no administrative system, no army, and no community can function. The work of growing, gathering, storing, and sharing food occupies much of everyone's time and attention. Grain forms the centre of most diets. Wheat, barley, and oats grow in fields that are ploughed, planted, tended, and harvested according to well-established cycles. You prepare the soil in autumn after the previous harvest is complete, turning it with wooden ploughs pulled by oxen. The work is hard and slow, requiring multiple passes to break up compacted earth and expose fresh soil to weathering through winter. Spring planting begins when soil temperature and moisture indicate favourable conditions. You broadcast seed by hand, walking steadily across the field with a bag slung over your shoulder. The motion becomes rhythmic, reaching into the bag, casting the seed in an arc, stepping forward and repeating. Coverage must be even to avoid gaps where nothing will grow. After sowing, you might plough again lightly to cover the seed and protect it from birds. The growing season requires vigilance against various threats. Birds eat exposed seed and young shoots. Weeds compete for water and nutrients. Disease can spread through plants if conditions favour it. You walk through fields regularly, observing and making decisions about intervention. Sometimes weeding is necessary. Sometimes you accept losses as inevitable, rather than spending effort on marginal improvements. Harvest demands intensive labour compressed into a short period. Grain ripens over several weeks, and timing matters for maximising yield and quality. You cut stalks with sickles, bending and grasping bundles while moving steadily down rows. The cut grain is tied into sheaves that stand in the field to dry further before being gathered into larger stacks. Threshing separates grain from stalks and chaff. The work happens on prepared floors where grain is spread and beaten with flails, or where animals walk over it, crushing the seed free. Wind is used to winnow, tossing the mixture in the air so that lighter chaff blows away while heavier grain falls. The process requires dry weather and multiple repetitions to achieve clean grain. Storage determines how well the harvest sustains people through the year. Grain must be kept dry and protected from pests. In rural areas, underground pits lined with clay or stone provide storage. In towns, purpose-built granaries raise floors above ground level and include ventilation to reduce moisture. Regular inspection catches problems before they spread. Vegetables supplement grain-based foods. Cabbage, onions, leeks, and root vegetables like carrots and turnips grow in gardens near houses. These plants require less space than grain fields and can be tended by people who are also managing household tasks. Harvesting happens as vegetables mature, with some taken fresh and others preserved for later use. Preservation methods extend the availability of fresh foods beyond their growing season. Root vegetables store well in cool, dark places. Cabbage can be fermented into a form that keeps through winter. Onions are dried and hung in bunches. The work of preservation happens alongside harvest, adding steps to autumn's labour but ensuring variety in winter meals. Legumes like peas and beans provide protein and store well when dried. They grow in rotation with grain, actually improving soil quality for subsequent grain crops. You harvest them when pods have dried on the plant, then shell the seeds and store them in sealed containers. Soaking and cooking restore them to usable form throughout the year. Livestock management involves constant attention and seasonal variation. Cattle, sheep, pigs, goats, and chickens all require different care, but all need food, water, shelter, and protection from predators and disease. You learn to recognize signs of health and illness, to judge when animals need intervention, and to make decisions about breeding and culling. Cattle provide multiple resources. Milk comes from cows and is consumed fresh, or made into cheese and butter. Calves are born in spring when grass is growing and milk production is increasing. Oxen, castrated male cattle, serve as draft animals for ploughing and hauling. Eventually aging or excess animals are slaughtered for meat and hides. Sheep give wool, milk, and eventually meat. Shearing happens in late spring when wool has grown thick through the winter, but before summer heat makes the fleece burdensome to the animal. The wool is washed, combed, and spun into thread for weaving. Lambing requires close attention, with shepherds checking frequently on pregnant ewes and assisting with difficult births. Pigs convert food scraps and forest mast into meat. They forage in woodlands during autumn, fattening on acorns and other nuts. Their ability to eat varied foods makes them efficient livestock, though they require different management than grazing animals. Pork can be preserved through salting and smoking, making it available long after slaughter. Chickens provide eggs regularly and meat occasionally. They forage around settlements, eating insects and seeds. Their roosting places need protection from foxes and other predators. Gathering eggs is a daily task, with production varying by season and the age of the hens. Dairy work requires daily attention. Cows must be milked twice a day during their lactation period. The milk is processed quickly, as it spoils rapidly without refrigeration. Cheesemaking transforms milk into a form that stores well. The process involves adding rennet to separate curds from whey, then pressing and aging the curds. Skilled cheesemakers produce varieties that improve with storage. Hunting supplements domesticated meat sources. Deer, wild boar, and smaller game live in forests and on uncultivated land. Hunting requires permission in areas controlled by Roman authorities or by tribal leaders who claim hunting rights. The work combines patience, knowledge of animal behaviour, and skill with weapons. Success provides meat but also hides, antlers, and other useful materials. Fishing provides protein from rivers, streams, and coastal waters. Techniques vary with location and target species. Weirs channel fish into traps. Nets are set in likely spots and checked regularly. Lines with hooks catch individual fish. The work suits different seasons and conditions, providing food when weather makes other work difficult. Foraging gathers wild plants that add nutrients and variety to meals. Berries, nuts, mushrooms, and edible greens are collected by people who know what is safe and where to find it. This knowledge is specific to local conditions and is shared within families and communities. Foraging happens alongside other work, taking advantage of time spent travelling or herding. Salt is essential for preservation and flavouring. It comes from coastal evaporation pans or from inland salt deposits. Trade networks distribute salt to areas without local sources. The substance is valuable enough that it features in tax payments and trade calculations. Proper salting can preserve meat and fish for months. Beer provides a drink safer than uncertain water sources while also offering nutrition. Brewing involves soaking grain until it sprouts, drying and crushing it, then boiling it with water and allowing fermentation. The process requires attention to temperature and timing, but becomes routine for experienced brewers. Beer consumption is normal for adults and children, though the alcohol content in daily beer is relatively low. Bread making begins with grinding grain into flour. Stone querns turn steadily, reducing grain to powder fine enough for baking. The work is time-consuming but necessary for creating palatable food from stored grain. Flour is mixed with water, and often with leavening agents like yeast from beer brewing. The dough is shaped and baked in ovens or in pots set among fire coals. Cooking techniques suit available equipment and fuels. Most heating happens over open fires or in simple ovens. Pots hang from tripods or sit directly in coals. Baking vessels hold dough while heat surrounds them. The methods are simple but effective, refined through long experience with particular ingredients and conditions. Meal timing follows work rhythms. A light breakfast might consist of bread and beer. Midday brings a more substantial meal when work pauses. Evening provides the main meal, when people gather and eat together. What is consumed depends on the season, status, and what is available, but the pattern of multiple smaller meals rather than one large one is common. Fasting happens occasionally for religious reasons or when supplies run low before harvest. Deliberate food restriction demonstrates devotion or disciplines the body. Unintentional hunger occurs when weather damages crops or when distribution systems fail. Communities often share when some have more and others less, maintaining relationships through mutual support. Trade in foodstuffs allows specialization and variety. Wine arrives from Mediterranean regions. Olive oil comes from southern areas where olives grow. Spices travel vast distances. These luxury items appear more often in towns and in households with more resources, but they demonstrate the connections that link distant places through exchange. Market days concentrate food exchange. Farmers bring produce and livestock. Bakers sell bread. Butchers offer fresh and preserved meat. Fishmongers display their catches. Prices fluctuate based on supply and season, with officials sometimes intervening to prevent excessive increases during shortages. Food quality matters not only for taste but also for health. Spoiled or contaminated food causes illness that can spread through households or communities. People learn to recognize signs of spoilage and to discard questionable items. Standards exist informally through shared knowledge and formally through market regulations. Children learn food skills through participation. They help with harvesting, picking vegetables, collecting eggs, and preparing meals. The work teaches patience, attention, and the seasonal cycles that govern availability. As they mature, their contributions increase until they can manage food production independently. Hospitality includes sharing food with guests. Offering meals to visitors demonstrates generosity and maintains social relationships. The quality and abundance of food served reflects on the host's status and character. Even modest households provide what they can when travellers or relatives arrive. Food connects to celebration and ritual. Feasts mark important occasions with abundance and variety. Offerings to gods include grain, animals, or drink. The religious dimension of food acknowledges dependence on forces beyond human control and maintains proper relationships with the sacred. All of these activities and systems interweave, creating a complex network that nourishes the population. The work is constant but familiar, repeated with variations throughout every year. People know what each season requires and what each task involves. The reliability of these patterns provides security, allowing communities to continue from one generation to the next. Across Roman Britain, evenings settle with a familiar quality, even as larger circumstances shift gradually beneath the surface of daily life. The light fades at its appointed time, fires are lit, and people move through routines that feel permanent, though nothing actually is. In Colchester, evening finds the streets quieter than during the day. The administrative buildings have closed, their officials having completed the day's work and departed for home. Merchants have covered their goods and shuttered their stalls. The Forum, which during daylight hours serves as a gathering place for business and conversation, now sits mostly empty. A few people cross through it, moving with purpose toward destinations elsewhere. The Roman Theatre, a permanent structure of stone and timber, sometimes hosts performances in the evening. Tonight it sits dark, its rows of seats empty, waiting for the next scheduled event. The building represents cultural ambitions, a statement about civilization and its proper forms. During performances, people gather to watch plays or hear recitations, participating in traditions that link this distant province to the broader empire. Bathhouses remain open into the evening, their braziers stoked to maintain heat in the caldarium. A handful of patrons move between the warm room and the tepidarium, following the bathing sequence designed to cleanse and relax. Attendants move quietly, maintaining fires and cleaning surfaces. Conversations echo softly against tile and stone, the words indistinct but the tone peaceful. In the settlement's residential areas, individual households conduct their evening routines. Oil lamps cast steady light in rooms where families eat their evening meals. Simple dishes are passed and shared. Children are reminded to finish their portions. Adults discuss the day's events in low voices. Nothing urgent or alarming, simply the exchange of information that maintains household awareness. A temple dedicated to the imperial cult stands on the settlement's edge, its architecture deliberate in conveying Roman authority through design. During the day, officials conduct ceremonies that acknowledge the emperor's position. Evening finds it quiet, watched over by a single attendant who maintains the sacred space. A lamp burns continuously, its flame representing continuity and order. Beyond the town, on farms worked by families who have known this land for generations, similar rhythms unfold. Animals have been secured for the night, sheltered where possible, or at least gathered into areas where they can be monitored. Chickens roost in their protected spaces, cattle settle in pens, sheep cluster together in fields, their collective presence providing mutual warmth and some defence against predators. Inside a round house, a family sits around the central fire. An older woman is working wool through her fingers, the motion automatic after decades of practice. Her daughter prepares something in a pot set near the coals, occasionally stirring and checking progress. Children sit nearby, one playing quietly with a simple toy, another already drowsy and leaning against a parent. The conversation, when it happens, is unremarkable. Someone mentions that a neighbour's cow has gone lame and may need attention. Another note is that the grain storage pit needs inspection before the next rainfall. The topics are practical and immediate, requiring no dramatic response. Information is shared and acknowledged, creating the network of awareness that allows communal life to function. In the Iceni territories further north, evening settles over villages where life continues according to older patterns. Here the Roman presence is less visible, felt more through taxation and occasional administrative visits than through daily architecture or enforced customs. The settlements maintain their traditional character, round houses clustered together, paths worn by long use connecting them. A chieftain's compound shows signs of status through size and the quality of items visible to visitors. The main house is larger than others, capable of hosting gatherings when necessary. Tonight it holds only the immediate household. A fire burns in the centre, smoke rising toward the roof opening. The chieftain sits with his family, eating a meal that includes meat, a marker of relative prosperity. The conversation here also lacks drama. There is discussion of alliances with neighbouring groups, of marriage arrangements being negotiated for one of the children, and of harvest expectations for the coming autumn. These are matters of importance but not immediate crisis. They represent the ongoing work of maintaining position and meeting obligations that come with leadership. In a military fort along one of the major roads, soldiers move through their evening routines with the regularity that military life demands. The day's duties have concluded. Equipment has been cleaned and stored. The evening meal has been served in the mess hall, simple but adequate food consumed efficiently. Off-duty soldiers gather in their barracks, some gaming with dice or knucklebones, others engaged in quiet conversation. A few write letters to distant family, the stylus moving carefully across wax tablets, forming words that will eventually travel along postal routes to other parts of the empire. The letters speak of routine, of missing home, and of small observations about Britain's weather and customs. Guards have taken their positions for the night watch. They stand or walk their assigned routes, maintaining the discipline expected of them, while also passing the hours until relief comes. The fort is quiet, secure, and functioning as it is designed to function. Nothing threatens. Nothing requires a special response. The night progresses as nights should, marked by the slow movement of stars overhead. Along the roads, way stations provide shelter for travellers who have not reached their destinations before dark. These simple establishments offer basic accommodations, a place to stable animals, and a room where travellers can rest. The keeper maintains a fire in the common area where several people sit, resting before continuing their journeys tomorrow. The travellers include a merchant moving goods between settlements, a courier carrying official documents, and a family relocating to a new area where work has been found. They share the space without much interaction beyond basic courtesy. Each is focused on their own purposes, tired from the day's travel, and thinking ahead to tomorrow's progress. In coastal areas, fishing communities settle into evening after a day on the water. Boats have been pulled onto beaches or secured to moorings. Nets have been mended and set to dry. The catch has been divided, with portions designated for household use and others prepared for sale or preservation. Families in these settlements often eat fish as their primary protein, the monotony of the diet broken by whatever else can be grown or traded for. The sea provides abundantly when conditions allow, but it also demands respect and caution. Evening conversations include observations about weather and water conditions, information that will guide decisions about whether to venture out tomorrow. Everywhere, across all these varied settings, children are being settled towards sleep. Parents guide them to sleeping places, adjust coverings, and speak gentle words of reassurance. The children's questions, if they come, receive simple answers. Their small concerns are addressed with patience. They're tucked into the security of routine, surrounded by familiar sounds and smells. The fires that burn in hearths and braziers throughout Roman Britain will be maintained through the night, or allowed to die down to coals that can be revived tomorrow. They provide heat and light, practical necessities, but they also represent continuity. Fire was maintained and passed forward, linking each day to the next, each generation to those that came before. Dogs settle near doors or in corners, their presence providing additional security. They sleep lightly, alert to unusual sounds but relaxed in familiar surroundings. Their occasional movements or soft sounds become part of the night's normal background. The evening passes toward full night. People finish their tasks and conversations. They make their way to sleeping places. The settlements grow quieter as activity diminishes. Light visible through door cracks and window openings gradually reduces as lamps are extinguished and fires die down. All of this unfolds without foreknowledge of what larger changes are developing beneath the surface of daily routine. The patterns feel permanent because they have been repeated for so long. The routines provide comfort through their reliability. People settle into rest, expecting tomorrow to arrive much like today did, bringing the same familiar tasks and rhythms. The evening holds no warning, carries no signal that might indicate approaching disruption. It simply exists as evenings do, bridging day and night, containing the small activities through which life continues. What will come remains in the future, unknown and unworrying. For now, there is only the present evening, settling peacefully across a landscape where countless people move through their individual routines, connected by larger systems but focused on immediate personal realities. Night in Roman Britain brings a different arrangement of awareness and rest. While most people sleep, some remain awake by necessity or choice, maintaining the structures that allow communal life to continue safely. The darkness is neither threatening nor mysterious, simply a condition that requires adjustment in how tasks are accomplished and security is maintained. In Roman towns, the night watch begins its rounds at dusk. These are ordinary men, employed to walk streets and observe conditions, ensuring that no fires break out unnoticed and that property remains secure. They carry lanterns that create small circles of light moving through larger darkness. Their footsteps echo against stone walls, regular and predictable, a sound that residents learn to recognize and find reassuring. The watchmen know their routes intimately, every corner and doorway, every place where someone might shelter or hide. They check that shops are properly secured, that no embers remain alive where they could spread and that nothing appears out of place. Their work is mostly uneventful, hours passing with nothing to report. This lack of incident represents success, not boredom. When watchmen encounter people abroad at night, the interaction is usually brief and polite. A late traveller arriving at a town gate identifies themselves and states their business. A worker finishing a task that extended past dark exchanges greetings and moves on. The watchmen note these encounters, but rarely intervene unless something appears clearly wrong. Fire presents the greatest nighttime danger in settlements where wooden structures sit close together. A spark from a hearth, an overturned lamp, or a lightning strike can ignite buildings. The watch remains alert for smoke or the glow of uncontained flame. Systems exist for raising alarm and organising response, but prevention through vigilance works better than fighting fires once they spread. In military installations, guard duty follows strict rotations. Sentries stand watch at gates, walk along walls and observe from towers. The assignments change at regular intervals, preventing fatigue from reducing alertness. Each guard knows exactly when relief will arrive and who will replace them. The system functions with the precision expected of a military organisation. Guards maintain awareness of their surroundings through all senses. They watch for movement, listen for unusual sounds, and even smell for smoke or other indicators of problems. The nights are generally quiet, but this quiet requires active maintenance. A guard who grows inattentive fails in their duty even if nothing actually goes wrong during their watch. Communication between guard posts happens through established signals. A call and response pattern confirms that sentries remain alert. If a signal goes unanswered, others investigate immediately. The network of watchfulness covers the entire installation, creating overlapping awareness that prevents gaps in security. Inside the fort, most soldiers sleep in barracks, long buildings divided into rooms that house small groups. The rooms are simple, containing bunks and storage for personal items. Soldiers sleep in their tunics, ready to dress quickly if summoned. Equipment hangs on wall pegs or rests in chests, organised for rapid access. Some soldiers sleep poorly despite exhaustion from the day's labour. They lie awake thinking of home, of family members left behind when they joined the legions. Others fall asleep immediately, their bodies claiming the rest they need regardless of where they are or what concerns they might carry. Soft snoring and the occasional mutter of someone dreaming blend into the background sounds of the night. In rural settlements, nighttime security relies less on formal systems and more on collective awareness. Dogs provide the first alert to unusual sounds or approaching strangers. Their barking might wake a household or even an entire village, depending on the intensity and duration. People learn to distinguish between a dog responding to a wandering animal and one alerting to human presence. Livestock pens are located where they can be heard from dwelling places. Distressed animals make noises that carry, indicating predators or thieves. Farmers learn these sounds intimately, able to judge from inside their houses whether intervention is needed, or whether the disturbance will resolve without human involvement. During certain seasons, someone might remain wakeful to tend to specific needs. A farmer with a labouring cow might check on her periodically through the night. A mother with a sick child rises when needed to provide comfort or medicine. These wakeful periods are accepted as part of life's requirements, managed through the understanding that they will pass. The night sky above Roman Britain shows stars unobscured by artificial light. Guard and watchman alike can navigate by celestial markers, using familiar constellations to judge the passage of time. The moon, when visible, provides enough light for movement and basic observation. Its phases are known to everyone, their progression as reliable as any other natural cycle. Clouds obscure stars on some nights, making darkness more complete. Rain adds sound and dampness, creating different conditions that require adaptation. Guards take shelter where possible, while maintaining their watch. In towns, awnings or covered walkways provide some protection. In open forts, watchtowers offer minimal shelter, but at least a roof overhead. Wind carries sounds farther on some nights and muffles them on others. A watchman learns to account for these variations, understanding that what seems loud might be distant and what seems quiet might be nearer than it appears. Experience teaches judgment, the ability to assess conditions and respond appropriately. Inside buildings, people sleep with varying depths. Children typically sleep soundly, their rest unbroken except by physical needs or nightmares. Adults wake more easily, their sleep lighter and more readily interrupted. The elderly often experience broken sleep, waking periodically for no apparent reason and sitting quietly until drowsiness returns. Dreams occur throughout the night, though people remember only fragments, if anything at all. The dreams blend daily experience with random association, creating narratives that feel significant during sleep but fade quickly upon waking. Occasionally someone experiences a dream vivid enough to remember and perhaps share, but most dreams dissolve unnoticed into forgotten mental activity. In households where new parents care for infants, night involves multiple wakings for feeding. The mother rises, sometimes fully, sometimes remaining in a half-awake state while the baby nurses. The father might wake as well or sleep through the disturbance, depending on individual patterns. The interruptions are expected and managed as temporary, a phase that will pass as the child grows. Sick people might suffer more during night hours, when isolation and darkness seem to intensify discomfort. Caregivers remain nearby, offering water, adjusting coverings, and providing presence that eases suffering even when nothing more can be done. The night vigil is both practical care and emotional support, maintaining connection during difficulty. Storage areas require occasional checking even at night. Grain stores might be inspected for signs of moisture or pests. Food preservation rooms are monitored for temperature and smell. These checks happen less frequently than during the day, but still form part of household management, brief tasks accomplished by lamplight before returning to rest. Travelling during night hours is unusual but not unknown. A messenger carrying urgent information might continue travelling after dark, using moonlight or torches to navigate familiar roads. Someone summoned to attend a medical emergency might travel at night by necessity. These journeys require extra caution but can be accomplished when circumstances demand it. Way stations along major roads accommodate nighttime arrivals, their keepers accustomed to being roused after dark. The traveller is admitted, provided with basic shelter, and allowed to rest. Payment might be settled immediately or deferred until morning. This system functions to enable necessary movement while providing some security and comfort. Religious spaces sometimes include elements of nighttime observance. A lamp might burn continuously in a temple, tended by a priest or attendant who maintains the sacred flame. Certain rituals happen at night, their timing connected to celestial events or traditional requirements. These practices are carried out quietly, their performance known to specialists but not widely observed by general populations. In the homes of wealthy individuals, enslaved people might serve as nighttime attendants, available to meet needs that arise during dark hours. They sleep lightly, if at all, responding to calls for water, additional blankets, or other requirements. Their service extends around the clock, structured by their subordinate status rather than by personal preference. Workshops and commercial spaces sit empty and locked at night, their valuable tools and goods secured against theft. The building stands silent, work paused until daylight returns and activity resumes. The interruption is complete and expected, with no attempt to extend productive hours into darkness when lamps provide insufficient light for precision work. Animals sleep according to their natures. Horses doze standing, able to rest while remaining ready to move if needed. Cattle lie down in groups, their collective warmth and awareness providing security. Pigs sleep heavily, often in piled masses that conserve heat. Chickens roost immobile, entering deep sleep that renders them vulnerable, but also allows complete rest. The progression of night can be judged by the changing positions of stars and by the internal sense of time passing. Guards know approximately when their watch will end. Mothers know when the next feeding will likely occur, People wake naturally near dawn, their bodies responding to circadian rhythms shaped by countless repetitions of the day-night cycle. Before dawn breaks, some people begin to stir. Bakers rise to prepare ovens and begin the day's bread production. Workers with early tasks dress and move quietly to avoid disturbing others. The transition from night to day begins gradually, with light spreading slowly across the eastern horizon, while most people still sleep. Throughout the night, across all of Roman Britain, the patterns of rest and vigilance have maintained their balance. Those whose duty required wakefulness have remained alert. Those whose bodies needed rest have slept. The systems designed to maintain security have functioned as intended. The night has passed safely, unremarkably, allowing another day to arrive and continue the ongoing cycles of life and work. The story of Boudica and her challenge to Roman authority in Britain unfolds across a brief span of months, a concentrated period of conflict that disrupts but does not ultimately break the larger patterns of life. The revolt itself belongs to history, its details recorded and remembered, but it exists within a much longer continuum of human presence in this landscape. Before Roman arrival, communities lived on this land for centuries, developing relationships with rivers, forests and fields that shaped their cultures and identities. The Iceni and other tribes were not waiting for Rome to give their lives meaning. They had complete societies, rich traditions and effective systems for managing their affairs. Roman conquest added new layers of authority, but did not erase what existed previously. The tension that led to conflict grew from specific circumstances. Decisions made by Roman administrators regarding taxation, debt collection, and the treatment of local leaders created conditions that became unsustainable for those affected. When peaceful resolution failed, resistance took the form of organised military action. Boudica led her people and allied groups in an attempt to expel Roman presence from Britain. The uprising achieved significant tactical successes initially. Roman settlements were overcome, their population scattered or worse. The destruction was substantial, marking the landscape in ways that would remain visible for years. Yet military success did not translate into permanent political change. Roman forces, larger and more professionally organised, eventually concentrated their response and defeated the revolt decisively. The aftermath involved rebuilding what had been destroyed and re-establishing the administrative systems that had been disrupted. Roman authority reasserted itself, though perhaps with more awareness of the costs of excessive harshness. The Iceni and other involved groups faced consequences but continued to exist as communities, their daily lives resuming around the changed political circumstances. What persisted through the conflict and its resolution was the basic structure of agricultural life. Fields still needed ploughing and planting. Animals still required care. Children still grew and needed raising. The fundamental work of survival and provision continued because it had to, regardless of who claimed political authority or what battles had recently been fought. Seasons advanced according to their usual rhythm, indifferent to human conflict. Spring brought its requirements for sowing. Summer demanded attention to growing crops. Autumn still arrived with harvest pressures. Winter imposed its limitations and requirements, regardless of recent upheaval. People adapted their labour to these unchanging demands because the alternative was hunger and deprivation. Knowledge accumulated over generations proved more durable than political structures. Farmers still knew when to plant based on soil conditions and weather signs. Craftspeople still understood how to work their materials effectively. Healers still treated illness with methods refined through long practice. This practical knowledge was transferred between generations, modified gradually by experience but maintaining essential continuity. Communities rebuilt their social structures even when physical buildings had been destroyed. Families regrouped and re-established households. Neighbours resumed patterns of mutual aid and cooperation. Local leadership re-emerged, whether appointed by Roman authorities or arising from community recognition. The specific individuals might change, but the functional roles they filled remained necessary. trade networks, disrupted during the conflict, gradually resumed operation. Merchants returned to their routes once security improved. Markets reopened and began functioning again. The economic connections that linked different regions provided advantages that both Romans and tribal communities valued, creating incentives for restoring exchange relationships. Children born after the revolt knew it only through stories told by elders. For them, the current reality was what needed learning and adapting to. They absorbed the languages, customs and expectations of their particular time and place, receiving both Roman and tribal influences without experiencing these as contradictions. Life simply was what it was, to be navigated with available resources and knowledge. The physical landscape bore marks of conflict but gradually healed or was modified by new construction. Burned settlements were rebuilt, sometimes following new plans. Roads damaged during fighting were repaired. The land itself, the soil and forests and rivers, continued functioning according to ecological patterns much older and more persistent than human political arrangements. Memory of Boudica and her resistance persisted in different forms. Roman writers recorded the events from their perspective, emphasizing the danger averted and the restoration of the order. Tribal oral traditions maintained different emphases, remembering the courage and the attempt at preservation of autonomy. Both versions existed simultaneously, reflecting the different experiences and values of those who transmitted them. What gets remembered about any historical period often highlights dramatic events over everyday continuity. Battles and revolts leave clearer markers in records than the quiet persistence of agricultural cycles. Yet the unglamorous work of daily life provides the foundation that makes everything else possible, including the conflicts that dominate historical attention. The blending of Roman and tribal cultures continued long after Boudica's time. Latin words entered local languages. Roman building techniques influenced construction. Religious practices merged and adapted. The fusion created something distinct from either source, a British-Roman culture that evolved over centuries of coexistence. Administrative systems that Romans established proved useful enough to persist, even when Roman political control eventually withdrew. The concept of written law, standardized measures, and organized taxation influenced later governance structures. Yet tribal forms of social organization also persisted in modified forms, contributing to systems that came after. Technologies introduced during the Roman period became integrated into local practice. Potter's wheels, new plough designs, and building methods were adopted where they offered advantages. People are practical in selecting what works, regardless of its origins. Innovation layers onto tradition, creating gradual change that often goes unremarked by those experiencing it. What remains most constant across political and cultural changes is the human requirement for basic necessities. Food must be obtained, children must be raised, shelter must be maintained, and rest must be taken. These fundamental needs create work rhythms that persist across centuries, binding people to seasonal cycles and environmental realities. The landscape of Britain holds evidence of many periods of human activity, each layer adding to what came before without entirely erasing it. Roman roads still carry traffic centuries after their builders disappeared. Tribal settlement patterns still influence where communities locate themselves. The land remembers in its own way, through physical traces that persist when memory fades. Evening still comes at its appointed time, regardless of era or empire. Fires are still lit to provide warmth and light. Families still gather to share meals and conversation. Sleep still claims people when darkness and fatigue combine. These basic patterns of human life maintain themselves through historical transitions that seem overwhelming when experienced, but settle into memory as one more phase in a longer continuity. The story of Boudica reminds us that resistance to imposed authority is part of human patterns, recurring wherever power overreaches or injustice becomes unbearable. It also reminds us that resistance alone rarely suffices to create lasting change. What persists is the ongoing negotiation between different groups, the slow adaptation of practices and structures to accommodate new circumstances while maintaining functional continuity. Life continues because people find ways to make it continue. They repair what breaks, replant what was destroyed, and teach their children what they need to know. The specific details change, but the underlying work of sustaining human communities maintains itself through collective effort and accumulated knowledge. You can rest now, understanding that daily life possesses remarkable persistence. The routines of cultivation, craft and care continue across centuries, providing the foundation upon which everything else builds. The larger historical events matter, but they occur within and around patterns of ordinary life that prove far more durable than any empire or revolt. The land endures, the seasons cycle, and people continue their necessary work, generation after generation, creating continuity through patient attention to what each day requires. You are settling into a story from thousands of years ago, when people first began to stay in one place long enough to plant seeds and store grain. In those early villages, warmth and shelter drew not only people together, but also small animals who noticed the steady routines and learned that nearness could mean safety. This is the story of how cats made that choice, quietly and on their own terms. You wake in a settlement built along a river valley where the soil holds water and the sun warms clay walls by mid-morning. The air smells of dust and dry grass. People move through familiar patterns, carrying baskets of barley, sweeping dirt floors and stacking bundles of reeds against low stone walls. Everything happens slowly, shaped by heat and habit. Grain stores sit in ceramic jars with flat lids, stacked in shaded corners of courtyards. The jars hold enough to last through seasons when nothing grows. People check them daily, brushing away insects and tilting the lids to peer inside. The grain shifts with a soft whisper when disturbed. Mice notice this abundance. They arrive in the cool hours before dawn, slipping through gaps in woven fences, following the scent of stored seeds. Cats notice the mice. They move into the edges of the settlement without ceremony, stepping lightly along the perimeter where walls meet open ground. They do not announce themselves. They find places to rest in the shade of overhangs, behind stacks of clay bricks, and under benches where the ground stays cool. They watch the movement of people and animals with calm attention, learning the rhythm of the day. Mornings begin with the scrape of wooden tools against stone, the rustle of baskets being filled, and the low hum of voices discussing tasks. People work steadily, pausing to drink water from shallow bowls, wiping sweat from their foreheads. The settlement feels orderly and predictable. Courtyards fill with sunlight. Shadows shrink toward midday. Cats settle into spots where they can see without being seen. A ledge above a doorway, a gap between two storage jars. The top of a wall warmed by morning sun. They rest with eyes half closed and tails curled around their bodies, breathing slowly. They do not seek attention. They simply occupy space that offers both comfort and vantage. Children scatter grain for chickens in the courtyard. The birds peck and flutter, kicking up small clouds of dust. Cats watch this activity from a distance, noting the movement, the sound, and the predictable timing. They learn when the courtyard fills and when it empties. They learn which paths people take most often and which corners remain undisturbed. By midday, the heat presses down and movement slows. People retreat indoors or into the deepest shade. The settlement grows quiet. Even the chickens settle into dust baths, fluffing their feathers and closing their eyes. Cats remain still, conserving energy, letting the hours pass without effort. There is no urgency here. Time moves in long, unhurried stretches. Late afternoon brings a shift in temperature. Breezes begin to move through the spaces between buildings. People emerge to continue their work. They grind grain with heavy stones, the sound rhythmic and steady. They weave mats from reeds, their hands moving in practice patterns. They mend baskets, repair tools, and 10 small fires for evening meals. Cats stretch and shift positions, following the retreating patches of sunlight. They groom themselves with careful attention, smoothing fur and cleaning paws. They yawn widely, showing sharp teeth, then settle again. Their presence becomes part of the landscape, unremarkable and accepted. Mice venture out as shadows lengthen, emboldened by the approaching dusk. They move quickly, darting from one hiding spot to another, always alert. Cats track this movement with focused stillness, bodies low, ears forward. Sometimes they move, sometimes they simply watch. The settlement provides more than enough opportunity. There is no need to rush. People notice the cats in passing, a shape on a wall, a flicker of movement in peripheral vision. No one reacts with surprise or concern. The cats are simply there, as the chickens are there, as the insects are there. They belong to the rhythm of the place without requiring acknowledgement. Evening approaches and the quality of light changes, turning golden and soft. Cooking fires begin to glow in hearths. The smell of baking bread drifts through the settlement. People gather near doorways, sitting on low stools, talking quietly as they eat. Cats remain at a distance, observing. They do not approach the fires or the food. They maintain their own routines, independent but aware. As darkness settles, the settlement grows quieter still. People move indoors, fires burn lower. The sounds of the day fade into the sounds of night. Distant animal calls, the rustle of wind through reeds, and the occasional crack of settling wood. Cats navigate this darkness with ease, their eyes catching faint light, their movements silent and assured. The daily life of the settlement continues this way, day after day, season after season. Patterns repeat. Cats learn them thoroughly. They understand when grain is poured, when courtyards are swept, when people rest, and when they work. This knowledge allows them to exist comfortably within the human world without disrupting it or being disrupted by it. The relationship begins not through intention, but through simple proximity and the gradual recognition of mutual benefit. You watch as people build and repair the structures that define their lives. Walls rise from mud bricks dried in the sun, stacked carefully and mortared with clay. Roofs are formed from wooden beams layered with reeds and packed earth. Each structure takes shape through repetition, lifting, placing, smoothing, and waiting for materials to set and harden. Cats observe this construction from nearby vantage points. They note the appearance of new walls that create shade, new overhangs that block rain, and new corners that hold warmth. As people work, cats test these spaces, stepping carefully onto fresh surfaces, sniffing at new materials and deciding which spots suit them. A beam positioned at just the right height becomes a resting place. A gap between two walls becomes a passage. The cats adapt to the changing landscape as it develops. People sweep courtyards daily using bundles of twigs tied with cord. They push dust and debris toward the edges, clearing paths and gathering areas. This sweeping creates clean, open spaces where movement is easy and visibility is clear. Cats move through these swept areas with confidence, their paws finding smooth ground, their approach unhindered by clutter. The maintenance of order serves both species without either one planning for the other. Storage areas require constant attention. Baskets need mending when reeds crack and split. Clay jars develop hairline fractures that must be sealed with fresh clay. Wooden lids warp in the heat and must be replaced. People work steadily to keep these containers functional, knowing that grain left exposed attracts more than just mice. Insects swarm, birds descend, larger animals investigate. The effort to maintain sealed storage becomes a daily priority. Cats benefit from this vigilance. Sealed storage means concentrated populations of mice and rats drawn to the few accessible points of entry. The cats learn these points. They position themselves near the bases of storage jars, near the seams of woven baskets, and near the gaps where wooden platforms meet walls. They wait with extraordinary patience, bodies still, breathing slow, When movement occurs, they respond with sudden precision. Then they settle again, waiting for the next opportunity. Pathways develop through repeated use. People walk the same routes between buildings, between work areas and water sources, and between homes and fields. Their footsteps wear the ground smooth, creating defined trails. Cats use these same paths, finding them easier to navigate than rough terrain. The shared routes become familiar to both, marked by mutual passage, though never by agreement. Repairs happen constantly. A section of wall crumbles and must be rebuilt. A roof develops a leak and requires new layers of thatch. A doorway sags and needs reinforcement. People approach these tasks methodically, gathering materials, working in the cooler hours, and testing their repairs before considering them complete. Cats adjust to the temporary disruption, moving to adjacent spaces, watching the work with calm interest, and returning once stability is restored. Courtyards become centres of activity. People gather there to work on tasks that require space, spreading grain to dry, sorting harvested crops, and preparing materials for building. The ground is packed hard from constant use. Low walls define the edges. Benches and platforms provide places to sit and rest. Cats navigate the margins of these spaces, staying clear of active work but remaining close enough to observe. Water channels require maintenance. Clay-lined trenches carry water from the river to the settlement. Sediment accumulates and must be cleared. Cracks develop and need patching. People wade into the shallow channels with tools, scraping away build-up, smoothing surfaces and ensuring steady flow. Cats watch from the banks, occasionally lapping water from the edges, taking advantage of the accessible moisture without venturing into the channels themselves. Building materials accumulate in designated areas. Stacks of reeds, piles of clay bricks, bundles of wooden poles. These collections create sheltered nooks and elevated platforms. Cats explore these spaces thoroughly, discovering which stacks are stable enough to climb, which gaps provide shelter from wind, and which heights offer the best view. The unintended architecture of stored materials becomes a landscape of opportunity. People build low walls to define property and create boundaries. These walls are not high, just enough to mark separation and provide modest privacy. Cats use the tops of these walls as highways, moving through the settlement with elevation and speed. The walls become connective tissue, linking different areas, allowing cats to travel without descending to ground level, where people and other animals move more densely. Hearths are built with care, using stones that can withstand heat, positioned to allow smoke to rise and escape through roof openings. Ashes accumulate and are removed regularly, carried away to be used in gardens or mixed with clay for building. Cats avoid active fires but appreciate the residual warmth of stones that have held heat through the day. They rest near these spots in the evening, absorbing warmth as temperatures drop. The act of maintaining shared spaces creates a rhythm that cats can anticipate. Morning sweeping, midday repairs, evening cooking. Each activity signals something about the state of the settlement, about where people will be and what they will be doing. Cats do not participate in this maintenance, but they benefit from its results. Clean paths, stable structures, concentrated resources and predictable patterns. The shared environment becomes gradually a truly shared space. You notice the way presence becomes acceptance without ever becoming partnership. People and cats occupy the same settlement, moving through the same days, yet maintaining separate rhythms that occasionally intersect without collision. A cat rests on a sun-warmed wall. A person walks past carrying a basket. Neither acknowledges the other directly. The person does not stop to observe the cat. The cat does not startle or flee. Both continue with their own concerns, their proximity unremarkable. This happens dozens of times each day, an accumulation of neutral encounters that builds familiarity through sheer repetition. Children are the first to show interest. They notice cats more readily than adults do, pointing them out, watching them groom or stretch or move along the tops of walls. Occasionally a child reaches out, attempting to touch a cat that ventures near. Most cats step away, maintaining distance, unwilling to engage. A few allow brief contact, tolerating a gentle hand before moving on. The children learn gradually which cats accept this attention and which do not. No one teaches them this. They learn through observation and minor disappointment. Adults focus on work and allow cats to exist without interference. A woman grinding grain notices a cat sleeping in the shade of her workspace. She continues grinding, the rhythmic sound unchanging. The cat continues sleeping, undisturbed by the noise. They share the space for hours without interaction. When the woman finishes and moves away, the cat remains. When the cat eventually wakes and leaves, the woman does not notice its absence. Tolerance becomes the foundation of coexistence. People tolerate cats in their storage areas because the cats reduce vermin. Cats tolerate people because the settlement provides resources and safety. Neither species seeks deeper connection. The relationship remains practical, grounded in mutual benefit that requires no affection or loyalty. Some cats become more visible than others. A particular individual might choose a favourite resting spot in a frequently travelled area, becoming a familiar sight. People begin to recognise this cat by its markings or behaviour. They do not name it or claim it, but they notice when it is present and when it is absent. This recognition is passive, a byproduct of routine rather than intention. Meals are eaten in courtyards or near doorways. People sit together, sharing food from common vessels. Small amounts fall to the ground, crumbs of bread, fragments of cooked grain, bits of dried fish. Cats observe from a distance, waiting until people disperse before approaching to investigate what remains. They eat what interests them and ignore the rest. People do not set food out deliberately for cats, but they do not prevent cats from taking what has been dropped or discarded. Seasonal changes affect both humans and cats. When rains come, people seek shelter indoors and cats find dry spaces beneath overhangs or inside partially open structures. When heat intensifies, both species move more slowly, seeking shade and resting through the hottest hours. When cooler weather arrives, both become more active, working or hunting during longer portions of the day. The shared response to environmental conditions creates parallel patterns of behaviour. Boundaries develop naturally. Cats learn which buildings are occupied and which stand empty. They avoid entering active living spaces where people sleep and gather. They prefer storage areas, workshops and courtyards where human presence is intermittent and predictable. People in turn do not attempt to control where cats go or how they spend their time. The settlement is large enough to accommodate both without crowding or conflict. Illness and injury occur among cats as they do among all animals. A cat limps from a strained paw, moving more slowly for several days before recovering. A cat develops a wound that gradually heals. People notice these conditions in passing but do not intervene. Cats manage their health, resting when needed and continuing to hunt and explore when able. There is no expectation of care and no provision of it. New cats arrive occasionally, drawn by the same resources that sustain the existing population. These newcomers navigate the social landscape of the resident cats, finding their own territories and routines. People observe this process with mild interest but do not interfere. The cat population fluctuates naturally, shaped by available resources and the carrying capacity of the settlement, rather than by human management. Some cats leave. They wander beyond the settlement's boundaries and do not return. People do not search for them or wonder where they have gone. Other cats appear to replace them, and life continues without interruption. The fluidity of the cat population mirrors the fluidity of human life in the settlement, where people also come and go, arriving from other places or departing to establish new homes. The coexistence remains unmarked by ceremony or acknowledgement. There are no rituals celebrating the presence of cats, no stories told about particular individuals, and no attempts to formalise the relationship. Cats and humans simply live near one another, sharing space and resources in ways that require minimal effort from either side. This simplicity, this lack of complication, allows the arrangement to endure without strain or expectation. You feel the weight of midday heat settling over the settlement like a thick blanket. Movement slows until it nearly stops. People retreat to the coolest spaces they can find, sitting in deep shade or lying on floors inside buildings where walls block the sun. Their breathing deepens, their eyes close. Time stretches and softens. Cats respond to the same heat with the same instinct for stillness. They find their own cool spots, beneath carts where air circulates, in the shadow of walls that face away from the sun, and on stone floors inside empty storage rooms where the temperature stays even. They curl into compact shapes or sprawl with legs extended, whatever position offers the most comfort. Their bodies relax completely, muscles loose, tails motionless. The settlement enters a state of collective pause. Even the chickens stop their constant movement, settling into hollows they have scratched in the dirt, panting softly with beaks open. Dogs sprawl in the shade, tongues lolling, sides rising and falling with each breath. The entire community of creatures acknowledges the same need for rest, the same surrender to conditions that cannot be changed or hurried. Cats sleep in short cycles, waking briefly to shift position or groom before settling again. Their sleep is light enough that they remain aware of their surroundings, ears swivelling towards sounds, eyes opening to slits when something moves nearby. They do not dream in ways that show outwardly. They simply rest, allowing their bodies to recover from the energy spent hunting and exploring during cooler hours. People wake from their own rest more gradually. They sit up slowly, rubbing their faces, drinking water from clay vessels, and preparing to resume work as the day cools. Their movements are unhurried, still heavy with the remnants of sleep. They talk quietly if they talk at all, conserving energy for the tasks ahead. Late afternoon brings a shift in energy. Shadows lengthen and the air begins to move. People emerge from buildings, stretching, gathering tools and returning to interrupted work. Cats wake too, rising from their resting places, arching their backs, and extending their legs one at a time. They groom thoroughly, attending to every part of their bodies with focused care. This grooming marks the transition from rest to activity. Evening approaches and both humans and cats become more animated. People work steadily, making progress while conditions allow. Cats begin to move through their territories, checking familiar spots, watching for signs of mice or other small animals. The settlement fills with purposeful activity, each creature following its own routine. As darkness falls, patterns of rest shift again. People gather near fires for evening meals, then gradually disperse to sleeping areas. They lie down on woven mats or simple beds of gathered reeds, pulling light coverings over themselves as air cools. Their breathing slows, conversations fade, the settlement quiets. Cats remain active longer, navigating darkness with ease. They move through the settlement on silent pause, their eyes reflecting any available light. They hunt when opportunity presents itself, and rest when it does not. As the night deepens, they find warm spots to settle, near hearths where coals still hold heat, in corners of buildings where warmth collects, and next to walls that radiate the day's absorbed sun. Some cats choose to rest near sleeping humans, drawn by warmth and the sense of safety that comes from proximity to larger creatures who pose no threat. They settle at a respectful distance, maintaining their independence even as they share space. People sleep unaware of this nearness, or aware but unconcerned, accepting the cat's presence as part of the night's stillness. The rhythm of rest becomes a shared language. Both species understand the necessity of pausing, the value of conserving energy, and the importance of responding to environmental cues that signal when to move and when to be still. This understanding requires no communication. It exists in the body's wisdom, in the instinct to rest when rest is needed, and to wake when conditions improve. Mornings begin with gradual stirring. People wake to the first light, rising slowly, moving quietly so as not to disturb others who still sleep. Cats wake too, stretching elaborately, yawning and beginning to groom before setting out to explore. The settlement transitions from night stillness to day's activity through a gentle progression that honours the need for both rest and wakefulness. Throughout seasons, the specific timing shifts, but the pattern remains. Summer days bring longer periods of midday rest and shorter, cooler periods of activity. Winter days allow more sustained work with less need for heat-driven pauses. Cats and humans adjust their rhythms accordingly, both responding to the same environmental pressures and both finding balance between effort and recuperation. Rest becomes a form of coexistence as meaningful as any other. In the shared need for stillness, in the parallel patterns of sleep and waking, humans and cats find common ground that requires no negotiation. They simply rest when rest is needed, side by side in the same settlement, under the same sun, part of the same rhythm that governs all life. You observe how nourishment shapes the daily patterns of both humans and cats. Food is not abundant, but it is reliable. The settlement stores hold grain harvested from nearby fields. People portion this grain carefully, grinding it as needed, baking it into bread, and cooking it into simple porridges. The work of preparing food happens daily, creating regular scraps and spillage. Grain scattered during processing attracts mice. They emerge at dawn and dusk, moving quickly through shadows, gathering fallen seeds, and retreating to hidden burrows between the settlement's walls. Their presence is constant, sustained by the same resources that feed the human population. The mice thrive wherever grain is stored or handled. Cats position themselves near these areas of activity. They learn the locations where grain is most often spilled, near grinding stones, around storage jars, and in corners where baskets are emptied and filled. They wait with focused patience, bodies low, eyes fixed on spaces where mice are likely to appear. Sometimes they wait for hours. Sometimes they wait through entire days. Their willingness to remain still makes their hunting possible. When a cat catches a mouse, it does so quickly. There is a brief moment of sudden movement, then stillness again. The cat carries its catch to a quiet spot, consumes it efficiently, and returns to waiting. This pattern repeats throughout the day and night, providing the cat with regular meals without requiring human intervention or provision. People prepare food outdoors when weather permits, working in courtyards where smoke from cooking fires can disperse. They gut fish caught from the river, trimming away parts they do not eat. They pluck birds, discarding feathers and offal. They shell nuts and legumes, leaving husks in piles. These byproducts accumulate in designated areas and are later carried away to be buried or burned. Before these scraps are cleared, cats investigate them. They're drawn by the smell of fish entrails and the sight of discarded meat. They approach cautiously, aware that people are nearby, ready to retreat if necessary. Most often, people ignore the cats. Sometimes a person waves a hand to shoo a cat away from fresh scraps they still intend to use. The cat moves back a short distance and waits. When the person finishes and walks away, the cat returns. Certain foods interest cats more than others. Raw fish hold strong appeal. So do the organs and bones of birds. Cats show little interest in grain or bread, though they occasionally sniff at these items before turning away. Their diet remains primarily meat, obtained through hunting or scavenging, shaped by their own preferences and instincts. Opportunity appears in cycles tied to human activity. Morning food preparation creates one set of possibilities. Evening meals create another. Seasonal harvests bring temporary abundance when grain is threshed and winnowed, sending up clouds of chaff and scattering seeds widely. Cats do not eat this grain, but they hunt the mice drawn to it, benefiting indirectly from the harvest plenty. Water is available in the settlement's channels and collection vessels. Cats drink from these sources when they are thirsty, lapping from the edges of clay bowls or from shallow portions of the water channels. People do not prevent this. Water flows steadily enough that sharing it costs nothing. Some cats prove more skilled at hunting than others. A particularly adept cat might catch several mice in a day, eating what it needs and leaving the rest. Other cats hunt less successfully, going longer between meals, appearing thin and sharp-boned. The settlement supports a population of cats roughly proportional to the available prey, with natural fluctuations that balance availability against need. Birds nest in the settlement structures, tucking nests into crevices and overhangs. These nests sometimes hold eggs or fledglings. Cats occasionally discover and raid these nests, climbing to reach them and consuming the contents quickly. People do not intervene. Birds are not domesticated or protected. Their losses to cats are simply part of the ecosystem. Cats do not beg for food. They do not approach people with expectation or demand. Their entire relationship with nourishment remains independent, based on their own efforts, and the incidental bounty created by human activity. This independence preserves the essential nature of the relationship. Cats choose to stay because staying offers advantage, not because they depend on human generosity. Lean times affect both species. When harvests fail or stores run low, people ration grain more carefully, reducing spillage and guarding resources more closely. Fewer scraps appear. Mice populations decline with less available food. Cats find hunting more difficult. Some leave the settlement to search for opportunities elsewhere. Others persist, growing thinner, moving more carefully and conserving energy. When conditions improve, the cat population gradually recovers. The food relationship remains transactional but not contractual. Humans create conditions that produce prey and occasional scraps. Cats reduce vermin and ask for nothing else. Both sides benefit from this arrangement without obligation or expectation. Food provides the practical foundation for coexistence, but it does not create dependency or sentiment. Cats remain free to leave if resources disappear. They stay because, most of the time, resources continue to appear with reliable regularity. You watch as the sun descends toward the horizon, painting the settlement in amber light. The heat of the day gradually releases its grip. Air begins to move more freely, carrying the scent of cooking fires and distant fields. People's movements shift from the focused intensity of afternoon work to the gentler rhythms of evening preparation. Fires are lit in hearths and outdoor pits. Women and men tend these flames, adding wood carefully, adjusting the size of the fire to match the need for cooking. Clay pots are positioned over flames, filled with grain and water, and stirred occasionally as the contents soften and warm. The smell of cooking spreads through the settlement, a familiar marker of the day's progression. Children finish their tasks and begin to gather in open areas, their energy still present but channeled now into games and conversation rather than work. Their voices carry through the settling dusk, punctuated by laughter and the sounds of running feet. They are more relaxed now, released from the discipline of contributing to the household's labour. Cats emerge from their resting places, beginning their evening routines. They move along familiar paths, checking the spots where they have found food before, investigating any changes in the settlement's landscape. Their movements are purposeful but unhurried. Evening offers optimal hunting conditions, fading light that still allows vision, cooling air that brings mice out to forage, and the distraction of human activity that makes prey less cautious. People gather near their homes as meals finish cooking. They sit on stools or on the ground, arranging themselves in loose circles or facing doorways. Food is served from communal pots, ladled into individual bowls, and eaten with fingers or simple tools. Conversations happen in low voices, punctuated by comfortable silences. The day's work is discussed. Plans for tomorrow are mentioned, and news is shared about neighbours or family members in distant settlements. Cats observe these gatherings from the periphery. They rest on walls or under carts, watching the movement of people without approaching. They are not excluded, but neither are they invited. Their position remains that of witness, present but separate, sharing the space without sharing the activity. As people eat, small amounts of food inevitably fall. A child drops a piece of bread. An adult tips a bowl slightly and liquid spills. These small losses accumulate in the dust around the eating area. Cats note these occurrences, patient in their awareness that opportunity will come when people disperse. The light continues to fade, deepening from gold to rose to purple. Shadows merge and blend, losing their sharp edges. The settlement structures become silhouettes against the dimming sky. Fires grow brighter in contrast, their flames more visible as ambient light decreases. The visual world simplifies, defined now by points of warmth and light against gathering darkness. People begin to move towards sleep. They rise from their gathering places, bank fires to hold coals through the night, and carry empty vessels back into buildings. Children are called inside or guided towards sleeping areas. The sounds of the settlement change. Fewer voices, more footsteps, and the rustle of mats being unrolled and blankets being arranged. Cats move into the spaces people have vacated. They investigate dropped food, consuming what appeals to them and ignoring the rest. They groom themselves in the residual warmth of the areas where people sat. They mark the evening's territory with their presence, claiming the night shift of the settlement's continuous occupation. Some people remain outside longer, sitting by dying fires, reluctant to end the day. They stare into the coals, their faces lit by the warm glow, their thoughts private and unspoken. Cats sometimes approach these solitary figures, settling nearby but not near enough for contact. The two species share the quiet in parallel, each absorbed in their own relationship with the approaching night. Stars appear overhead, first a few bright points, then countless more as darkness deepens. The sky transforms into a vast field of light, familiar to all who live without walls blocking their view. People glance upward occasionally, noting the positions of known constellations, using them to mark the season and passage of time. Cats navigate by different markers. They know the settlement by scent and touch and sound, by the memory of pathways and the location of shelter. They move confidently through darkness that would slow or stop human movement, their eyes gathering available light, their whiskers sensing obstacles, and their paws finding purchase on familiar surfaces. The settlement do not sleep all at once. It transitions gradually, with different households and individuals moving toward rest at their own pace. This staggered settling creates a long period of quiet transition, hours when some sleep while others remain wakeful, when the boundary between day and night stretches and blurs. Fires burn lower, the last voices fade, doorways darken as people move deeper into their dwellings. The settlement achieves a state of deep quiet, broken only by occasional sounds, the crack of a settling log in a banked fire, the call of a distant animal, and the soft footfalls of a cat on patrol. Evening becomes night. The day releases its hold. The settlement rests in the cool darkness, its inhabitants, human and feline, finding their own forms of rest, their own corners of peace. The bond between them remains unspoken, but it continues, woven into the fabric of daily life, as reliable as the sun setting and rising, as constant as the turning of seasons. You find yourself in the deepest part of night, when darkness is complete and the settlement rests in stillness. The moon may be present or absent, waxing or waning, its light transforming the landscape or leaving it to pure shadow. Either way, the night has its own quality distinct from day, governed by different rules and rhythms. People sleep inside their dwellings, lying on mats or simple beds, bodies relaxed in unconsciousness. Their breathing is deep and regular. Some snore softly, others shift position occasionally, turning to find comfort, but these movements are minimal and unconscious. Sleep claims them thoroughly, providing necessary restoration after the day's exertions. Cats remain more wakeful. Their biology suits them to nocturnal activity, though they have adapted to also move during daylight hours in response to the settlement's rhythms. At night they return to more ancient patterns, becoming alert and active, using senses honed for darkness to navigate and hunt. The settlement at night is not silent, but the sounds are different. No voices, no tools striking stone, no footsteps on swept paths. Instead, there are subtler sounds. The whisper of wind through reed roofs, the rustle of small animals in grain stores, the distant call of a night bird, and the settling of mud brick walls as they release the day's heat. Cats move through this soundscape with awareness and caution. Their paws make no noise on packed earth. Their bodies slip through shadows without disturbing them. They pause frequently to listen, heads tilted, ears rotating to capture sound from different directions. They process information constantly: wind direction, temperature changes, the presence of other animals, and the state of the night around them. Some cats hunt during these hours. They position themselves near grain stores, near animal pens, near anywhere mice might venture. They wait with the same patience they show during daylight, but now enhanced by the cover of darkness that makes them nearly invisible to prey. When they move, it is with sudden explosive speed, and then an immediate return to stillness. Other cats simply patrol their territories, walking the boundaries, marking their presence through scent, and checking familiar spots for changes or intrusions. This patrolling serves no obvious purpose beyond maintenance of familiarity, but it seems to satisfy some internal need for order and control. Fires still burn in some hearths, reduced to beds of glowing coals that pulse gently with residual heat. These coals provide the only light in many buildings, a soft red glow that barely illuminates the immediate space. Cats are drawn to this warmth, settling near hearths when their activity permits, absorbing heat into their bodies and resting in brief cycles before resuming movement. The settlement's buildings create complex shadows and sheltered spaces. Cats know all of these intimately. They know which wall has a gap that allows passage from one courtyard to another. They know which roof beam provides a route above ground level. They know which corner holds warmth longest and which drains heat most quickly. Safety at night comes from awareness rather than barriers. The settlement has no walls tall enough to prevent animals from entering, and no guards posted to watch for threats. Instead, safety comes from the collective presence of humans and animals together, from the fact that the settlement is occupied and active enough to discourage larger predators from approaching. Cats contribute to this sense of occupied presence. Their movement through the night, their watchfulness, and their responses to unusual sounds or smells all create an atmosphere of vigilance. They are not protecting the settlement deliberately, but their behaviour has that effect, adding to the web of awareness that makes the space feel defended. Sometimes a cat encounters another cat during nighttime wandering. They may approach each other with caution, touching noses briefly, or they may avoid contact entirely, each giving the other space. Their interactions are quiet and brief. There is no aggression, just acknowledgement and continuation of separate paths. Dogs sometimes stir in the night, lifting their heads to investigate sounds or movements. They notice cats passing nearby. Sometimes they watch with mild interest. Sometimes they ignore the cats completely. The two species have reached an understanding. Dogs guard the settlement more actively, responding to larger threats, while cats focus on smaller concerns. Their roles complement each other without overlapping. As night progresses toward dawn, the quality of darkness begins to change. The black sky softens almost imperceptibly toward deep blue. Stars remain visible but lose some of their intensity. The air grows slightly cooler in the hour before sunrise, the temperature dropping to its lowest point. Both humans and cats respond to this cooling. People pull coverings closer in their sleep. Cats seek the warmest spots available, curling tighter to conserve heat. The transition from night to day happens gradually but inevitably. Cats sense it before people wake. Their internal rhythms are tuned to the approaching change. Some settle into final resting spots, preparing to sleep through the morning. Others remain alert, ready to continue their activity into daylight hours depending on opportunity and inclination. Night provides a different dimension to the relationship between humans and cats. While people sleep, cats remain aware, moving through the shared space with familiarity and purpose. They do not guard the humans deliberately, but their presence adds to the sense that the settlement is not abandoned, not empty, and not vulnerable. Life continues through all hours, maintained by different actors at different times, creating continuity that requires no coordination or agreement. The settlement breathes through day and night, its pulse steady, its rhythm unchanged, its coexistence as natural in darkness as in light. You witness how patterns established over days extend into weeks, months, years, and eventually generations. The relationship between humans and cats does not deepen through dramatic moments or significant events. It simply continues, reinforced by repetition, shaped by practical benefit, and sustained by the absence of conflict. Children grow up seeing cats as part of the settlement's landscape. They do not remember a time before cats were present. To them, cats simply exist as chickens exist, as the river exists, as the sun exists. They learn through observation which cats tolerate approach and which prefer distance. This knowledge becomes part of their understanding of the world, unremarkable and assumed. These children become adults who maintain the same relationship their parents had with cats. They do not formalize it or change it. They allow cats to move through storage areas. They tolerate their presence in courtyards and on walls. They benefit from reduced vermin without acknowledging debt or gratitude. The pattern perpetuates through cultural transmission that requires no instruction because it involves no active teaching, only passive modelling. Cats produce new generations within the settlement. A female cat finds a sheltered spot away from heavy traffic, behind stacked grain jars, under a rarely used cart, or in a corner of an abandoned building. She gives birth to several kittens, nursing them through their first weeks, teaching them to hunt and navigate once they can walk steadily. These kittens grow up knowing the settlement as their home territory. Some of these young cats remain in the settlement throughout their lives. Others wander away, seeking new territories, following instincts toward dispersal and exploration. The settlement's cat population remains relatively stable despite this turnover, regulated by available resources and the carrying capacity of the environment. People notice when a familiar cat disappears and a new cat appears, but they make no attempt to track or control this turnover. The specific identity of individual cats matters little. What matters is the presence of cats generally, the continuation of their role in controlling vermin, and the maintenance of the established pattern. Seasonal cycles repeat, each bringing the same challenges and opportunities. Harvest times bring abundant mice and easier hunting. Lean winter months reduce prey populations and make survival more difficult. Cats endure these fluctuations through the same adaptations that allow wild cats to persist in variable environments: efficient hunting, opportunistic feeding, and the ability to reduce activity when resources are scarce. The settlement itself changes slowly. Buildings are repaired and eventually replaced. New structures are added as the population grows or needs shift. Storage methods improve. Tools become more refined. Through all these changes, the relationship with cats remains constant. New buildings provide new perches and shelters. Improved storage still requires protection from vermin. Better tools still create scraps and spillage. The fundamental dynamic persists despite surface changes. Generations of humans pass. Old people die and are buried. Children are born and grow into adults who have children of their own. The collective memory of the settlement shifts and evolves, but certain patterns remain so consistent they become invisible, part of the assumed background of life rather than notable features requiring attention. Cats live shorter lives than humans, their generations turning over more quickly. A human child might see dozens of individual cats come and go during their own lifespan. Yet despite this rapid turnover, cat behaviour remains remarkably consistent. Each new cat learns the same lessons, finds the same opportunities, and settles into the same patterns as those who came before. The relationship reproduces itself naturally without requiring teaching or enforcement. Other settlements develop similar relationships with cats. People travelling between communities observe cats living in the same way elsewhere: tolerated, useful, independent, present, but not possessed. This parallel development across different human groups suggests the arrangement serves fundamental needs for both species, needs that arise naturally wherever humans store grain and build permanent structures. The absence of formalization protects the relationship from the problems that plague more structured arrangements. There are no rules to break, no expectations to disappoint, and no obligations to resent. Cats and humans simply coexist in ways that benefit both. This flexibility allows the relationship to adapt to changing circumstances without requiring renegotiation or conscious adjustment. Stories begin to accumulate, not grand narratives but small observations passed between people. Someone mentions a cat that was particularly skilled at hunting. Another recalls a cat that preferred a specific sunny spot for years. These stories are brief and factual, told without embellishment, and forgotten as quickly as they are shared. They do not accumulate into mythology or meaning. They simply reflect the reality of shared space and accumulated observation. The settlement continues through generations, its basic character maintained even as specific details shift. Cats continue to move through its spaces, hunting its vermin, resting in its shade, and drinking from its water sources. People continue to build and repair, plant and harvest, raise children, and age into elders. The two species remain intertwined not through bonds of affection or formal agreement, but through the simple, durable logic of mutual benefit and peaceful coexistence. You see now how this relationship emerged and persisted, not through moments of decision or acts of will, but through the accumulation of small choices and repeated patterns. Cats chose to stay near humans because staying offered an advantage. Humans allowed cats to stay because their presence reduced problems. Neither species set out to create a partnership, yet a partnership formed nonetheless. One that would continue for thousands of years, changing in certain ways but remaining fundamentally unchanged in others. As evening settles over the settlement once more, fires glow in hearths, and cats settle into familiar resting places. The day ends as countless days have ended before, and as countless days will end in the future. The pattern holds, the relationship endures, the quiet companionship continues, asking nothing more than what it has always asked: proximity, tolerance, and the shared recognition that some of the best arrangements in life are those that require the least effort to maintain. You rest now in this knowledge, in the comfort of understanding how connection can exist without complication, how shared space can create shared benefit, and how the simplest relationships often prove the most enduring. The story ends here, but the pattern it describes continues, as reliable as sunrise, as constant as the turning of seasons, and as peaceful as sleep itself. Now, close your eyes for a moment and imagine stepping through a low doorway into another world. The year doesn't matter much, it could be 1650 or 1850, because some things about English pubs remained beautifully consistent across the centuries. The first thing that would strike you is the light, or rather the particular quality of dimness punctuated by warm spots of illumination. Before electricity transformed our nights into perpetual day, pub lighting came from fireplaces, candles, and, later, oil lamps. This wasn't the harsh, revealing light of modern life that shows every imperfection. This was light that softened edges, created pools of shadow, and made faces glow amber in the firelight. The dancing flames cast moving shadows on walls darkened by centuries of smoke, creating an atmosphere that was less about seeing clearly and more about feeling safe. The ceiling would be lower than you're accustomed to, low enough that tall visitors sometimes needed to duck beneath the heavy oak beams. These beams, blackened with age and smoke, had often been salvaged from old ships or hewn from ancient forests. Running your hand along them, you'd feel the rough texture of wood that had witnessed generations of stories, arguments, celebrations, and quiet contemplations. The air itself would tell you stories if you paid attention. There was always the foundational scent of wood smoke, not the clean outdoorsy smell of a campfire, but something richer, mixed with centuries of tobacco, spilled ale, damp wool, and the accumulated essence of human presence, On cold days, you'd smell wet dog as well, because dogs were welcome companions in most pubs, lying contentedly by the fire while their owners conducted business or simply passed time. The furniture bore the marks of hard use and genuine age. Tables were thick slabs of wood, their surfaces worn smooth by countless elbows and scarred with the initials of patrons long dead. Benches and settles lined the walls, their backs high enough to block drafts and create semi-private spaces where conversations could unfold without the whole room listening. The wealthiest establishments might have a few chairs, but benches were democratic. They accommodated however many people squeezed together, regardless of social standing. Sound would envelop you differently than in modern spaces. Without the constant hum of refrigeration, air conditioning or electronic devices, the acoustic texture of a pub was entirely human and organic. There was the crackle of the fire, the clink of pewter tankards, the scrape of benches on worn floorboards, and the murmur of conversation that rose and fell like a tide. Laughter would burst forth suddenly, then fade back into the general hum. Someone might be singing in the corner, not performing, but simply singing because that's what people did when they felt content and slightly warm from ale. The fireplace dominated most pub rooms, and it was genuinely necessary rather than decorative. English weather has never been known for warmth, and buildings before modern insulation were only marginally better than being outside. The fire was where new arrivals gravitated first, holding cold hands toward the flames and stamping feeling back into feet that had walked muddy roads. The hearth was also where food was cooked, filling the room with smells that made your stomach remember how hungry you were. You'd notice that everyone seemed to know everyone else, or at least everyone knew the publican. The keeper of the establishment wasn't just a bartender in the modern sense. They were a community banker, information hub, amateur counsellor, and sometimes peacekeeper. They knew who could be trusted for a loan, whose crops had failed, which families were feuding, and where a traveller might find work or lodging. The pub existed in a particular relationship with time that we've largely lost. It wasn't a place you visited for exactly 1 hour for a scheduled meeting before rushing to the next appointment. Time in a pub was elastic, expandable. You might stop in for a quick ale and find yourself there 3 hours later, not because anything particular happened, but because the warmth and companionship made leaving seem unnecessary. This wasn't wasted time. It was time spent maintaining the social bonds that held communities together. To understand the English pub, we need to go back to its roots, which stretch deeper into history than you might imagine. The tradition of public drinking houses in England predates even the Norman conquest, reaching back to Anglo-Saxon times when ale was safer to drink than water, and every village needed someone who could brew it properly. The word pub itself is simply a shortened form of public house, but this doesn't fully capture what these places meant. In medieval England, there were actually 3 types of drinking establishments, and the distinctions mattered. Alehouses were basic, often just someone's front room where they sold the ale they'd brewed. Taverns were slightly more upscale and served wine as well as ale. Inns were the most substantial, offering food, drink and accommodation for travellers. The earliest alehouses were marked by a simple but effective advertising method. A pole or bush stuck out from the building. This ale pole or ale stake tradition dates back to Roman times, and it served the practical purpose of alerting people who couldn't read, which was most people, that ale was available here. The saying, "good wine needs no bush," comes from this tradition, suggesting that quality products advertise themselves. In these early establishments, the person brewing and selling ale was often a woman, an alewife. Brewing was considered domestic, work, like baking bread, and women dominated the trade for centuries. The image of a witch with a pointed hat and broomstick actually evolved partly from the traditional costume of alewives, who wore tall hats so customers could spot them in crowds, and used broomsticks to signal when a new batch of ale was ready. The ale itself would be quite different from anything you'd drink today. It was thick, nutritious, and relatively low in alcohol, more like liquid bread than modern beer. People drank it because the brewing process killed the bacteria that made water dangerous, and it provided calories that supplemented often meagre diets. Children drank it, pregnant women drank it, and monks drank it with every meal. It wasn't about getting drunk, it was about staying alive. Medieval alehouses were governed by laws that seemed charmingly specific to modern eyes. The Assize of Ale, established in 1267, regulated prices and quality, with inspectors called ale tasters, who had the official duty of testing each batch. These weren't wine snob types swirling and sniffing. They were local officials who would literally sit in a puddle of ale poured on a wooden bench. If their leather breeches stuck to the bench when they tried to stand, the ale contained too much sugar, and the brewer would be fined. By the 14th and 15th centuries, inns had evolved into sophisticated operations that served the emerging networks of commerce and travel. These weren't romantic highway stops with roaring fires and jovial innkeepers. Well, some were, but most were practical businesses that filled a crucial economic function. An inn was where a merchant could stable horses, store goods overnight, conduct business over dinner, and sleep without fear of being robbed. The best inns essentially functioned as medieval hotels and restaurants combined. The food served in these early establishments reflected both the limitations and the surprising sophistication of medieval cuisine. Forget the image of peasants gnawing on turkey legs at the Renaissance fair. Real medieval inn food was often remarkably well prepared, because innkeepers knew their reputation depended on it. Travellers would specifically seek out inns known for good food, and that reputation could make or break a business. A typical meal at a decent medieval inn might include pottage, a thick stew that was the foundation of English cuisine for centuries. This wasn't the watery, flavourless gruel of popular imagination. Good pottage was complex, made with whatever meats, vegetables and grains were available, and simmered for hours until everything melded into something that was simultaneously simple and sophisticated. The pot was rarely emptied completely. New ingredients were added each day, creating a continuously evolving dish that might technically have been cooking for months. Bread accompanied everything, and its quality indicated the establishment's standards. The finest white bread, made from wheat, was for the wealthy. Most people ate darker breads made from rye, barley or mixed grains. The very poorest ate bread so coarse it was barely palatable. Innkeepers learned to judge their customers quickly and serve accordingly. There was no point in wasting expensive white bread on someone who'd be satisfied with rye. The serving vessels tell their own story about these early establishments. Before mass production, every cup, plate and bowl was individually made and relatively valuable. Wooden trenchers, thick slices of stale bread that served as edible plates, were common for ordinary customers. Better establishments used wooden or pewter dishes. Only the finest inns could afford pottery or rarely glass. Let's step away from the inns and alehouses for a moment to understand what ordinary English people were eating at home, because this context makes pub food more meaningful. The diet of common folk was dictated by the seasons in ways we can barely comprehend in our era of year-round strawberries and imported asparagus. Winter was the hardest time. Fresh food was scarce, and people relied on what could be stored, preserved, or kept alive until needed. Root vegetables, turnips, parsnips and carrots kept relatively well in cold storage. Cabbage could be harvested late into the season. Onions and garlic hung in bundles from rafters. Dried peas and beans provided protein when fresh meat was beyond reach or forbidden by religious dietary laws. Salted, smoked and dried meats sustained families through cold months when fresh slaughter was impossible. The autumn pig killing was a crucial event in every rural household, and every part of the animal was used with a practicality born of necessity. Hams and bacon were salted and smoked. Sausages were made from scraps and organs. Blood became black pudding. Even the bladder was useful as a storage container. Spring brought what was called the hungry gap, that period when winter stores were depleted but new crops hadn't yet matured. This was when people relied most heavily on wild foods: nettles, dandelion greens, wild garlic, and whatever could be foraged from hedgerows and fields. The arrival of the first fresh vegetables and herbs was celebrated with genuine relief. Summer and autumn were times of relative abundance, when fresh vegetables, fruits and berries were available to supplement the basic diet of bread and pottage. People preserved everything they could, making jam, pickling vegetables, drying fruit, because they knew winter would come again with its limitations. Cheese was more important in the English diet than we often realise. It was protein that could be stored for months, improving with age rather than spoiling. Every region had its traditional cheese, and people took fierce pride in local varieties. A piece of cheese, some bread and an onion constituted a meal that satisfied both stomach and soul. Dairy products in general played a crucial role. Butter, cream, milk and cheese weren't luxuries but staples that made the difference between adequate nutrition and hunger. The phrase bread and butter wasn't just an idiom, it literally described what many people ate for breakfast every single day. Meat consumption varied enormously by class and season. Wealthy people ate meat regularly, sometimes multiple times a day. Poor labourers might taste fresh meat only a few times a year, usually at festivals or celebrations. Game, rabbits, birds and deer, was theoretically reserved for landowners, but poaching was common enough that many families supplemented their diet with accidentally acquired protein. The spice trade had profound effects on English cuisine, though not always in the ways you might imagine. Contrary to popular belief, spices weren't primarily used to mask the taste of rotten meat. Food preservation was too important for people to deliberately eat spoiled food. Instead, spices were status symbols and flavour enhancers that wealthy people used to demonstrate sophistication and worldliness. Common folk had their own flavouring arsenal. Herbs from the garden or hedgerow. Parsley, sage, thyme and rosemary weren't just a pretty song. They were the foundation of English seasoning. These herbs grew readily in the English climate and transformed simple dishes into something more interesting. A pot of beans cooked with an onion, and some thyme became a meal worth anticipating rather than just enduring. Cooking methods reflected both technology and fuel availability. Open hearth fires were standard until remarkably recently. Even in the late 18th century, many homes still cooked everything over an open flame. This required genuine skill. You couldn't just turn a dial to adjust temperature. You learned to judge heat by holding your hand above the fire, to arrange coals for different cooking temperatures, and to use the ambient heat of the hearth for slow cooking while using direct flames for faster work. Baking was often done communally because few households had their own ovens. Village bakeries would bake bread for families who brought their own dough, or families would bring prepared dishes to be cooked in the baker's oven after the day's bread was done. This created a community rhythm where certain days were baking days, and the smell of fresh bread would fill the village. Fast forward to the 18th and 19th centuries, and English pubs had evolved into something we'd recognise more readily today while still maintaining connections to their medieval roots. The Georgian and Victorian eras saw pubs become increasingly sophisticated, differentiated, and central to social life across all classes. Georgian pubs, those operating during the reigns of the four King George, from 1714 to 1830, developed distinct personalities based on their clientele. In London and other cities, you'd find pubs that catered specifically to merchants, others to labourers, and still others to the growing middle class. This wasn't enforced segregation, but organic social sorting. People gravitated toward establishments where they felt comfortable, where their occupation and social standing aligned with other patrons. The food served in Georgian pubs reflected England's growing prosperity and expanding global trade. Coffeehouses had emerged as competitors to traditional alehouses, and pubs responded by improving their food offerings. A respectable Georgian pub might serve meat pies that were genuinely worth ordering, not just fuel to soak up alcohol. Roast beef was becoming the dish that defined English identity, served in thick slices with Yorkshire pudding and gravy. Victorian pubs took this evolution further, often becoming quite grand establishments with etched glass, polished brass, and multiple rooms serving different purposes. The snug was a small private room often used by women, who were increasingly accepted as pub patrons, though still somewhat segregated from the main drinking area. The saloon bar was slightly more upscale than the public bar, charging a penny or two more per drink in exchange for better seating and more refined surroundings. Food in Victorian pubs ranged from basic to surprisingly sophisticated. The humblest offerings included bread and cheese, perhaps with pickled onions or chutney. Many pubs served a simple ordinary, a set meal at a fixed price, usually featuring whatever the kitchen had made that day. This might be stew, pie, sausages with mashed potatoes, or the eternal favourite, fish and chips. Actually, let's pause on fish and chips for a moment, because this dish tells us something important about Victorian England and pub culture. Fried fish had been sold by street vendors for decades, while chips, thick-cut fried potatoes, were a separate tradition. The genius of combining them emerged in the 1860s, creating a meal that was hot, filling, cheap, and could be eaten without utensils while wrapped in newspaper. Pubs quickly adopted this combination, and it became as fundamental to English identity as tea or the monarchy. The quality of pub food varied wildly, and Victorians developed codes for evaluating establishments. A pub with sawdust on the floor was marking itself as basic. The sawdust soaked up spills and was swept out daily. Bare floorboards suggested slightly higher aspirations. Carpet indicated genuine pretensions to gentility. These weren't arbitrary markers, but practical signals about what kind of experience and what kind of food quality you could expect. Pub kitchens in the Victorian era were gradually modernising, though they remained far from today's standards. Coal-fired ranges were replacing open hearths, allowing more precise temperature control and multiple dishes to be cooked simultaneously. Refrigeration was still primitive or non-existent, so pubs relied on cool cellars, daily deliveries of fresh ingredients, and cooking methods that preserved food through heat or preservation. The pub lunch became an institution in Victorian England, particularly in cities. Office workers, shop assistants, and labourers would stream into pubs at midday for a quick meal, and perhaps a pint before returning to work. This wasn't the leisurely pub experience of an evening, it was efficient, practical eating. The publican who could serve decent food quickly earned steady daytime business that supplemented evening drinking trade. Certain dishes became pub classics during this period, and many remain so today. Ploughman's lunch, though it wasn't called that until the 20th century, was essentially the portable field meal of agricultural workers brought indoors. Bread, cheese, pickles, and perhaps cold meat. Scotch eggs, which despite the name are probably English in origin, became pub staples. Pork pies, sausage rolls, and various savoury pastries filled the role that sandwiches fill today. The Victorian pub also became the centre of an emerging tradition, the pie and mash shop culture that paralleled pub dining. These specialised establishments served meat pies with mashed potatoes and a parsley sauce that locals called liquor. While technically not pubs, they served similar functions and often shared customers with nearby public houses. Drinks had evolved. Beyond simple ale, porter, a dark beer that was easier to store and transport than traditional ale, became hugely popular in the 18th century, and its stronger cousin, stout, followed. Gin had gone from cheap, destructive mother's ruin to a more respectable spirit, often mixed with tonic water. Wine was available in better establishments, though beer remained the democratic drink of choice across all classes. To truly understand pub dining, we need to see it in context with how people ate at home, because the pub was never separate from me, domestic life, but rather an extension of it. The rhythm of daily meals at home created the framework that made pub culture meaningful. For most of English history, the majority of people ate 2 main meals a day rather than 3. Breakfast was often simple, bread with butter or dripping, perhaps some cheese, washed down with small beer or milk. This was fuel for the day's work, consumed quickly before heading to fields, shops or factories. The main meal of the day was traditionally called dinner, and eaten anywhere from noon to early afternoon. This was the substantial meal, the one where families gathered if work allowed. For rural labourers, dinner might be brought to the fields. Bread, cheese, cold meat if available, and a drink to wash it down. For those who worked near home, dinner meant returning to a hot meal prepared by whoever managed the household. These home dinners centred around the same pottages, stews and pies that we've mentioned, because these dishes made economic sense. You could cook them in one pot, they improved with time, and they stretched expensive ingredients like meat by combining them with cheaper vegetables and grains. A skilled cook could make a small amount of meat flavour an entire pot of stew that would feed a family for days. Supper was lighter, often just bread and cheese, perhaps with ale or tea. As tea became more affordable in the 18th and 19th centuries, it transformed English eating habits. Tea time emerged as a distinct meal, particularly among the middle and upper classes. But for working people, tea was often supper, bread and butter with a cup of tea, maybe with an egg if times were good. The kitchen hearth was the literal and metaphorical centre of home life. Even as coal stoves became more common, many homes kept their open hearths because they provided heat as well as cooking capability. The fire was never allowed to go completely out if it could be helped, because restarting it from scratch was laborious. Instead, it was banked at night, covered with ash to preserve coals that could be coaxed back to flame in the morning. Cooking equipment was minimal by modern standards. A pot, a pan, perhaps a griddle, some wooden spoons, and a knife or two. Wealthy households might have specialised equipment for specific dishes, but ordinary families made do with basics. This limitation actually produced creativity. Cooks learned to make diverse dishes using the same simple tools, varying ingredients, and techniques rather than relying on different equipment. Food storage was its own challenge. Without refrigeration, fresh food needed to be used quickly or preserved immediately. The larder, a cool room or cabinet often on a north-facing wall, kept dairy and meat from spoiling for a few days. Mesh safes protected food from flies and mice. Salting, smoking, pickling and drying remained essential skills well into the 20th century. The weekly shopping rhythm structured home cooking. Market days brought fresh produce, meat and fish to towns and villages. Savvy shoppers learned to time their purchases, arrived too early and prices were high, arrived near closing and selection was poor but bargains could be found. Whatever you bought on market day determined what you'd eat for the next week. Seasonal eating wasn't a lifestyle choice but an unavoidable reality. Spring lamb, summer berries, autumn apples, winter root vegetables. The year rotated through its ingredients with rigid predictability. This created anticipation that we've largely lost. The first strawberries of summer genuinely meant something when you hadn't eaten anything fresh and sweet for months. The first autumn apples were celebrated because they represented abundance after the hungry gap of late summer. Baking day was a weekly ritual in homes that had ovens. Bread was baked in quantity, enough loaves to last the week, growing increasingly stale but remaining edible. Pies, both sweet and savoury, were baked for eating throughout the week. Cakes and biscuits were luxuries for special occasions, but when they appeared, they marked celebrations worth remembering. The communal nature of food extended beyond individual households. Neighbours shared surpluses. Too many eggs, extra milk, a glut of garden vegetables. This wasn't charity but practical mutual support. You shared when you had extra, knowing others would share with you when your circumstances reversed. These informal networks of food sharing built and maintained community bonds that were as important as the food itself. Understanding these home rhythms helps explain why people went to pubs. It wasn't primarily about the food. Most people could feed themselves more cheaply at home. Pubs offered something else. Warmth without using your own fuel, light without burning your own candles, companionship beyond your immediate family, news from the wider world, entertainment, and a break from the domestic routine that structured so much of life. The way people ate, the customs, traditions, and unspoken rules that governed meals, tells us as much about English life as what they ate. These traditions evolved over centuries, mixing practical necessity with social meaning to create eating customs that shaped how people understood their place in the world. Table manners in England developed gradually from medieval times onward, but they weren't the rigid, anxious affairs that Victorian etiquette books might suggest. Most people's table manners were simply habitual practices passed down through families, designed to make communal eating work smoothly, rather than to exclude anyone. The concept of courses, separate dishes served in sequence, was initially an upper-class practice that slowly filtered down through society. In ordinary homes, everything appeared on the table at once. The stew or joint of meat, the vegetables, the bread and the cheese. You helped yourself to whatever you wanted in whatever order made sense. This wasn't chaos, but a different organisational principle. Abundance displayed simultaneously rather than rationed sequentially. Eating utensils evolved more slowly than you might imagine. Forks didn't become common in England until the 17th century, and even then many people continued eating with a knife and spoon, using bread to push food onto the spoon. The fork was initially seen as affected, even effeminate. Real English people didn't need fancy Italian implements to eat their dinner, but gradually forks proved their utility, and by the Victorian era, elaborate place settings with multiple specialised forks had become status symbols. The proper way to hold utensils varied by class and period. Continental style, fork in left hand, knife in right, tines down, was considered more sophisticated than switching hands after cutting. But in pubs and ordinary homes, people ate however was comfortable and effective. The anxiety about correct utensil use was largely a middle-class preoccupation, as the aspiring middle classes used etiquette as a way to distinguish themselves from working classes below and demonstrate their fitness for higher social status. Grace, before meals, was standard practice across most of English society, though the elaborateness varied. In religious households, grace might be a formal prayer thanking God for providing sustenance. In less devout homes, it might be a quick mumbled formula, more habit than heartfelt devotion. But the pause before eating, the acknowledgement that food was not to be taken for granted, remained nearly universal. Toasting traditions in pubs developed their own complex customs. The simple act of raising glasses before drinking became layered with meaning and ritual. You made eye contact while toasting. To skip this was considered bad luck or even an insult. You never toasted with an empty glass, and you never toasted with water. This superstition came from the belief that toasting with water condemned the recipient to a watery death. The round system, where each person in a group takes turns buying drinks for everyone, became fundamental to English pub culture. This wasn't just about fairly distributing costs. It was a social bonding mechanism that kept groups together and created obligations of reciprocity. Leaving before you'd bought your round was a serious breach of pub etiquette that marked you as untrustworthy. Seasonal foods came with their own traditions and meanings. Goose at Michaelmas, September 29th. Oysters in months with an R. Hot cross buns on Good Friday. Pancakes on Shrove Tuesday. These weren't just culinary customs, but ways of marking time, connecting to the agricultural calendar, and participating in communal rituals that transcended individual households. Christmas dinner traditions evolved over centuries into the elaborate meal we recognise today. The centrepiece shifted from peacock to swan to goose, and finally to turkey as these birds became available and affordable. But the principle remained constant. Christmas was when you ate better than any other day of the year, when even poor families tried to provide something special, and when the usual scarcity was temporarily suspended in favour of deliberate abundance. The tradition of cold collation for Sunday supper reflected religious prohibitions against working on the Sabbath. Since cooking counted as work, Saturday's cooking provided cold meats, pies, and other dishes that could be eaten Sunday without further preparation. This practical religious observance created its own distinct cuisine of cold dishes that were meant to be delicious at room temperature. Funeral foods, the meal served after burying the dead, followed their own traditions. Ham was common and practical because it could be prepared ahead and served cold to any number of mourners. The funeral meal wasn't about elaborate cooking, but about gathering community, sharing grief, and acknowledging that life continued despite death. Food at these occasions served social purposes beyond mere nutrition. Harvest traditions brought communities together around shared meals that celebrated successful gathering of crops. Harvest suppers, though declining by the Victorian era, had been central to rural life for centuries. The farmer who employed harvest workers was expected to provide a feast at harvest's end, not from generosity but from obligation. These meals acknowledged the interdependence of farmer and labourer, land and community. The pub fit into all these traditions as a space where communal eating and drinking could occur outside the home. It was where harvest suppers might be held if the farmer's barn was inadequate, where workers could celebrate completion of a project, where community organisations met over meals, and where travellers could participate in local food customs even though they were strangers. As you finish your tea and prepare to drift into sleep, let's trace how these old traditions echo into our present, shaping how we eat and drink in ways we rarely recognise. The pub and its associated food culture aren't just historical curiosities, they're living traditions that continue evolving while maintaining connections to centuries past. The modern pub meal owes obvious debts to its ancestors: fish and chips, meat pies, ploughman's lunch and Sunday roast. These dishes survive because they genuinely work. They're satisfying, relatively economical, and compatible with the social atmosphere that defines pub dining. But they've also evolved. Modern pub food often includes international influences that would have bewildered 18th century publicans. Curry, pasta, and burgers. Yet these additions exist alongside traditional dishes, creating a menu that honours history while acknowledging contemporary tastes. The gastropub movement of recent decades represents both change and continuity. These establishments elevate traditional pub food using refined techniques and quality ingredients, but the underlying concept, gathering in a public house to eat well-prepared food while enjoying drinks and companionship, remains unchanged from medieval alehouses. Your great-great-great-grandparents would understand the appeal, even if they'd be confused by the foam garnishes. Certain eating rhythms persist despite massive social changes. The Sunday roast, though threatened by modern lifestyles, remains an institution in many families and pubs. It connects contemporary English people to centuries of tradition. That same desire for a substantial communal meal that marks the week's transition from work to rest. The specific dishes may vary, but the underlying pattern endures. The round system in pubs continues, though younger generations sometimes resist its obligations. This tradition survives because it serves social functions beyond economic fairness. It creates structure for group drinking, establishes trust through reciprocity, and turns casual pub visits into small ceremonies of friendship. The anxiety some people feel about keeping up with the rounds reflects the serious social weight this seemingly simple custom carries. Seasonal eating, which for our ancestors was an unavoidable necessity, has become a conscious choice for some. Modern eaters seeking connection to agricultural reality, Farmers' markets, seasonal menus, and local food movements all represent attempts to recreate the seasonal rhythm that once governed all eating. We've chosen to recreate constraints our ancestors would have gladly escaped, because we've learned that those constraints created a relationship with food that felt more meaningful than our current abundance sometimes provides. The physical spaces of pubs continue evolving while maintaining recognisable connections to their past. Many old pubs genuinely are old, buildings that have served drinks for 2, 3 or even 5 centuries, their floorboards worn by countless feet, their walls soaked with accumulated atmosphere. Others are modern constructions designed to evoke historical ambience through exposed beams, fireplaces and architectural details that reference traditional pub design. What's remarkable is how people still use these spaces for fundamentally similar purposes. You go to a pub to escape home temporarily, to see friends, to mark occasions both significant and trivial, and to participate in community life beyond your immediate family. The medieval alewife would recognise these motivations instantly, even if the specific manifestations have changed. The language of food and drink preserves historical echoes. Pub Grub acknowledges that pub food isn't haute cuisine, but something more basic and satisfying. Last Orders references licensing laws that once strictly regulated pub hours. Lock-in refers to the technically illegal but widely practiced custom of pubs continuing to serve drinks after official closing time with doors locked against outside observation. These linguistic fossils carry historical meaning into present usage. British food's international reputation, for better or worse, stems partly from this pub and home tradition we've explored. The emphasis on heartiness over refinement, on substance over presentation, and on familiar comfort over adventurous novelty reflects centuries of English eating patterns. British food isn't bad. It's designed for different priorities than, say, French cuisine with its emphasis on technical perfection, or Italian cuisine with its focus on prime ingredients simply prepared. The working-class food traditions we've discussed, the meat pies, the fish and chips, the hearty stews, have achieved a cultural status that transcends class boundaries. Wealthy people eat these dishes not from necessity but from choice, finding in them connections to broader English identity. This democratization of once lowly foods mirrors larger social changes, while also honouring traditions that sustained generations. Immigration and globalization have transformed English eating, while often working through existing pub structures. Indian and Chinese restaurants are now as fundamental to British food culture as pubs themselves, but many pubs have incorporated these influences into their menus. Curry night at the pub represents a fusion of traditional English social space with adopted culinary traditions, creating something new while maintaining continuity. The decline of cooking skills that characterised much of the 20th century, when convenience foods replaced home cooking, has partly reversed as younger generations rediscover traditional dishes and techniques. This isn't simple nostalgia, but a recognition that the old ways of preparing food often produced results that mass-produced alternatives can't match. Your grandmother's stew recipe, passed down through generations, connects you to centuries of English cooks solving the same problems of making modest ingredients delicious. Even the aesthetic of pub food persists. That brown, hearty, slightly monochrome appearance that critics sometimes mock actually reflects authentic food traditions, foods designed to sustain work, provide warmth, and satisfy hunger rather than photograph well for social media. There's honesty in a properly made steak and kidney pudding that transcends visual appeal. The communal aspects of pub dining have become more precious, as modern life increasingly isolates us in private spaces. The pub remains one of the few truly public spaces in English life where strangers can easily interact, where chance conversations happen naturally, and where you're expected to share space and sometimes tables with people you don't know. This function, creating community across social boundaries, matters more as other such spaces disappear. Looking forward, pubs face challenges that would have been incomprehensible to earlier generations. Smoking bans, drink driving laws, changing social habits, economic pressures and competition from home entertainment all threaten the traditional pub model. Yet pubs persist because they provide something that homes, restaurants and bars don't quite replicate. That particular combination of informality, tradition, community and comfort that makes them distinctly and enduringly English. As you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps you'll dream of stepping into that warm, dim pub we visited at the beginning, finding yourself welcomed by firelight and the smell of something savoury cooking, joining the centuries of people who've sought the same simple, comforts of good food, decent drink and companionship that made the cold world feel a little warmer and a little more manageable. The Old English pub and its food traditions matter not because they're quaint historical curiosities, but because they represent an enduring human need for spaces that are neither purely private nor purely public, for food that satisfies without pretension, and for traditions that connect us to the past while remaining relevant to the present. Your great-great-grandparents knew this, and so do you, even if you've never consciously thought about it. When you seek out a cosy pub on a rainy afternoon, when you order fish and chips because it feels right, when you linger over a pint longer than you planned because the conversation is good and the fire is warm, you're participating in traditions that stretch back through the centuries, connecting you to generations of English people who found the same comfort in the same simple pleasures. In our journey through English pub history and the meals that define daily life, we've travelled from medieval alehouses to Victorian establishments, from humble pottages to elaborate Sunday roasts. We've seen how people adapted to scarcity, celebrated abundance, and created traditions that gave meaning to the simple act of eating together. The story of English pub food is ultimately a story about community and resilience. In a world where life was often harsh, where winters were long and work was hard, and where most people had limited control over their circumstances, the pub offered a democratic space where everyone could find warmth, sustenance, and connection. The food served there wasn't about culinary innovation or gastronomic excellence. It was about providing reliable comfort in uncertain times. Think about the continuity represented by a pub that's been operating for 300 years. The building itself has sheltered countless thousands of people, each with their own worries, celebrations, and daily concerns. The same hearth has warmed multiple generations. The same basic dishes, refined and adapted but recognisably continuous, have satisfied hunger across centuries. That kind of institutional memory, embedded in physical space and culinary tradition, creates a sense of permanence that our modern world rarely provides. The meals we've discussed, the stews and pies, the roasts and puddings, the bread and cheese weren't just fuel, they were expressions of ingenuity, making the most of limited ingredients through skill and patience. They were demonstrations of care, whether in the alewife brewing a wholesome batch of ale, or the pub cook preparing a proper meat pie. They were vehicles for tradition, connecting people to their parents and grandparents, and the long chain of ordinary folk stretching back into history. What's beautiful about pub food traditions is their essential democracy. Unlike haute cuisine, which has always been the province of the wealthy, pub food was available to anyone who could afford a few pennies. The labourer and the merchant might sit at different tables, but they were eating in the same room, drinking from similar tankards, and sharing the same basic experience. Food in the pub was a levelling force, reminding everyone of their shared humanity. The seasonal rhythms we've explored created a relationship with time that modern life has largely erased. Our ancestors lived in intimate connection with the agricultural year, experiencing real hunger in late winter and genuine relief when spring vegetables appeared. They understood in their bodies what we mostly know intellectually, that food comes from the earth, requires labour and time, and that abundance is never guaranteed. This knowledge shaped not just what they ate, but how they thought about life itself. The domestic cooking we've discussed, the careful management of limited resources, the skill required to feed a family from a single pot over an open fire, the preservation techniques that made summer abundance last through winter scarcity, represents a form of expertise that's rapidly disappearing. These weren't simple people making simple food. They were highly skilled practitioners managing complex challenges with limited tools. The dismissal of traditional English cooking as boring or unrefined often reflects ignorance about what those cooks were accomplishing under difficult circumstances. The customs and traditions surrounding meals, the graces and toasts, the seasonal dishes and communal feasts, the elaborate etiquettes and simple courtesies created structure and meaning around eating. They transformed mere consumption into something richer. Ritual, celebration, community building and cultural transmission. When you raise a glass in a toast or share a Sunday roast with family, you're not just eating and drinking, you're participating in practices that connect you to centuries of human culture. As you prepare for sleep, consider what a privilege it is to have these stories, to understand even a little of how your ancestors lived and ate. The medieval alewife, the Georgian publican, the Victorian cook, and the countless ordinary people who brewed ale, baked bread, tended fires, and created meals under circumstances we can barely imagine. They weren't so different from us. They wanted warmth, security, good food, companionship, and a sense that their lives mattered. They found these things in many of the same ways we do, by gathering together, sharing meals, maintaining traditions, and creating spaces where community could flourish. The English pub, with its worn floors and scarred tables, its traditional dishes, and timeless atmosphere, represents continuity in a changing world. It's a reminder that some human needs remain constant across centuries. The need to escape home occasionally, to see friends, to mark the passage of time with small ceremonies, and to experience the particular comfort that comes from familiar food in a familiar place surrounded by people who share your understanding of how things should be. Modern threats to pubs, economic pressures, changing habits, generational shifts, matter because they threaten not just businesses but living links to the past. When an old pub closes, it's not just a commercial failure. It's the severing of connections that have been maintained for generations, the silencing of stories that those walls have held, and the ending of traditions that have sustained communities through wars, plagues, and countless personal tragedies and triumphs, but pubs survive, adapting as they always have. The gastropubs, the renovated traditional pubs, and even the modern establishments that reference pub traditions all represent the continuing evolution of an institution that has proven remarkably resilient. As long as people want to gather in public spaces, to share food and drink, and to participate in traditions that connect them to something larger than themselves, the pub in some form will endure. The legacy of Old English eating extends beyond specific dishes or establishments. It's embedded in language, social customs, cultural identity, and collective memory. It shapes how English people think about hospitality, community, and the proper relationship between public and private life. It influences what feels like comfort, what tastes like home, and what seems like an appropriate way to mark occasions both momentous and mundane. Understanding this history enriches your own eating experiences. That pub meal you enjoyed last month connects to centuries of tradition. The Sunday roast you make for family participates in rituals that have defined English weekends for generations. The cup of tea you're perhaps holding right now links you to the transformation of English drinking habits that occurred in the 18th and 19th centuries. Nothing you eat exists in isolation. Every dish, every meal, every food tradition carries history within it. As you sink deeper into your pillow, let your mind drift through the scenes we've visited. The medieval alehouse with its earthen floor and simple ale, the Georgian inn with its roaring fire and savoury pies, the Victorian pub with its etched glass and elaborate dishes, and the countless homes where ordinary people perform daily miracles of transforming modest ingredients into satisfying meals. Imagine the hands that kneaded bread, stirred pottage, poured ale, and tended fires. Imagine the conversations, the laughter, the tears, and the countless moments of human connection that occurred around food and drink. These people are your ancestors, if not by blood, then by culture. Their ingenuity shaped the world you inherited. Their traditions inform practices you follow without thinking. Their struggles and solutions created foodways that still sustain both body and spirit. In understanding their lives, you understand something essential about human resilience, creativity, and the eternal importance of gathering together to share sustenance. Sleep well, and may you dream of warm fires, hearty meals, and the comforting certainty that some things, hospitality, community, the simple pleasure of good food shared with others, remain constant even as everything else changes. Tomorrow, when you eat breakfast, when you prepare lunch, when you perhaps stop at a pub for dinner, you'll carry these stories with you, seeing in your own meals echoes of centuries of English eating. The warm glow of the Old English pub, whether you find it in an actual historical establishment or simply in the traditions and dishes that have survived into the present, remains a beacon of human warmth in a sometimes cold world. It reminds us that we're not alone, that others have faced the same challenges we face, and that the simple acts of eating, drinking, and gathering together have sustained humanity through everything history has thrown at us. And so, we raise a final toast to the alewives and innkeepers, the cooks and publicans, the farmers and bakers, and the countless ordinary people whose skill and care gave us the traditions we cherish. To the pubs that have sheltered us across centuries, to the meals that have sustained us, to the customs that connect us, to the past that lives on in every familiar dish, every raised glass, and every gathering of friends and strangers in that peculiarly English space where everyone is welcome. May those traditions continue, evolving but never entirely disappearing, connecting future generations to the wisdom and warmth of the past. And may you find, whenever you need it, a cosy pub with a warm fire, good food, and the kind of companionship that reminds you what really matters in this brief, precious life. Rest well. The fire is banked, the doors are locked, and tomorrow is another day. But tonight you've travelled through time and returned safely home, carrying with you the stories of how your ancestors lived, ate, and found comfort in a world very different from ours, yet fundamentally the same. Sweet dreams, and may you always find a warm welcome in any pub you enter.